The Preface of The Greenstone Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Greenstone Door by Satchell. The Preface. The Māori words used in this story are explained when they first occur, and also for convenience sake in a glossary. Certain of them are used so frequently that I am afraid the English reader will hardly be able to avoid acquiring a knowledge of their meaning. Such words are pā, a fortified village; toonga, a medicine man or magician; Pākehā, a white man as distinguished from a Māori; whare, a native house; and kumara, the sweet potato. My excuse must be that these words have long since been adopted into the English language as it is written and spoken in the Dominion. The author, Auckland. End of preface. Chapter number 1 of The Greenstone Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Greenstone Door by Satchell. Chapter 1. I am lost and found. In my earliest mental picture of myself, I figure as a small creature of unknown derivation, conscious of no void behind me, sure of an eternity in front. Around me, tangling its fronds above my head, is high fern, shutting out the hot rays of the March sun. There are strange creatures moving on the soil, whizzing past among the leaves, and filling me with emotions at once fearful and delightful. Stirring uneasily within me is a sense of wrongdoing, yet I push my way on and on, following the black cicadas and huge brown locusts as they leap before me, frustrating all efforts at capture. But presently I become conscious of something lacking. Wonderful as are the joys of this newly found freedom, there is a thing here strange to my experience, and as awe-inspiring as novel. Solitude. I become aware of the absence of human voices, of the need of that mighty and comforting column, the parental leg. Here follows an interval of nothingness. Probably sleep brought a respite to my fears, my futile efforts to escape from the tangle of fern. For when I again became aware of myself, the sun no longer brightens the leaves overhead. It is still light, but the day is ending, and a chill breeze, harbinger of night, rustles the dry stalks. The insects have ceased their clamour, and save for the rustling, all is still. All? No. There is a sound in the air, slowly detaching itself from the silence. A booming, hollow sound, a rhythmic sound, swelling and failing, shuddering through the air, vibrating through the earth. Surely I have heard such a sound before, or why does it conjure up in my brain a definite picture that sets my teeth chattering and causes me to bury my face in the ground? I can see the war party heartening itself for the attack, the rhythmic stamping of feet, the rolling of eyes, the horrible grimaces. I can hear the threatening staccato of the war song, the voice of the leader, the guttural response of the taua. As a fire crackling from lip to lip, the fierce shout, the deep, blood-curdling gasp, filling the air with a whisper of death. Hai, hai, aha. Footnote. Taua, a war party. End of footnote. After this, an interval of silence, the breeze has died away, the very growth around me seems to stand expectant of fateful things to come. At length there is a stealthy rush of footsteps, setting the earth a-quake. I hear the deep breathing of the warriors as they push onward on every hand, scaling the steep slopes of the Pa. Footnote: Pa, a fortified village, usually on the summit of a hill. End of footnote. None comes near me, and God alone knows whence I derive the wit to lie still and make no sound. Presently the last of them has sped on his way, and I am left alone again with the silence and the falling night. But not for long is there silence. High up overhead breaks out the crack of a gun, then a volley. Shouts and screams pierce the air. A voice harsh and dominating rises at intervals above the din, and is answered by the exultant, deep-chested "Ah, ha, ah" of the attacking warriors. With a whimper of terror, I start from my hiding place, toddle blindly through the fern, trip over the dense growth, and roll downwards into the arms of two men, making their way with great strides up the hill. Halloa, what is this? A Pākehā child, by the look of him, Mr. Wake. Then he must be Tregarthan's. What is your name, my boy? Footnote: a Pākehā, a European. End of footnote. It is impossible I should remember all this, and I shall no longer make pretence of doing so. But what I have been told is so firmly bound up with what I do remember that it is hopeless to attempt to disassociate them. The speaker's voice was masterful but kindly. He was a middle-aged man, with a pale face like my father's, and I remember that the circumstance that both men were white alarmed me and set me whimpering afresh. He carried his coat over his arm, and heavy drops of perspiration were running down his nose and trickling to the ground. "What does he say, Purcell?" he asked. "Erwick. Is it Eric, my little man?" The other knelt down in front of me, brushed the hair from my eyes with a large hand, and told me not to cry. "Why, he's only a baby, Mr. Wake. Where's Daddy, little man?" "What's that? Well, I can make nothing of it. Hark!" he broke off suddenly, lifting his face to the hill. "They're in." All this time the firing of guns, the shouting and screaming had gone on undiminished in the sky overhead. "We must go," said Mr. Wake anxiously. "But what is to be done with the child? Stay here, Mr. Purcell, and I will make the journey alone." Purcell laughed and rose to his feet. "Yet," he said, regarding me with compunction, "we cannot leave the baby here for Te Waharoa's umu. What is to become of you, my fine fellow?" Footnote: Umu, the Māori stone oven. I look up into his smiling eyes, and for answer twined a chubby arm around his leg. "The hand of the Almighty," said Mr. Wake, lifting the hat he had just replaced on his streaming head, "has led the child from the pit of death. Come, it will be night before we enter the Pa." Without more ado, Purcell picked me up, as a man plucks a leaf, by the wayside, and almost at a run they continued the ascent of the hill. But the way was steep, and, when the fern was passed, slippery, and presently there were terraces, twice the height of a tall man, to be surmounted, and when these were overcome, and, as the first stars began to twinkle forth, we came in sight of the shattered palisades. Smoke and flame were issuing from the houses, and the sound of firing had ceased. The men of the attacking party had discarded their guns, as though all concerted resistance were at an end, and, armed with tomahawk and mere, were moving among the burning whares, shouting and laughing in the wild exhilaration of victory. Footnote: Mere, a stone club. Whare, the native house. End of footnote. On the farther side of the hill, against the sky, a dense crowd of warriors was assembled, their plumed heads and naked limbs showing black against the light beyond. Mr. Wake led the way with a firm step into the pa, followed by my protector, bearing me lightly in his great arms. Probably it was due to the confident movements of the two men that their approach was at first unnoticed by the triumphant war party. Between us and the second line of defence was a ditch and a bank, and another between that and the kiritangata, or innermost barricades. A low doorway in front of us stood open, and we crept through and stood among the huddled houses of the village. No doubt it was a scene to inspire horror, at which my two companions gazed so intently. But for my part I only saw men and women and children lying asleep in the gathering light of the burning huts. "Pity, pity," said I, extending a hand to the leaping flames. "Pity indeed," said my bearer, looking gravely about him. Mr. Wake's mouth trembled and set itself momentarily, his pale face looking whiter than ever, save where the flames tinged it with a ghastly yellow. He moved forward almost at a run, and gathering me closer in his arms, Purcell followed. "Steady, Mr. Wake, steady, sir," he cautioned. "Keep your shoulder against mine. We are too late in any case." From somewhere close at hand came a shrill scream, followed by the laughter of men. "We may yet be in time," said Mr. Wake, darting round the corner of a building. Did I understand the scene that burst on my sight a moment later? At least it lives clearly in my memory to this day, and definite memories, even when they seem pointless and immaterial, are the reflex of strong emotions. A large whare was burning merrily to one side, and in the lurid light stood three figures. The central was that of a young girl of 15, her slim figure swaying in the grasp of two warriors. She had ceased to cry out, and was speaking rapidly and thickly, her dark, terror-stricken eyes turning eagerly from one to the other, seeking some sign of relenting in the fierce yet amused faces. "Puna!" I cried suddenly. "Puna!" and stretching my arms out towards her. The girl's face, beaded with the fine sweat of terror, was turned quickly to us at the sound, and in a moment she had slipped from the grasp of her captors and was running fleetingly towards us. So sudden had been our advent that surprise for a moment held the warriors spellbound. But only for a moment. In the next instant, one had poised and thrown his tomahawk, and the girl, with her skull split asunder, lay dead and motionless at our feet. My protector started, took a step forward, then restrained himself, looking at the still body of the young girl with a shake of his head. "Steady, Mr. Wake," he said sadly under his breath. "We are too late." The pale face of the missionary was set in stern lines, and his eyes flashed with a fierceness almost fanatical in its intensity as he approached the warriors. "Shame on you, men of Ngati Hawa," he cried in Māori. "God will demand utu for the blood of this young girl." Footnote: utu, payment in compensation or vengeance. End of footnote. The eyes of the two men shifted uneasily at this speech, and for a moment there was silence. "Why are the Pākehās here?" asked one of them coldly at length. "Do they desire to join cause with the Ngāti Maru, the enemies of Te Waharoa?" "We champion no cause save that of the God of humanity," replied Wake sternly, looking at the slayer of the girl. "The God who has said, 'He who spills man's blood, by man shall his blood be spilled.'" The young brave's eyes swerved from the unflinching gaze of the missionary, but an instant later, with a laugh of bravado, he strode to the corpse of his latest victim, and smiting the head from the body with one blow of his sharp tomahawk, whirled it by its long hair into the centre of the blazing whare. Then, slinging the trunk, warm and gouting blood, over his shoulder, he moved off through the village. "Take me to your chief," said Wake, shuddering, addressing the other warrior, who had stood by in complete indifference while this savage act was performed. With a lift of the eyebrows that seemed intended to absolve him from all responsibility in the result, the young warrior turned on his heel and guided us through the alternating glare and shadows of the pā. From the storehouses, slaves were busy removing the stores of food accumulated by the slaughtered villagers, and more ghastly burdens were also borne past us in the direction in which we were moving. Now and then our guide paused to exchange a few words with a comrade, and some of these came and stared at us in the face or fell in behind, laughing and chattering to one another. One hideous tattooed face was, I remember, thrust into mine and inspired me with a terror that still returns in nightmare. It was an ancient, evil countenance with an eye that smouldered and gloated and menaced unutterable things. Presently we came in sight of several fires, differing from those we had already seen by the circumstance that they did not roar up to a tremendous height, but burned fiercely close to the ground. Dark figures were busy about them, thrusting the burning wood more closely together with long sticks. In the red light, other groups were at work, bending and chopping at things in their midst. Our guide threaded his way through these groups with more appearance of haste and uneasiness than he had yet shown, moving in the direction of a somewhat larger fire, around which the main force of the war party appeared to be assembled. As we neared the outskirts of the ring of warriors, Mr. Wake, apparently unable any longer to control his horror and aversion at the scene, pushed past the guide and made his way rapidly among the seated figures, with Purcell close at his heels, until, rounding the huge fire, whose heat demanded the respect of a wide distance, we came on the leaders of the taua, seated together on a slight mound. I have no actual recollection of the moment when these two intrepid white men, the one sustained by his religious belief, the other by a sense of comradeship and pride of race, thrust themselves unarmed on one of the most ruthless savages the Māori race has known. Indeed, from the moment the hideous face glared at me, I doubt if aught else of the happenings of that night impressed itself on my consciousness. Te Waharoa, though he was not destined to live long after this event, was, at the moment of which I write, at the prime of his manhood and full of bloody honours. He had held back the mighty Te Rauparaha, and had been the means of driving him and the Ngāti Raukawas to migrate to Cook Strait. He had cast down the pride of the Waikatos and the Ngāti Maru, and even those most inveterate of sportsmen, the Ngāpui, who for long years never missed their annual shooting season in the Thames or Waikato, had gone away disgusted, leaving 5 of their braves crucified to the posts of his pā. In the flush of victory, it is conceivable that even a savage may show forbearance in the discussion of a matter wherein opinions are likely to differ. But it must be remembered that at the moment his unexpected visitors made their appearance, Te Waharoa had no longer any interest to distract his attention from the fact that he had not eaten since morning. Moreover, his ovens were, or shortly would be, full of a delicacy which, so far from appealing to the Pākehā palate, was likely to prove a bone of contention between him and them. The chief was seated on the ground, a great cloak of dog-skin fastened at his right shoulder, completely concealing the whole of his person and protecting him from the night air, which now, in the fall of the year, and on the hill's summit, breathed keenly. He gave no greeting to the missionary, who paused, breathless with the haste he had made, in front of him, nor for the space of several minutes did he cease the low-toned conversation he had been carrying on with those around him. "Be it so," he said at last, and bent his eyes on his visitors. "Tēnā kōrua, Pākehā," he said. Footnote: Tēnā kōrua, greeting to you too. End of footnote. "You have come far. These are times when a man does well to stay where he belongs." "And these people?" retorted the missionary, waving his hand in the direction of the burning wharis. "Does the chief say that they did well to remain where they belong?" Te Waharoa nodded appreciation of the retort. "They offended me," he said shortly. "They have ceased to offend. It is enough. What is the Pākehā's business with me?" "I come on God's business, Te Waharoa," said Wake. "I know nothing of the cause of your enmity towards this people or of its justice. I came to warn them of your approach, and failing that, to intercede with you in their behalf. Surely the power to show mercy is the greatest privilege of the conqueror." "The words of the Pākehā are good," said Te Waharoa stolidly, "but his actions have lagged behind. The day is done. Let us now speak of other things." "I can well see that I am too late, Chief," Wake agreed, with more moderation in his tone. "But there is surely something I can yet do for my master." "Give me the slaves you have taken. The dead are past our help, nor do they need it, but suffer the living to go free." "I have heard that the Pākehā is adverse to the making of slaves," replied Te Waharoa grimly. "I have remembered his aversion and made none." "Then your prisoners, Chief, let them be brought to me here, and we will lead them from the pā, that the sight of their faces may not reawaken your vengeance. The day is done, as you remind me. Let its deeds suffice, and peace be established between you and those who remain." Te Waharoa sat for a while in silence, as though debating what reply he should make to this request. Around him the principal men of the war party murmured to one another, with looks of amusement in their faces, and presently one leaned forward and said a few words in his chief's ear. "Good," said the latter, a cruel smile flickering for a moment at the corners of his lips. "Let those who have taken prisoners bring them here, that we may see if the Pākehā's wish can be granted. Go." A number of young men sprang up from the ranks below and hurried around the circle of warriors. Some passed through the lines into the shadows beyond, and for 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour the two white men stood waiting, while Te Waharoa, his iron visage unvisited by any sign of emotion, preserved an inflexible silence. At length, one by one, the men began to return, until the whole of them were assembled, and seeing them thus, without an addition to their number, a mocking laugh broke softly from the lips of the spectators. "It is well," said Te Waharoa calmly. "The lot of the prisoner is often less desirable than that of the slave." "Then all of these people," said Wake, in tones that faltered with emotion, "no man, woman, or child remains? For this deed, Te Waharoa," his voice hardened and his eyes flashed denunciation, "you shall yet answer, if not on earth, then at the dread day of judgment, when every soul you have sent in blood to its doom shall cry out for vengeance upon you." A murmur of wrath, even of horror, at words which, to their minds, spelt sacrilege as used against their chief, ran through the group on the hill. But Te Waharoa preserved his calm unruffled. "Pākehā," he said, "your words are as those of a child who babbles of he knows not what, and therefore I take no heed of them. Yet if children persist in wrongdoing, it becomes necessary to punish them. Therefore I say to you, go now, while the road is open. I am tired of your talk." The missionary, undaunted by a speech which, with its cold threat, might have brought fear to the bravest heart, was on the point of an impulsive reply when Purcell laid his hand on his sleeve. "Remember, Mr. Wake," he said in a low voice, and not without a tinge of humour in his tones, "that God is a long way off, while the lives of the three of us are in your very hands." The missionary paused and seemed, in obedience to the warning of the other, to change what he had been on the point of saying. "There is one more word I must say to you, Te Waharoa," he said. "The dead are at peace, and against their souls you can do no further harm. But what of their bodies? What is the meaning of these fires, the preparing of these great ovens, the sights of horror we have seen as we drew near? Will the great chief, forgetting the word of his Pakeha friends, descend to a lower level than that of the beasts, become the perpetrator of a practice which disfigures his noble race and rouses the abhorrence of mankind?" Hitherto the missionary's words, but for the one exception I have noted, had been received with indifference or half-scorned amusement. But at this bold indictment of an immemorial custom of the race, their brows contracted, and every trace of good humour vanished from their countenances. At this period the practice of cannibalism, though still invariably followed by the successful war party, had already received its death blow. The disgust of the white man, evidencing itself on the lips of the missionary and the escaped convict alike, had eaten its way less to the conscience than the pride of the Māori. And just as the modern wave of temperance, sweeping irresistibly forward, influences those who are not conscientiously in accord with it to a certain furtiveness in the taking of drink, so was cannibalism becoming a rite to be practised, if not actually in secret, at all events out of the sight of the white man. From this infection, so to call it, of shame to a natural soul growth of distaste was a matter of a very few years, and at the time of which I write, every act of cannibalism, so far from confirming and prolonging the monstrous custom, brought it nearer to an end. Shame, however, is an emotion more likely at the offset to inspire anger than repentance, and as my protector looked round the scowling faces of the warriors and heard the mutterings as of a gathering storm, he knew that the lives of all three hung on a thread. But no change came over Te Waharoa's face, nor did he appear influenced by the anger of those about him. Only in the depths of his eyes a light burned ominously. "Pakeha," he said, "you have said to me 3 things. I say to you only one. Go." Whether the missionary would have obeyed this mandate without a further attempt to drive home to the chief the horror with which his deeds had inspired him must always remain a matter of doubt, for at that critical moment, while Purcell stretched out his hand to again touch the sleeve of his companion, a warrior sprang suddenly to his feet, and stepping out from among the others, confronted my protector. "Wait," he said, and lifted a monitory forefinger. End of chapter 1. Chapter number 2 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 2. I am claimed in Utu and become the little finger of Te Waharoa. He was an elderly gentleman, grey-haired and deeply lined about the face, but lithe and active in movement. As he rose, he threw his cloak from him, and now stood up clothed only in his war-girdle. In his hand was a club or mere of greenstone, a thong from the handle of the weapon being caught in a loop round his thumb. "The old talk is done, Pakeha," he said. "This is new talk. Observe the words of the chief. They are considered words. Said he to you, 'Go thou,' or 'Go all of you'? No. 'Go you too,' were the words of Te Waharoa. But here are 3 persons, Our talk relates to the third. Let us speak now of the child. Begin." Whatever reply my protector might have made to this strange commencement was taken from his lips by the missionary, who, with that lack of imagination which so often renders futile the most heroic efforts of the single-minded, saw only the opportunity of turning my presence to account in the framing of still another reproof. Drawing back Purcell's coat till the firelight fell on my unconscious form, for by this time I was sound asleep, he cried, "Yes, look! Of all those who when the morning sun dawned were alive and happy in this village, only this one poor babe remains." But the effect of his words was far different from anything he could have anticipated. A murmur, partly of astonishment, partly of wrath, ran round the circle, and several warriors rose to their feet, crying out together. In that instant of confusion the old man raised his weapon and made a blow at me, which must have ended my career then and there, had it not been for the vigilance of my protector. Frustrated in his first attempt, the savage drew back, his eyes gleaming fiercely, and began a watchful circling of the man and child, crouching low the while, his weapon held ready for a thrust. The warriors, restored to good humour by interest in the new event, were now all shouting their advice, mostly to the attacker, but not a few to the white man, who stood like a great mastiff watching the snarling approach of some too daring cur. "Utu, a son for a son! Be careful, O Ngāru, his fist is as the knot of a kauri tree." The missionary, dismayed by this unexpected turn of events, drew near to Te Waharoa, and, in more humble tones than he had yet used, besought him to exert his authority over the preservation of the white man and the child. "Friend Pākehā," responded the chief with grim irony, "you have shown yourself a laggard both in coming and going. On your own head be the consequences." With that he waved the missionary aside and again turned his eyes upon the central figures of the drama. "Be wary, O Ngāru," cried the warriors. "Let your blow strike the child only. Now, now!" With a feint that drew his adversary to shift his position, the old warrior bent and sprang with surprising agility at his mark, but rapid as were his movements, they were met by others of equal quickness. The murderous thrust of the heavy mere glanced harmlessly aside, and a mighty blow on the neck of the crouching figure sent Ngāru rolling to the very feet of the leader of the war party. "Enough," said Te Waharoa. "Now we will talk. Let the white men seat themselves." The blow, which must have killed a man of less hardihood, seemed to have taken little effect on the old warrior. Rising to his feet, he gave a twist to his neck, as though to discover whether his head were still securely fixed on his shoulders, and then began a measured pacing up and down the sward, and coming to a standstill as he reached the distance most desirable for oratorical effect, and speaking in brief sentences with long pauses between. The gist of his remarks was to the effect that the child was the son of Terikarani, Tregarthen, that the tribe had no quarrel with Tregarthen or any other Pākehā, nor had they desired to injure him. Nevertheless, Tregarthen, though warned of the mistake he was making, had espoused the cause of the people with whom he resided. He had fought desperately, and no less than 7 of their bravest warriors had fallen to his hand alone. One of these warriors was the eldest son of the speaker. True that Tregarthen himself had been finally overpowered and slain, yet since he had ranked himself with their enemies, all of his blood became also their enemies, and none should be suffered to remain alive. The correct process in circumstances of this kind was not to leave a blood feud to be carried on by the generation that followed, but to make an end by the simple process of annihilation while the opportunity presented itself. It was correct that the child should be given up to the speaker as utu for his dead son. A murmur of approval greeted this suggestion. Ngaru retired to his place, and another warrior took possession of the stage. He also had lost a son at the hand of Tregarthen, and therefore to him, equally with Ngaru, was the life of the child forfeited. The fact that the whole of the hapu had been destroyed was immaterial. Footnote: hapu, sub-tribe. End of footnote. Tregarthen was not of the hapu. He had begun a new quarrel, all the advantage of which was as yet on his side. For while they had lost 7, Tregarthen's hapu had lost but 1. Even the killing of the child would not equalise matters. Nevertheless, concluded the speaker magnanimously, let that suffice. Several others followed, claiming utu for the death of a brother, a father, or other relative. Then came the other side. But the fire that distinguished the speakers for the prosecution was lacking for those who assumed the role of defence. It was evident that they were actuated by the love of debate, and not at all by any feeling of humanity. They were learned in the law of utu, and unfolded it in precedent and opinion as being adverse to the demands of the claimants. Presently, the deadly imminence of the question seemed to withdraw into a mist of words. For a full hour, argument and counter-argument clashed and wrestled, while I slept on, and my protectors awaited the issue with what patience they might. At length, the audience, hitherto ready to applaud any telling forensic speech, gave evidences of surfeit. "Hoi anu, kamutu," cried the throng. Footnote: Hoi anu, kamutu, enough, end it. End of footnote. All this time the chief had sat perfectly still, his eyes cast down, giving no sign that he took any interest in the proceedings, until the impatient cries of the warriors seemed to arouse him, as from a reverie. Motioning the last speaker aside, he bent his eyes on my protector. "And the Pākehā?" he asked. "What has he to say in this matter?" "Only this, Te Waharoa," said Purcell, rising to his feet. "It is not the life of 1 that is in question, but of 2. "Nay, of 3, cried the missionary, springing to his companion's side. Purcell's tone had been stern, but at this fiery support his voice dropped and took on a quaint humorousness. "It is not, chief," he said quickly, and before Wake could continue, "that I venture to dispute with these eloquent gentlemen on what is or is not in conformity with the law of utu, that is a Māori law. I only know the law of the white man, which bids me stand by this little one as long as I can." "You would fight for the child then, Pākehā?" said Te Waharoa with cold contempt. "So, chief. As for my friend, he is a man of God and of peace. Whatever may be said of us others, the missionary seeks nothing for himself. He asks nothing of you that is not for your own good in the doing. It would be a lasting stain on the Māori race if he should come to harm because of this. Therefore let him go in peace. With respect to the child, I claim him by a law stronger than your utu, the law of humanity. He who would take his life must first take mine." A dead silence followed this calmly spoken yet resolute speech. As there is no braver race than the Māori, so there is none more quick to see and admire courage. But perception and appreciation of bravery are not necessarily conjoined with the desire to spare the courageous, and while the resolution of the white man awoke admiration, it aroused also in the warlike minds of Te Waharoa's warriors the desire to match themselves against it. In an instant a score of warriors leapt to their feet, and with a cry of defiance sprang toward the white men. Te Waharoa also rose, his gleaming eyes fixed steadily and with curiosity on the central figure. How, those eyes seemed to ask, would he act when the crucial moment came? Was this white man indeed daring enough to face alone and unarmed the very flower of the Māori race? So it seemed, for Purcell, having given utterance to his resolution, stood silent and unmoved, following with watchful eyes the motions of the howling mob around him. As the armed warriors rushed upon them, the missionary had attempted to close in upon his companion, but, and as though acting in accordance with some concerted plan, the attackers, without striking a blow, drove between the two white men, thrusting Wake back until he stood within arm's length of the chief. "Te Waharoa," he cried, breathlessly seizing his opportunity. "End this before it is too late. If you think to frighten this man into surrendering the child, then you misjudge him. His blood will be on your hands, and you will bring down upon your head the execration of the Pākehās." The chief's brow contracted as he listened. He vouchsafed no reply, but turning to those about him, uttered a curt command. The missionary was immediately surrounded and forced, without actual violence, to the outskirts of the crowd, where he was bidden to seat himself and remain quiet, under pain of instant death. Meanwhile, Purcell stood, surrounded at a distance of a few yards by a grimacing and dancing ring, shouting jests and defiance. The jests indeed predominated, and it would have been difficult for any person not conversant with the character of the actors to have perceived, in a scene of so much apparent good humour, a savage and relentless purpose. Yet the most barbarous races are not incapable of acts of chivalry. A young brave, whose magnificent proportions were not unworthy to be matched with the giant frame of Purcell himself, suddenly cast his spear perpendicularly forward into the hand of the white man. "Defend thyself, O Pākehā," he cried, and seizing his mere, rushed to the attack. Whether or no the fact that Purcell was unarmed had hitherto acted as a deterrent to the assault, the spear had no sooner fallen into his hand than his assailants were upon him. But the conflict, desperate indeed as between 1 and 20, was no longer of the impossible character that had first threatened. The young brave had in fact put into the hand of his enemy the only spear possessed by the attackers, the one weapon which could be trusted to keep at a distance the short clubs and tomahawks of his assailants. Purcell's wits had all this time been at work. He had looked keenly about him for some object against which he could set his back, but the ground for some distance around was destitute of post or tree. There remained but the fire, and desperate as he recognised the position to be, with roaring flames behind him and 20 enemies in front, he did not hesitate to accept it. As the ring continued to dance round him, he had worked his way, with apparently purposeless movements, nearer and nearer to the fire, hoping to provide himself not only with an unassailable rear, but also a weapon of defence. Thus, when the spear came into his grasp, he was provided with a plan, and lost not an instant in putting it in execution. So close was he to the flames that the ring in that quarter was already broken. He took one step forward, and with a whirl of the spear that effectually cleared his ranks, faced about to meet the assault. It was impossible that he should long withstand it, yet for the best part of a minute none got within the guard of that whirling point, or reached to it without feeling its thrust. Sideways he leapt, and with fingers glued to the staunch wood, thrust and smote. Once at a crucial moment he stepped right back into the fire and kicked hot ashes and flaming embers into the faces of his assailants. Falling on them before they could recover themselves, and driving them ignominiously before him. But when the spectators beheld this tremendous feat of arms, and realised the shame which threatened the taua, they sprang up in their tens and scores and rushed to join in the conflict. Scorched by the flames, perspiration streaming from his face, but uninjured, and with the child still safe in the bend of his arm, the dauntless white man caught his spear in a fresh grasp and looked with steady gaze at the approaching death. No single arm could withstand even for a moment the multitude that now came against him. Only a miracle could save him, and the miracle happened. One instant he was gazing into the fierce, contorted faces of his enemies. In the next, the whole scene was blotted from his vision. Something had fallen, as from the sky, and enveloped him. Was it a ruse of the enemy? Hampered by the child and the necessity of retaining possession of his spear, it was impossible that he could free himself before the death blow fell. But the moments passed and nothing happened. He became aware of a silence that, in contrast with the uproar of the preceding minutes, was as death itself. Could that be the solution of the mystery? Suddenly the obscuring veil was withdrawn and he looked wonderingly about him. Before him, as though arrested and petrified in mid-career, were the enemies whose last seen motions had threatened to overwhelm him. Their faces expressed chagrin, verging on anger, but held in check by something approaching awe. At his side, holding his great mat of dogskin, dependent from one hand, stood the chief, Waharoa. "Enough, O warriors," he said quietly. "This pakeha is the thumb of my right hand. The child is my little finger." Not a voice was raised, as though the words possessed in themselves some magical charm to still the passions of men. The attackers melted away and became merged in the rest of the war party. Soon the chief and the white man, over whom he had cast the mantle of his protection, stood alone. "Pakeha," said the formal, "as concerns you and the child and the man of many words, be at ease. Henceforth the tapu of Waharoa clothes and protects you." Footnote: Tapu. See note, page 400. End of footnote. For tonight enough has been spoken. My young men will guide you to a whare, where presently food shall be brought to you. But see to it that the man of words does not trouble me again. "I shall do your bidding, chief," said Purcell. "For the protection you have given me and the child, I thank you. Is it permitted me, without offence, to speak one more word?" "Speak, pakeha." "It concerns the body of the white man, the father of this child." "It shall be sent to you. Do with it as you please. As for the food, have no fear. The Māori follow the custom of his forefathers, but he is not prone, as the man of words, to thrust his observances on the stranger." With this parting thrust at the missionary, the chief turned away, while Purcell, inwardly congratulating himself on his narrow escape from death, stood to await the arrival of the promised guide. He came in the person of the young chief who had so gallantly and opportunely thrown him his spear, and he brought Wake with him. "Come, great warrior," said the brave, running his eye admiringly over the form of the Englishman. "Comrade," said my protector, extending his hand, "if it should ever chance to you to need the help of a white man, to me belongs the right. Let me know the name of the brave enemy, that I may remember it among those of my friends." "Paua," responded the youth, his face showing gratification. "The pakeha is a fighter of fighters. He has given many wounds, yet received none. What of the child?" "Still sleeps on unharmed." "Truly, it is wonderful," commented Paua. "I and many others sought only the life of the child." "Such words sound harshly in the ears of your friend, Paua," said my protector reprovingly. "Does it become a brave warrior to make war on an infant?" Paua shrugged his shoulders. "What matter a life that knows not of itself?" he said. "It is as a bird that falls in the thick bush and is remembered not at all." Both the white men recognised that the moral aspect made no appeal to the savage mind, and refrained from continuing the argument. "He is now the little finger of Te Waharoa," Purcell reminded him. "And the little finger may grow into the right hand of the chief's enemy," was the reply. "But come, let us go." He led the way round the fire, and avoiding the groups of warriors making their way in the direction of the cooking fires, set off at a brisk pace round the outskirts of the ravaged village. The fires that for the best part of an hour had rocked and roared on the hill summit, a beacon of terror and warning to the surrounding country, were now dying down, heaps of glowing ashes marking the spots where the homes of the villagers had so recently stood. Purcell shuddered as he saw in imagination the dismembered bodies of those villagers, now prisoned in the fiery stones of Te Waharoa's ovens. After proceeding at a rapid pace for something like half a mile, their guide turned in towards the village, and a minute or two later stopped before a group of buildings which had escaped the fate of the rest. These were 3 in number, and though with none of the adornments that mark the more sacred edifices of the Māori pā, were yet apparently substantially built and in good repair. The largest of the 3, built on piles to exclude vermin, was a storehouse of such dimensions that Purcell paused to ask their guide to whom it had belonged. "To the Pākehā," Paua replied briefly. "Then it is to the child's home that you have brought us?" The native made a gesture of assent, and sliding back the door of the building by which they stood, motioned them to enter. Darting away at the same moment, he returned ere they were well inside the dark interior, with a flaming brand plucked from a burning building. A small lamp, still containing oil, stood on a rough table, the legs of which were sunk into the earthen floor, and presently in its dim light the white men looked around on the rude home of a man of their race who had fallen a victim to the tribal wars of his adopted country. That the place had been raided by the conquerors was evident by the confusion that prevailed. The contents of chests and shelves, or such part of them as had not found favour with the raiders, lay in heaps or scattered broadcast over the floor. Little of economic value remained. Books and papers formed the greater part of the litter. The sleeping bunks were bare of coverings, save for one tattered blanket, in which, after a glance round, my protector wrapped my still unconscious form, subsequently depositing me on the bunk. The missionary, overcome by the horrors he had witnessed, sank to a seat, and with his chin in his hands stared gloomily at the floor. "Come, Mr. Wake," said Purcell cheerfully, "let us rather thank God for the little we have accomplished than lament over what we have failed to do." Mr. Wake shuddered and shook himself as from a nightmare. "You are right, my friend," he said. "Forgive my weakness. It is not to every man that there is given the greatness of soul to face such scenes undismayed. Now let us consider what is to be done for Tregarthen's child." Paua, who, after lighting the lamp, had carried his firebrand outside, now returned with an armful of rugs, which he set down on the vacant bunk. "Food and drink shall be sent for the Pākehās," he announced, pausing in the doorway. "The storehouse has not been touched, then, my friend?" said Purcell, indicating the rugs, which had apparently never been in use. "No, all therein is the war spoil of the chief." "Friend Paua, it seems to me that instead of utu being payable by the child, he has a right to demand it of those who have bereft him of father and possessions, of all save the rags in which he lies." The warrior's eyes followed the direction of Purcell's to the little bundle on the bunk. "Many chiefs and sons of chiefs fell in this quarrel," he replied, Their beds are not so soft as that of the child." My protector nodded. "Go then, friend," he said. But he continued to discuss the question with Wake, whose knowledge of native law and custom was considerable. The missionary roused himself to the consideration of a problem beset with difficulties. Having dismissed the claim of the other side, and thus acknowledged me to be a non-combatant, Te Waharoa had laid himself open to be proceeded against in turn. But was this a moment to enter a claim? If the motives that had actuated the chief in sparing my life were sufficiently powerful, they might extend also to the preserving to me of the possessions of my father. In short, it was impossible to entertain any action save an appeal to the clemency of the conqueror. While this decision was being arrived at, the sound of voices and approaching footsteps brought both men to the doorway. In the darkness, momentarily dispersed by the winking flame of the failing fires, was a body of men moving in single file towards the hut. A long pole rested on their shoulders, and sagging from the middle was a mysterious bundle closely swathed in fern. In this manner my father, with the blood of 7 warriors on his dead hands, returned to his home. End of chapter 2. Chapter number 3 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 3. I Find a Haven. They buried him that night, digging his grave with spades taken from the war spoil of Te Waharoa, and laying him in the cool, dry earth of that windy hilltop. His bones have long since been transferred to the other end of the earth, where, in the tomb of his ancestors, beside his girl-wife, the mother I never knew, they moulder to the English dust from which they sprang. But it is on the hilltop I love to think of him, resting after a brief and stormy life, full of wounds and honour, high up under the great arch of the sky. Sheep feed peacefully now on the wind-bitten heights, and only the step of an occasional shepherd breaks the solitude of the Tukuma Pa. White men and brown alike are gone. But for me it is peopled with the ghosts of that tragic night. Its blood-drenched terraces still cry to the heaven, its burning whares still red in the sky, and in the midst of it, as though it were a monument raised in his honour, for me, the body of my father lies there still. Te Waharoa remained many days at Tukuma, for the spoil taken at the capture of the Pa was great. Crops had been harvested. Potatoes, kumeras, and corn filled the storehouses to repletion. Visits from friendly parties were frequent, and none was suffered to depart without bearing with it evidences of the goodwill and hospitality of the conquerors. Even with this assistance, there was one kind of food in almost too great abundance. Slaves bearing baskets of human flesh were dispatched all through the Waikato, carrying greetings to friendly chiefs and summoning war parties to join Te Waharoa in the prosecution of further schemes of conquest. Even on the morning immediately following the capture of the Pa, a whisper of his destination was abroad, for Te Waharoa had a blood feud well nigh as old as himself, which still remained unsatisfied. It was this rumour that led, ere the sun was well up in the heavens, to the hurried departure of the missionary, still bent on the salvation of the bodies not less than the souls of his adopted people. And when I myself awoke and rubbed the sleep from my eyes, it was to find myself alone with my protector. He was seated on a box in the centre of the whare, tying together the sheaves of letters and papers he had collected from the floor, humming softly to himself the while, a habit the meaning of which I was to know well by and by. All I said on this occasion, however, was "Dada?" He gave a great start, and his blue eyes fell on my small figure sitting up, half buried in the rugs and pillows. "Dada, eh?" he said musingly, as though he were confronted with a problem. A moment later his expression changed, and putting his hand in his pocket, he drew out a biscuit and held it out to me. It must have been an unusual number of hours since I had partaken of any food, and I scrambled eagerly from my perch, rolled to the floor, picked myself up, and toddled to his knees to receive the biscuit. From that moment, what memories I have of my father became indissolubly mingled with those of my new protector. To the man who gave me birth, my mind turns as toward some beloved figure of romance, but the memory of Purcell can still stir me to a passion of love and reverence, as strong surely as can be raised in the breast of a human being. It may be that you, my dear reader, will become impatient with this man, that he may offend in his words and actions your lifelong and doubtless well-grounded opinions. Sometimes, as you may discover, I have differed from him, and alas, at the end there rose between us a wall the most terrible and insurmountable that can exist between man and man. But never for an hour was my love for him or his for me diminished a degree by our differences. His faults were no less lovable than his virtues, and of this I am certain, that his mistakes, if they were such, sprang from the greatness and not the littleness of his soul. But I am not yet out of the clutch of Te Waharoa. For long after the events I have described, my memory is a jumble of incidents without definite order. I have a confused memory of much talking and many figures, all strange ones, in the whare. Then I am in a canoe. It may have been the same day or many days afterwards. There are numerous packages in the canoe, and I seem to be wedged in now here, now there amongst them. But I can always see the face of my protector and hear his "tumble out" or "tumble in, Cedric," a command doubtless obeyed literally, which announced the different stages of our journey. We seemed to be a long time in the canoe, and yet not all the time taken by the journey. There were intervals in the bush, filled with delight by day, but entirely opposite feeling at night, when the cries of the mawporks or the scuttling of kiwi in the brake set me clinging closer to my protector. Footnote: Mawpork, the native owl. Kiwi, a wingless bird. End of footnote. There were nights and long lazy days in native villages where bright-eyed maidens, of whom I had no fear at all, would take me, rubbing their soft noses against my face in a way mysteriously pleasant and comforting to my babyhood. But always I came back eventually to my protector, and always the pair of us returned ultimately to the canoe full of packages. No doubt there were many canoes, but to me it was always the same one. I have no recollection of the journey coming to an end, nor of what happened immediately thereafter, nor indeed for many and many a day. The small ship of my life had come into a quiet haven, where the ordered sequence of events made no impression on my mind. I ate and drank and slept, and was greatly cared for in addition to being that rare thing, a Pākehā child, was I not also the little finger of Te Waharoa? No doubt the first objects that impressed themselves on and grew familiar to my infancy were the buildings of the pā. the mysterious Wharekura. Footnote: Wharekura, the Māori college for the education of the sons of great chiefs. End of footnote. Fronting the rising sun in the midst of the holy enclosure, where stood the sinister graven image of the rainbow god, with a huddled human sacrifice mouldering in the earth beneath his footless body. The whare of the supreme chief, little less sacred and awe-inspiring, the whare matoro, which may be likened to the theatre or amusement hall of a Pākehā town, and was to become eventually as full of pleasurable associations. The great storehouses carved from pile to apex, 100 threatening pearl-eyed images glaring from their outward walls. The cooking houses of fern stem or scrub. The huts of the villagers, on a descending scale, from the most elaborately carved houses to mere shelters of rush. Lowest on the hill slope, half hidden in a fold of the ground, was a dwelling of a tohunga, or priest-doctor. From its doorway could be seen only the steep flank of the hill, with the river swirling in a silver bend at its foot. Not that for many a long day I stood in that doorway, enough for me and my young companions if, scurrying past on the track below, we saw not the dreaded figure crouching in the porch, staring with brooding eyes at the river or on the bush beyond. The tohunga could look over the inner palisade of the pā, beside which the track lay. If at such times he happened to move, the biggest of us could pull back a sliding door at the foot of the fence and be away from his sight in the trench below. There were 3 fences beyond this, increasing in strength until we came to the pikirangi, built of great trees sunk side by side, every 6th tree outtopping its fellows, and carved at the summit with a hideous figurehead. Footnote: Pikirangi, the outer palisade of the pā. End of footnote. Overlooking the river as it flashed round the foot of the pā was the Waharoa, the great and elaborately carved gateway by which entrance to the fort village was gained. But when I began to turn my eyes from the things in my immediate neighbourhood and look around at the world into which I had come, be sure the first thing to catch my childish eyes was the great bulk of Pirongia. Sometimes he was close at hand. A leap would land me on his bush-clad flanks, and when I became learned in forest lore, on such occasions I could distinguish the trees and their kinds, as one who knows the words reads a book. At others he was far off and inaccessible, a long day's journey away. Not seldom, in the early morning, or on a wet wintry day, he drew cloud and mist around him as a mantle, and then all the world responded to his mood, became a place unknown and strange, dwarfed in height but extended into a flat infinitude, for he was no longer there. Every hour he changed. In the morning greys and greens predominated. As day advanced, the greens vanished and the greys deepened into blues, into deeper blues, into thunderous purples and blacks, and so, against a background of golden glory, where the sun sank into the ocean, he passed into the night, making of himself a starless cone in the heavens. From the pā, he was always majestic and stern, calling on the heart of the beholder for strength and courage and endurance. But I have also seen him from afar, tender as a cloud and blue as a sapphire, beckoning his own back to their allegiance. There were other things to be seen from the pā, the river, breaking suddenly with its broad silver from the dense bush, sweeping in a great curve round the hill and disappearing as suddenly as it appeared. The cultivations on the rich alluvial flat below, kumara and corn and potato, and through a gap in the hills, the wide green or yellow of springing or ripening wheat, the beginnings of that new order which was to cover the limestone soils of Waipa with the staple food of the white man. The rest was bush, billow on green billow, rolling almost to the foot of the pa, masking the hills and choking the valleys. Such a riot of vegetable life as would daunt the stoutest heart in the attempt to penetrate it. Tracks were there, to be sure, ancient ways, still deflected from straightness by the ghost of trees whose bodies had dispersed in dust ages ago. To step from their narrow limits was to begin a struggle, the end of which might well be exhaustion and death. Such in appearance were the Matakiki Pa and its surroundings. At the time of my arrival, its inhabitants could scarce have numbered less than 1,000 individuals. It was situated in the territory of the Ngāti Maniapoto, with whom Te Waharoa had established a lasting alliance, and to this country, as a safe harbourage, after the sack of the Tukuma Pa, he sent his thumb and little finger, commending their care to a lesser chief of that tribe until the conclusion of the little affairs on which he was then engaged should afford him leisure to claim them. This chief, then a man well advanced in years, had proved himself a sagacious leader, nursing his tribe to full membership, and while not refusing the loan of a war party for the prosecution of such of the schemes of his allies as promised a successful issue, yet refrained from ventures that might commit him to a life of continuous warfare. It was in keeping with this diplomatic policy that he should welcome to his kāinga a white man of the stamp of Purcell. Footnote: Kāinga, the home. End of footnote. While the Pākehā had by force of circumstance become all but a necessity to the Māori, he was now dribbling into the country in sufficient numbers to allow of the exercise of a little care in his selection. No longer might the escaped convict or deserting whaler pass at once into a sort of enslaved kingship, to balance himself giddily between power and sudden death. The missionary, tramping alone and unarmed into the Pas, accomplished at least the advantage of revealing to his savage but intelligent flock a standard by which their own Pākehā Māori might be judged. Footnote: Pākehā Māori, a European living as a Māori. End of footnote. And few there were that could satisfactorily survive the test. Equally destitute of fear and morals, to most of these the opening of the Waharoa was as the unclosing of the gates of a Mohammedan paradise, for here were dark-eyed houris in abundance, to whom alliance with a white man lent a great, if meretricious, splendour. But such a man as Purcell, bringing with him as he did a load of goods belonging to my father, for Te Waharoa had eventually consented to divide his spoils with the dead man's son, not to speak of his ability to procure more, was a treasure to be received anywhere in New Zealand with open arms. It is true that the hapu had possessed a Pākehā of sorts several years previously, but of him we discovered little and nothing to his advantage. As to his end, there was a conspiracy of reticence, and even his name has been distorted out of all recognition. There were, besides the chief, a score or more of others, who claimed authority little below his own, and absolute for life or death, as was the power of Te Moanaroa. He seldom or never exercised it without the full consent of the Council of Chiefs. He was, as I remember him, a man of heavy build, short in stature, but of immense breadth of shoulder, never to be seen abroad without a war spear in his hand. He spoke seldom. At the council of chiefs in the marae, I have seen him sit for hours in complete silence, and yet in some mysterious way enforce his will upon the speakers. Footnote: Marae, the village square. End of footnote. Not that I would claim for him any powers of telepathy. I think it was rather a natural sagacity and deep knowledge of human nature that enabled him to control the turbulent passions of his people. He was a believer in talk as a safety valve. He would wait patiently for hours while the verbal contest raged around him, and not till it had subsided into the calmness of exhaustion would he, in a few softly spoken words, disclose his inflexible will. Of an importance frequently greater than that of the chiefs were the tohunga. Whether it was due to the comparatively long peace enjoyed by the community, or because of a certain love of mysticism in Te Moanaroa himself, I cannot say, but at the time of which I write it is no misuse of words to say that the pa was infested with them. I am not now speaking of the artists and the men of learning in astronomy, agriculture, genealogy, and such like, who through the terrible centuries of Māori history had kept the lamp of knowledge burning undimmed, but of those followers of black magic with whom the name of tohunga is more popularly associated. These men usually, though not invariably, of good birth, possessed a power in the community which must have felt in almost equal degree by the slave and the sacred Ariki himself. Footnote: Ariki, God-descended chief. End of footnote. They were, at one and the same time, hated, dreaded, and revered. Through their mouths spoke the gods or devils of Māori theology, and from birth to death and afterwards there was no act of importance in the lives and death of the people, whether it were the setting out of a war party or the planting of a seed, which did not come under their direct control. As I call to mind the terror of these men that possessed me in my childhood, a terror founded on sights and sounds actually seen and heard, and which now, as then, remain inexplicable, I marvel at the discredit into which their kind has fallen. Truly, the modern representatives of tohungaism, half contemptuously tolerated by the villagers and ignominiously hustled by the Pākehā law, are but a poor lot of degenerates. Not with such men would Te Atua Mangu have deigned to cast the nu, or thrust the wands of life and death into the holy ground. Footnote: Nu, divining rods. End of footnote. The chief paramount, of him I shall have much to say presently, was so by right of birth, the eldest son of the eldest son, and grave indeed was the objection that might shake him from his seat. But the tohunga was great by reason of his own greatness. A single act might lift him into a position of eminence. A fortunate augury, or, if you prefer it, a lucky shot at the future, might render him an object of veneration. And thus, during the first 7 years of my life at the Pa, there were several changes in the standing of the wizard doctors, now one, now another, but for widely different reasons, gaining the favour of the tribe. I know not how it was that during this time the one of whom I went most in awe was the tohunga whose place of residence I have already described. He was certainly not among those on whose word the hapu depended on great occasions, And though by the tohungas themselves he was highly regarded on account of some extraordinary feat performed years before, which had earned him his name of Te Atua Mangu, the Black Spirit, he had done little since to sustain the reputation he then gained, or to exalt his name with the tribe. He was a man of deeply contemplative habits, shunning society, and given to fits of abstraction, as became the philosopher. For days together his whare would be closed, and on such occasions it was impossible to tell whether the magician were away on one of his solitary protracted rambles, or pursuing some occult speculation in the unapproachable privacy of his hut. It may be that what subsequently happened has unduly coloured my early memories of this man, and yet I cannot but feel that there was an instinctive dread of him in my mind long before any action of his, unless it were his ominous way of regarding me, justified the existence of any such feeling. Let me now briefly recall the uneventful manner of my life during those first 7 years. My protector, on his arrival, had been given a whare close to that of the chief, and on this spot, before the first winter set in, he had erected a building, framed of tea tree and wattled with rushes, large enough to serve as a store and dwelling house combined. Here was my home. The store faced the village square, half the front opening in a sliding door of hewn timber, which could be, and sometimes was, secured with a padlock. Fronting this door was an opening in the back wall, giving admission to the house. I remember it with 4 rooms, but at first there were but 2, the kitchen and a small bedroom beyond. There were a means of exit from the kitchen and some apertures in both rooms, which a few years later were dignified by being fitted with glass. To the rear of this building was a long store on piles, sometimes full to repletion, at others an empty shell. I think Purcell must have taken to himself a wife immediately on arrival. At all events, I can remember no time when Roma was not a member of the household. She was of one of the fair-skinned Uriwera hapus, no darker than a South European, with small regular features. I fancy that she had been enslaved since childhood, but of this I am not certain, the only confirmatory evidence being the absence of tattoo marks on both her lips and her calves, and the circumstance that she was certainly an alien. My recollections of her are such a blend of the tender and the comical that I hesitate to put them on record lest the latter element should predominate. All, or nearly all, that a child can owe to its mother, I owe to her. She was, I should think, the humblest being of her sex that ever existed. Despite a beauty that was real by any standard, and a natural intelligence of quite a respectable order, she remained forever at the feet of her husband. To her he was the most splendid and worshipful of created beings, and his lifelong efforts to lift her to a more exalted position ended in complete failure. No man could be more consistently kind to a woman than Purcell was to his wife, and it seemed impossible that physical fear of him could ever have dwelt in her mind. Yet beneath the devotion in her eyes I seemed always to see an expression which I do not know how to describe by any other name. She took nothing from his hand, though it were but the salt to season her food, without such humility of gratitude as no man would willingly demand from his hound. I know that for years Purcell was restive and even unhappy by reason of this attitude of his wife's. Once, happening to return unexpectedly after leaving the house, I saw him holding her above his head and shaking her with rough tenderness in his great arms, the while a passion of protest poured from his lips. But I do not know that any particular amount of humility was shaken out of her by this unusual treatment. I think that he became at length reconciled to the position. At all events, her self-effacement became a household jest, not less amusing for its mingling of pathos, and though she appeared to share in our enjoyment, there is no doubt in my mind that the pathos and the humour were alike concealed from her. But it was not only her husband who was thus exalted into a species of god. There came a time when I also developed into an object of veneration, when my caresses were received with trembling gratitude, and she was unable to approach me without evidences of internal trepidation. Nor was this the climax of her mental malady, for later her humility was to stand between her and her own daughter, and not even the demonstrative warmth of that tenderest of hearts could avail aught against it. So at length I come to Puhihuia. She was born within 2 years of our arrival at the village. As the happy young mother held up the babe for the inspection of its father, and on this occasion we may believe that pride and exultation ousted the humility from her eyes, a bunch of the feathers of the royal huia bird fell from its place on the wall, and rested for a moment on the head of the child. Such an omen could not be disregarded. Puhihuia, plume of the huia, said the mother. Behold the name, and whether it were because this was the first occasion on which his young wife had taken the initiative, or because he was himself indifferent, the name established itself. What a baby was Puhihuia! Surely never before or since has there been her equal. A fat smile was the soul of her. She was most astonishingly obedient. Perhaps the humility of the mother took this form in the child. I have set her down in the fern with instructions not to move, and came back hours afterward to find her still in her nest, patiently with chubby hand chasing the cricket she never succeeded in catching. Her disposition was so sunny that even pain could scarce quench the light that shone in her face. If I failed in an attempt to transport her on my back over some obstacle, for she was a heavy child, inflicting bruises on her and myself, no whimper escaped her. She would pick herself up, ready to be carried again, or to follow in my footsteps, according as I directed. The dangers into which in my innocence I led that child, the bruises and wounds I was the means of inflicting on her tender body, have sent many a shiver through me in subsequent years. And if I had not so often heard of the deceptions we practised to escape from supervision, and of the wild outcry in the kaianga that followed our prolonged disappearance, I could not avoid attaching some measure of blame to our guardians. The ooze of the river or the tangles of the forest should have secreted our small bones not once but a score of times. Better perhaps for one of us if they had. To these escapades, in the absence of any harm resulting from them, the village became in time inured, and as we increased in years and strength, we were tacitly allowed the latitude to wander, which we had in the first place wrestled by sheer persistence from our unwilling guardians. My protector was a man whose nerves had no power to play tricks with his imagination. Danger had no existence for him until he was in the midst of it, and the fact that he recognized its presence even then was only to be gathered by an increase of cheerfulness in his manner. That he should neglect to watch over our every footstep, and should laugh at rather than reprove our exploits, was only in accordance with such a disposition. But he could be adamant in other matters. A certain part of the day was set aside for lessons, and nimble as were my wits, I never discovered a satisfactory way of evading these. The methods I did try, however successful for the time being, were always unsatisfactory in the end, and I can still recall the figure of Puhihuia in her little chair, big tears, which could be drawn with difficulty from her on her own account, rolling down her cheeks, as she unwillingly witnessed the expiation of my offence. But I should do myself an injustice if I led the reader to suppose that in the end I learnt unwillingly. Once I had been fitted with the power to read easily, I discovered that the same curiosity which led me to pass no new thing in the river or the track called me with equal force into the realm of books. Fortunate indeed was I to have such a guide and instructor, for though I can lay no claim to scholarship, possessing nothing approaching exhaustive knowledge on any one subject, yet I am free of so wide a domain and can wander so far without hindrance or stumbling blocks, that I have at least the delights, if not the profits, of learning. And this, equally with my life, I owe to Purcell. I have often wondered what was the true extent of his knowledge. It certainly could not be so limitless as it appeared to me in my youth. Yet, on the other hand, not to the last hour of his life could I be certain that in any subject I had plumbed it to the bottom. He taught me 3 modern languages, not to speak of Maori and English, and would, I doubt not, have taught me as many more, had not my appetite for this special branch of knowledge become surfeited with the 3rd. But the thing that still at this day gives me the greatest surprise was his wide attainments in science. At that date, and even for 50 years thereafter, what was called education was limited to the facts of human history, so that a man might be ignorant as a savage of the whole cosmos, and yet, if he were fairly conversant with Greek and Latin, he was regarded as an educated man. On the other hand, whatever might be a man's attainments in science, and however profound his acquaintance with natural laws, he could lay no claim to scholarship unless he could add to them a smattering of the classics. Even to this day, the idea of the comparative unimportance of science lingers in certain quarters, and we find men of reputed education confessing and even boasting that they are puzzled by the phases of the moon. To me, the career of Purcell remains a romance as deeply clothed in mystery as that of the man in the Iron Mask. Whence did he come, and why? What tragedy was it that cut one so brilliant off from his kind and thrust him into the arms of savagery? All his actions, from the moment I first knew him, were those of a man who had definitely determined his manner of life from that time forward. Nor can I confidently say that I ever saw in his manner evidences of regret for the life he had left behind him. He had a warm heart for individuals, but I have sometimes thought that his attitude towards mankind was misanthropic, and that an intellectual impatience with man's social systems might lie at the root of his choice of the simple, strenuous life. But to return to Puhihuia and myself. While our expanding minds were thus nourished with the lore of the old world, there was no other difference in our manner of life than that of the children of the same rank around us. We played their games and spoke their language. The ghosts of the bush and the gods of the sky were as real to us as to them. In those days it never occurred to us to compare the knowledge we derived from such diverse sources. Our minds were simply receptive, and curious indeed was the muddle which creation presented to our mental vision. The taipo and the tiger were monsters equally capable of verification, but the former we heard daily and the latter only occasionally in our lessons. Footnote: Taipo, a supernatural being. End of footnote. It was not for some years that the suspicion came to me that I was in any way different from my companions, and I remember to this hour the sense of loss and degradation that overwhelmed me with the knowledge that I was not of the Ngāti Maniapoto, nor even a Māori, but a member of a distant and alien race. It was not very long after this that I first encountered Rangiora. End of chapter 3. Chapter number 4 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 4. I Meet Rangiora. To account for Rangiora, I must extend my scene to a point some 12 miles to the westward of the pa, where, within sight of the beautiful Kawhia harbour, dwelt the Ariki, or chief paramount of the tribe. This pa was neither so populous nor so prosperous as Matakiki, for brains are not a necessary concomitant of high lineage, and in this respect Te Moanaroa was immeasurably the superior of his chief. Te Huata was a savage of the old school, fierce and bloodthirsty, a cannibal by choice as well as by custom, and a hater of the Pakeha. Of him many dreadful stories were told me by my young companions. He had eaten up a whole tribe so recently that the memory of the deed was still strong in men's minds. For a 12-month he had lived on the tender flesh of infants, following with that of young maidens and youths. The well-born of the subjected tribe had gone to provide blood sacrifices at such ceremonies as launching of war canoes, the opening of buildings, and in the end, with the exception of those who had fled to friendly tribes, there to remain as long as they lived, of little more account than slaves. The tribe was extinct. Of late years, on account of the spread of Pakeha ideas, and the dwindling of his own immediate adherents, Te Huata had found the prosecution of such wars as these difficult. The mischievous doctrines of the missionaries had spread into places where they themselves had never set foot, and there was a growing indisposition on the part of the young men to devote their lives to war. Deprived of his favourite food, and conscious of a slow but continual decrease in his power, Te Huata's disposition increased in moroseness. For all his dullness of wit, he could not see but whence came the spirit that was metamorphosing the ancient Māori customs, and deep and unappeasable was his hatred of the white man. Yet when Purcell, accompanied by Te Moanaroa and other high chiefs, laid before him a proposition to establish a trading station in the midst of his tribe, and thus secure to it a share of those new things which were transforming the whole country, he yielded a grudging consent. That he did so was a surprise to everyone. Te Moanaroa had shaken his head when the possibility of such an establishment was suggested to him. Nevertheless, he used his influence with the chiefs far and wide, and spoke with such wiliness at the final council that perhaps it was to him success was owing. "Does the white man seek to open a doorway for his tribe?" the Ariki asked, fixing his fierce dark eyes on Purcell. No, but for the treasures of the white man's country, responded Te Moanaroa. Guns are good, and the things of iron, axes and knives. Let our women have clothes that they may become as the birds in splendour. Tobacco is a hard food to come by, but the pakeha shall make it easy. Even I myself have paid much good greenstone for tobacco, but now the common fellow shall get flax, and the chief shall smoke, and all will be well. Footnote: Greenstone jade was highly prized by the Māori for the making of clubs and ornaments. It is found only at one locality in the South Island. End of footnote. Will one pakeha accomplish these things? Huata persisted. One or two, for there remains the little finger, said Te Moanaroa easily. So long as the chief shall find workers, Purcell corroborated. I will seek none from elsewhere. Then be it so, said the Ariki, bringing the discussion to an end. But take heed, pakeha, how you deceive me. In the hour that you bring another pakeha into my kaianga, you shall go to the oven. I, were you not merely the thumb, but the whole body of Te Waharoa. And he regarded the trader with looks so threatening that few but he could have met their regard undismayed. As for the chiefs, awed by a threat so daring and humiliated that their Ariki should, in his spleen, have cast so gross an insult on their illustrious ally, an insult for which, if it came to the ears of Te Waharoa, they might yet have to pay in their life's blood. They rose to their feet and dispersed in silence back to their homes. But Purcell, nothing daunted by the attitude of the chief, who he well knew had yielded to popular clamour and not conviction, built his store and organised his band of workers, and so rooted himself that long before the time at which I have arrived he had become indispensable to the tribe. True to his word, he had called no white man to his assistance, relying entirely on the carefully selected staff of natives for the conduct of his affairs and the safeguarding of his possessions. In time, a third store was established on the shores of the harbour, and as business increased, and trading vessels, instead of being visitors of chance, began to put in with some regularity, this station became shortly the most flourishing of the three. It was not without difficulty, and regardless of several refusals, that Purcell gained this further concession from the Ariki. But the trader had found an ally in Te Huata's own household, in the person of no other than the chief's principal wife. Tuku, the spider's web, was a tapairo of lineage as illustrious as Te Huata's own. Footnote: Tapairo, a chieftainess descended as the Ariki from the gods. End of footnote. She was, moreover, a woman of much intelligence, quick to see the advantages that must accrue to the tribe by the increase in wealth and standing of its pakeha, and equally resolute to secure them by every means in her power. What arguments or persuasions she used to break down the dogged will of her spouse may be gleaned later. Suffice it for the present that she gained her way, and the trader was permitted to extend his field of operations. From that time my protector spent at least half his time away from the home, and it became one of the greatest delights of our lives for Puhihuia and myself to set forth at those periods when his return was expected and meet him, either on the bush track or among the ferny hills, or even in that dense and sunken forest which flanked the Ariki's pa itself. I find that after all I have neglected to account for Rangiora. He was then the firstborn son of Te Huata and his wife Tukutuku, a youth of such godlike descent that even his parents suffered extinguishment from his greatness. In his person were united strains of the proudest blood in New Zealand. So exalted was his birth that his very existence became almost a menace to his tribe. At any moment some thoughtless childish action might, by reason of the powerful tapu that emanated from his person, plunge the tribe into serious difficulties. Thus, day and night, attendants were deputed to watch and control his every action. On the other hand, Māori custom allowed almost unlimited latitude to the young. Harshness or severity towards a child were things well nigh unknown, and thus it may be gathered that the responsibility resting on the attendants of a high-born youth of an adventurous nature was by no means a light one. Puhihuia and I had set out at daylight one morning on the mission of which I have spoken, having secretly determined on an early start with the object of catching our father on the very outskirts of Te Huata's pa, for to enter the stronghold of the dreaded Cannibal chief itself was an exploit beyond even our daring. It was a beautiful morning in the early spring, and as, clear of the pa, we ran gleefully down the well-defined bush track, the morning carol of the bellbird still pealed among the branches overhead. Flocks of parakeets flew with a whistling chatter from tree to tree, and in the dark boughs of the taraires unnumbered pigeons gobbled the purple fruits. Now and then, with harsh cries, a troop of parrots would whirl upward into the blue sky, and circling in the air, drop again a mile away into the billowing foliage. From every side came to us the sound of rushing water, now falling in cataracts down the rocks to some deep-worn pool in the boulders, now racing over a shingly bed, almost hidden from view by dense thickets of fern trees. The path was soft and wet, often degenerating into mud, and many of the fords held deep water between the stepping stones, for the winter rains were still a thing of yesterday. But the delights of that miry way! The sweet scent of damp earth and fern frond, the unending variety of growth, and shades of green innumerable. The flowers, the spathes of the tawhara, sweet sub-acid, of a taste indescribable, the kōwhais hung with gold, the snowy pillars, wreaths and arches of the climbing clematis, and then to pause midstream and chase the tommycod among the rocks. Puhihuia keeping careful watch on one side while I groped for the slippery prey in the crevices of the stone on the other. We scarce knew how chilly was the bush in the early morning, till we came out on the ferny hill and stood sneezing and basking in the broad warm sunshine. But this place had its own peculiar delights. Never was such a spot for an ambush. Even father himself could stand upright in that giant brake, and no vestige of him would be visible to the keen eyes of his children. Innumerable false tracks criss-crossed the hilltop, winding into one another and forming a maze to which no key existed. Sometimes we would come on spots with the ground overthrown and the tangled roots exposed, or even suddenly confront the author of the mischief, when, waiting for no more than a grunt and hands interlocked, we fled to safety. There was no pig or sign of one on this particular morning. Indeed, the only living occupant of the brake appeared to be a bird, coloured a lively brown, with checks and bars of darker hue, who ran with wonderful agility up and down the fern stems, spreading and flaunting his long tail. He was remarkably tame, as all the New Zealand birds seemed to be in those days, flitting on his business quite regardless of our presence, and scarce troubling to fly off even when we assumed the offensive. What has become of all those confiding birds I remember in my youth? Most of them were soberly coloured, but they possessed a charm for which I look in vain among their successors. The sturdy robins and native thrushes, who would peck outside the whares and even venture on occasions over the threshold, the hosts of bellbirds, peopling every bush and rendering dawn and twilight vocal with their sweet notes. Whither have they flown? I rambled the bush a few years back, and save for the lonely voice of the tui, all was silent. Even the bold creatures who succeeded them do not venture here. The temple, empty of its choristers, maintains a melancholy silence. We had come quickly through the bush, leaving plenty of time for the remainder of our journey. So, not for the first time, I became that one, the nameless. With a charred stick carried in my belt for that express purpose, I laid off in black scrolls on my countenance the tattoo marks of Tihuata, and, arming myself with a straight fern stalk, repaired with stately stride to the spot where Cedric Tregarthen, the trader, had shortly before concealed his wife, Puhihuya. With screams of terror, Mrs. Tregarthen fled. In and out the fern clumps she ran, doubling like a hare and giving the nameless one, it must be confessed, quite as much work as he desired, before, tripping over a tangle of fallen fronds, she is captured. "What is your name, woman?" demands that one, in awful tones. "Arabella," says Mrs. Tregarthen. I can offer no explanation of Arabella. "Tonight you shall sleep in my oven. Even now my slaves prepare a couch in readiness. I shall eat you," smacking his lips, "with potatoes and gumaras." "Spare me," cries the wretched Mrs. Tregarthen, falling on her knees, her long curls hanging all about her. "Then disclose the hiding place of the Pakeha." "Never, he is my husband." "Then prepare to die," says the Ariki, drawing an imaginary mere from his girdle. At that moment I became aware of a sudden change in Puhihuya's face. Gibbering fear had given place to embarrassment, mingled with curiosity, and her gaze became concentrated on a point behind me. Turning sharply, my eyes fell on a boy, slightly bigger than myself, who had evidently been a silent and interested spectator of the scene. He was a well-proportioned lad, broad in the chest, slender and lithe at the hips, and carrying himself with a quiet dignity which impressed me. His hair had been carefully dressed, and was decorated with 2 tail feathers of the huya bird. No tattoo marks disfigured the clear bronze of his skin, which, save for a belt and maro of embroidered flax, was uncovered by clothing. Footnote: maro, apron. End of footnote. On his breast hung a valuable jade jewel of high antiquity, and a light spear of red tea-tree wood was poised in his right hand. For a while his eyes scanned us expectantly in silence. "Proceed," he said gravely at last. "Enough," I murmured sheepishly and sulkily. "It was but a game." "Good," he replied in the same tone. "Proceed with the game." "It is finished, friend," I replied, and noted the comical discomfiture in Puhihuya's face, my sulks vanishing in a consciousness of the absurdity of the situation. But the newcomer showed no sign of sharing in my amusement. On the contrary, his face took on an added cast of severity. "Does Tregarthen's woman consent to reveal the hiding place of her lord?" he inquired, turning to Puhihuya. The young woman disclosed the red tip of a derisive tongue, but thinking better of this impulse, shook her head half pettishly, and glanced at me for further instructions. "It remains, then, for the Great One to uphold his word," said our inquisitor, with much deliberation. "By this time the slaves will have the ovens in readiness. Let us go forward." Puhihui's face at this proposal was such an absurd mingling of defiance, derision, and downright dread that I burst out laughing, for though the boy's manner impressed me wonderfully, it certainly did not inspire me with fear. He looked at us with the same unruffled attention for a long while in silence. "Pakeha," he said at length, "it would be well to remove from your face the lines which simulate greatness, for I perceive that you are but a light fellow." I had forgotten my facial embellishment, and as thus reminded I involuntarily raised my hand to the marks. No doubt I presented to his eyes an extremely foolish appearance. "You are the little finger of Te Waharoa," he resumed after a pause. "Of you I have heard, but Te Waharoa is dead, and what is the value of a little finger with no body? Dost thou know who I am, Pakeha?" "I suspect," I replied, looking at him with greater interest, the idea coming to my mind even as I uttered the words. "You are Rangiora, the son of the Great One and the spider's web." He made a motion of assent, and for the first time something approaching a smile lightened his face. It was gone in a moment, and he regarded me with the same meditative attention as before. "It is not well that a little finger should be without an owner," he recommenced. "Therefore, Pakeha, I have a mind to adopt you into my household. How say you?" The day had gone by when the thought that I was a white man could lend me a sense of shame and inferiority. So assured was I by this time of the greatness of my race that I could even smile at his proposition. "Not so, Rangiora," I said. "Presently the Māori will be part of the household of the Pakeha." His face shadowed at this, and I saw his hand tighten its grasp on the spear, but he restrained himself. "As for the girl," he continued calmly, turning his gaze from me to my companion, "she shall become one of my wives." Puhihuia shook her curls defiantly at this pronouncement, but it seemed to me that something in the nature of admiration lurked in the gaze she turned on the bold youth. "She is the daughter of the Thumb," I retorted, my voice expressing the annoyance I felt. "There is no chief in New Zealand who is of a rank sufficient to marry the daughter of the Thumb." "Marry!" exclaimed Rangiora contemptuously. "I am of the blood of the gods. It is not for such to choose their consorts among the daughters of Thumbs. Listen, Pakeha! Soon the Great One will rise and drive the white man into the sea. He has said it, but this maiden I shall keep to be of the company of my slave wives." "He could no more do it," I said stubbornly, incensed at this insult to my beloved foster sister, "than you could drive me from the ground on which I am standing." "Do you say so?" he cried, grasping his spear and poising it for a thrust, while his eyes gleamed, lighting on me. What might have been the result of the conflict is not easy to say. Beyond my fern stalk, which could scarce support its own weight, I had nothing to offer against his spear. But I was as angry as he was, and Puhihuia had already begun to show her small teeth and hook her fingers in readiness for assault. But ere we could move, I heard a sound of running feet and hard breathing close at hand. On the instant our enemy's countenance underwent a complete transformation. His wrath turned to mortification, and grounding his spear, he stood listening to the receding steps. "Kakino," he whispered viciously. Then, after another moment of intense silence, "Yet, if my friend will help, I may still escape." Footnote: Kakino. Literally bad, but often, as here, with the force of an invective. End of footnote. So pleasantly was this spoken that all recollection of our dispute melted on the instant from my mind. "What is it?" I whispered in return. "My attendants," he said. "I have avoided them, but now they come. Hark! It is the other." The sound came closer this time, and we all held our breath as the searcher threaded the maze but a few yards from our hiding place. Presently we heard their voices calling to one another in the distance. "Good," exclaimed Rangiora, drawing a long breath of relief. "Yet presently they will return," and he looked vexedly about him. For my part, I glanced inquiringly at Puhihuia, who nodded swift assent to my unspoken question. Evidently the slights she had received were forgotten, and her interest in our new acquaintance had returned to her full force. "The spider's web would allow me freedom," said Rangiora, "but the Great One forbids it. My soul is sick with longing for liberty. Even my slaves have more freedom than I. Scarce an hour have I moved unhampered, and behold, they are upon me." There was such melancholy in his musical speech that Puhi's eyes glistened suspiciously, and slipping her hand into mine, she pressed my fingers entreatingly. "Then," said I, "if I should show you a spot where the Great One and all his company might search for you in vain, will you promise to keep the secret sacred?" "Aye, truly," he responded, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "That shall be a bond between us two, nay, the three of us, forever." Stepping to the densest part of the surrounding brake, and the more quickly that the voices were plainly again drawing nearer every moment, I pulled forth a bundle of dry bracken, and revealed a low tunnel which had been toilsomely hacked through the growth. It represented, indeed, the labour of many odd hours over a period of months and even of years. At a signal from me, Puhi slipped into the opening, Rangiora followed, and I myself, drawing the dead fern back into the opening behind me, brought up the rear. Hardly were we concealed from view when the two attendants burst into the little opening, which had been the scene of our encounter with Rangiora. I may as well explain here that this spot, both on account of its proximity to the beginning of the tunnel and certain natural advantages it possessed, had long been and continued long thereafter the stage of our mimic dramas. By a common instinct we all three remained still, listening to the voices of the men as they paused to discuss the situation. That they were in much trepidation and inclined to be angry with one another was evident from their speech. "If harm have befallen him," said one, "we are as good as dead men. The Great One will not listen to our excuses. With him it is ever the blow before the word." "What harm can have befallen him, stupid fellow?" cried the other in exasperated tones. The young dog, at this I felt my companion's body grow rigid, and laid my hand on his arm to restrain him, "is but eluding us, as many times before he has attempted to do. But see," he broke off in changed tones, "here are his footmarks, and here he has thrust his spear butt into the ground." "There are more marks," said the other voice after a pause, during which they appeared to be searching the ground. "These are not the footprints of Rangiora alone, but of other children also." "The marks are fresh," returned his comrade. "They cannot be far distant." And inspired with fresh hope, the searchers again moved away from our immediate neighbourhood. "Forward, Puhi," I whispered, and the three of us crept on all fours, through the green darkness. So artfully did the course of the tunnel take advantage of the nature of the ground, that though its protection was often lost to us by the growth coming to an abrupt termination, yet this occurred generally in hollows of the ground or in close proximity to other thickets, and we were thus able, at small risk of detection, to traverse the hilltop almost from side to side. Our progress, no doubt, was toilsome and even painful, for though the springing fronds gave easily beneath our bodies, The remnants of the cut stems were by no means so compliant, and to this must be added the discomfort of the dust which rose continually from the spores and set our eyeballs smarting. However, Rangiora endured it all without a murmur. Indeed, when we emerged from the first of the tunnels, though his limbs showed numerous scratches, his face shone with a delight and excitement that transfigured him. "When I sit in the place of the Great One," he declared, as we hurried after Puhihuia into the second tunnel, "I shall come here every day." On we went, still hearing occasionally the voices of the two men, calling shrilly to one another across the hilltop, until at last we emerged together on a sheer cliff above the river. And now, what was the objective of this journey? What was the secret so carefully guarded that such a work as the tunnel seemed to our childish minds the only fit approach to it? If we had desired to conceal ourselves from real or imaginary enemies, a burrow in the break would have sufficed. What was the reason, then, of all this prodigious labour? You also, reader, shall be taken into the secret. Though a strip of grass edged the ravine, the growth through which we had passed was so dense that all risk of our discovery seemed to be at an end. "Look, Rangiora," I said, drawing him to the verge of the precipice. "It would not be easy for a man to descend this cliff and live." "It is an evil spot," he replied, drawing back with a shudder. "Even a rat could find no foothold for the venture." "Yet," I said, "a girl can do it," and I nodded at Puhihuia. She ran from us some 20 yards along the edge of the chasm, to where a low and twisted tree spread its branches over the depths. Catching at one of these boughs with her hands, she swung out over the ravine, and in the next instant vanished from sight. Rangiora rubbed his eyes as though he doubted the correctness of his vision. "It is nothing," I said to reassure him. "Come." And together we hastened towards the spot where we had seen Puhihuia disappear. The thing, as I have said, was simple enough. Beneath the tree a great limb of rock projected over the ravine, and from this point a sort of giant stairway ran down to the bank of the river. True that many of the steps were so huge that the return, if not the descent, was only to be accomplished with difficulty. Yet it was nowhere perilous, and 4 men might have moved abreast on the narrowest part of it. In addition, a wild growth of vines had broken out on the landward side of the crag, and so tough were they that a full-grown man might have trusted his weight to them in confidence. Rangiora laughed in relief when the solution of the problem was revealed, and from that moment rank was forgotten, and he became but a light-hearted boy. "See the curly hair!" he exclaimed admiringly, pointing to where Puhihuia, her curls blown outward by the wind, stood looking laughingly up at us from a rock 50 feet below. His eyes flashed a challenge into mine, and without a word spoken, we sprang down the rough stairway. That was the only time I succeeded in accomplishing the feat more quickly than Rangiora, and even then I had to bruise and batter myself to do it, so that when I reached Puhihuia my head was ringing like a wire, and I had to cling to her to prevent myself from falling. Only the fact that I was familiar with the descent and knew when to leap, when to slide, and when to seek the assistance of the vines saved me from defeat, and as it was, he was on my heels as I reached the winning post. From this point the descent, though still unaccompanied by much danger, became more difficult, and I had a compact with Puhihuia that she would never attempt it alone. Several of the rock steps were high, and 2 or 3 of them overhung the landing stages so far that care was needed in negotiating them. With Rangiora's assistance, however, these difficulties were surmounted in record time, and we stood at length on a broad ledge of limestone rock, with the river 30 share feet below. "What now, little finger?" demanded the young chief, looking down. "Truly the last step is a mighty one." "Nay," I laughed, "that is not our road, but first I have the word of Rangiora that he will not reveal our secret." "I have given it," he said, and drawing himself erect, he placed his hand with a proud gesture on his hair. "By my sacred head, I will tell no one," he said solemnly. The action was impressive, and I hesitated no longer. So, sharply recalling the attention of Puhihuia, whose large eyes were fixed, to the exclusion of everything else, on the face of our new acquaintance, I led the way along the ledge. A few yards brought us to our destination, and putting aside the creepers which hung like a huge curtain down the cliff, I ushered my guest into the cave. End of chapter 4. Chapter number 5 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 5. Cave and River. The portal was some 10 feet in width at the base, narrowing as it extended upwards, until 20 feet above the ledge it became a mere crack. A yard or so above this was an opening, more or less round in outline, over which no creepers grew. It was plainly visible inside, resembling the rose window of a cathedral, and illuminating the cavern, which must else, owing to the thick curtain of greenery, have remained in total darkness. Though I have often, from various points on the river and its banks, endeavoured to catch a view of the window in the cliff, I never succeeded, and doubt if, in fact, it would be possible to do so. Had nature intended at once to reveal and conceal the wondrous work with which she had amused herself for thousands, and even tens of thousands of years, she could not have selected a better spot than that in which she had placed the opening, whereby the glories of the cavern were displayed to our awed and enchanted vision. From the impenetrable obscurity of the roof far overhead, huge stalactites flashed into the light, while beneath them, like sheeted ghosts, the stalagmites rose from the cavern floor. Of all sizes and the most fantastic shapes, they gleamed around us, as though the spirits of the dead, summoned from their long sleep, were bursting the chrysalis of the tomb. Here the curve of an arm seemed to develop and thrust aside its covering even as we gazed. Here a shadowy face was on the point of breaking through some distorted veil. The suggestion of something human in the figures was everywhere. The spacious cavern might have been the workroom of a sculptor who had dimly conceived humanity and sought to fashion from a knowledge of human history the physical characteristics of a being his eyes had never seen. Pain and passion and adoration, sin that writhed and horror that transfixed, a tragedy, yes, and the comedy of humanity struggling for expression in the glittering stone. Nor did the perception of this aspect of the cavern make a heavy call on the imagination. Vanishing on minute examination of the isolated growths, it blazed forth in astonishing strength as the eye swept the scene and took in the solitary figures, the singular groups, gaining in force as they receded into the distance where the light failed. It was, then, to me no matter for surprise when Rangiora, after taking a few steps forward, stood rooted to the floor, looking around him with perplexed and fearful eyes. "Kehua," ghosts, he muttered under his breath. Puhihuia, in whom use had inspired confidence, was moving calmly forward when the young chief caught her by the arm. "Wait, curly one," he whispered, These are things of evil. It is well that we disarm them by an offering of cooked food. Stay you behind, and the little finger and I will undertake the matter." "But they are stones," said I doubtfully, for his air of confident knowledge and the distrust he showed impressed me in spite of the better information I possessed. "Water drips from the roof and builds up the stone." "How shall water build up stone, foolish one?" he replied. "Rather it will wear it away until the rock becomes but sand. These are kehua, though of a form unknown to our wizards. Let us, then, offer them cooked food, and they will disappear." As he spoke, he drew from his girdle a small carved box containing kao, a sweetmeat prepared from the kumera, and advancing cautiously towards the nearest stalagmite, thrust it forward to the full length of his arm. Nothing happened, and he proceeded to the next and the next, until some half dozen or more had received an offer of the dainty. "The stone is in the water," said I, with restored confidence in the explanation my father had given me. "The water dries away, but the stone remains." "Truly it is strange," said he, "yet now I remember to have heard the wise men say that there are places in the country of the Arawa where the clear water builds terraces of stone, yet the water is hot, and that is a thing conceivable. Maybe these kehua are but slaves and have no power against a descendant of the gods." And as this explanation occurred to him, he restored the box to his belt and looked proudly round upon the sheeted shapes. By this time we had advanced well into the cave, and came in sight of the most singular object, or rather assemblage of objects, it contained. As Rangiora gazed about him with a new-born contempt in his gaze, I saw his eyes rest on this, and the perplexity return to them. We had come to a spot where, between us and the walls of the cavern, hung a curtain of stone, hair depending in opaque folds, and here a fretwork so delicate that the eye penetrated, as through a veil of mist, to that which lay beyond. There were times when, owing to the position of the sun in the heavens, the scene portrayed on that mysterious stage stood forth as under the rays of limelight. There were others when it was peopled with uncertain shadows, yielding nothing definite to the vision, and others again when beyond the curtain all was indecipherable darkness. What scene was it that was being enacted there continually in the changing lights? What meant the crowded, struggling figures, the kneeling girl, the empty gird? Even as we turned our eyes upon it, a shaft of sunlight struck the window in the rock and fell, not through the curtain, but behind it. I heard Rangiora draw a sharp breath, and my eyes followed the direction of his outstretched finger. "Puhi huia!" he exclaimed. It was true, though I had never before noticed it. There was in the kneeling figure, with the long curls flowing round its drooping head, a suggestion of my foster sister come to womanhood. At her knees, and plainly the object of her regard and the source of her despair, was a shapeless thing, more than half shrouded from view by the heavy folds of the curtain. In her hand was an empty gourd. So much was clear and unmistakable. It needed no pointing out. It was there as surely as if the sculptor had begun a representation of those very objects. But the rest was enigmatic, changing its meaning with the shifting shadows, and capable of numerous interpretations. "The war party is engaged," said Rangiora, in a musing voice, and as though speaking to himself. "See how one side sways back, and the braves are hurled over the hill. One by one their spirits seek te renga." "True," said I, "and wonder is the war chief. His wounds are many, and a fierce thirst consumes him." "Why dost thou not give him water?" Rangiora asked softly, turning his gaze on my foster sister. Puhihui's eyes were bent on the mimic stage, and it was evident that her imagination had responded to the drama we created. "The gourd is empty," she said dreamily, "and there is no water in the pa." Rangiora bent his head in agreement. "Stubborn has been the fight," he said. "Water and food are gone, and the long night approaches. Behold, it is here." As he spoke, the ray of sunlight, which had passed imperceptibly downwards from the head of the girl to the shapeless thing at her feet, vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Even after the lapse of nearly 70 years, that scene remains undimmed. But now I see not only that mysterious play in stone slowly unfolding itself to our imagination, I see also, as a not less vital part of the drama, the 3 children who gazed. Puhihuia, her eyes full of strange dreams; Rangiora, resting on his spear, his face half sad, half exultant; and myself, observant of all, my mind shifting rapidly from the light of knowledge to the twilight of superstition. There was to come a time, many years afterwards, when the recollection of our words on that day should rise to startle and confound me. Was it merely by blind chance that we blundered on the hour that was to be? Or can it be that the curtain was really rent to our childish vision? Even to this hour I can offer no opinion. The thing must remain for ever inexplicable. For an hour or more we remained in the cave, exploring its wonders to the last limits of the light. Beyond this we did not venture. I noticed as we wandered farther and farther from the opening that Rangiora, despite his suggestion of the slavish origin of the kehua, got out his little box, and once, when he happened to bump against a stalagmite, the offering was presented with such celerity that I could not forbear from laughter. "Wait, Pākehā," he said severely, "we may yet come on the chief, at whose obsequies all the slaves were sacrificed." Hitherto we had spoken in whispers, but now, probably because his pride was offended by my mirth, and he wished to lend emphasis to his reproof, he spoke aloud. Ere his words died away, a sound of fiendish laughter broke crackling overhead, and a moment later such a rumble of sounds, having in them the articulateness of speech, shook the heavy air, that, startled beyond measure, we caught Puhihuia between us, and rushed frantically for the light. Nor did we pause until we had gained the sunlit ledge without. "Now, little finger," cried Rangiora breathlessly, and with a note of triumph in his voice, "what do you say of your stones? Do stones then speak with voices which shake the earth? And as regards the cow, I remember that no fire has touched it, being dried by the heat of the sun alone. Had it been truly cooked food, you would have seen your stones vanish away." But I had had time to recover from my panic, and an explanation of the sounds occurred to me by no means in accordance with this view of the supernatural origin. "It was but the echo of our voices," I said, "for, if you notice, my laughter was repeated first, and the sound of your words followed in proper order." I could see he was convinced of the truth of my explanation as soon as he heard it, but none the less he affected to treat the solution with contempt. "When I come here again," he said, "it shall be with cooked food in my hand, and so shall we clear the cave of the evil things that inhabit it. But alas, I must go. Should my attendants return to the Great One and report that I am lost, then of a certainty he will kill them, and though that is not in itself an undesirable thing, still I doubt not that others, and perhaps worse, will be appointed in their place." I too was reminded of the object of our journey, which in the excitement of our new companionship had escaped me, and together we made the ascent of the stairway. On the way, Rangiora chatted of his scheme for exorcising the cave ghosts, though I am convinced he had by this time as little belief in the supernatural character of the stalagmites as I had myself, and merely sought a convenient pretext for a repetition of the delights of the morning. However, we arranged a time for the expedition, and a form of signal to be scratched on the ground at the tunnel entrance, which would indicate the previous passage of either of us. "Farewell, Puhihuia," he said, as we stood again on the spot where we had first encountered. "To you I give my box of kau. For you, little finger," he continued, turning to me, "I have at this time no gift. But wait, Rangiora does not forget. Ay," he drew a deep breath into his lungs, "sweet have you made my hour of freedom." As I write, the little carved box lies on the desk before me. But where are he who gave and she who received? Can it be that it is given to this inanimate thing to stand the test of time, while those beauteous spirits perish for ever from the universe? Surely it is but the blindness of our senses that withholds their future from our vision. If death ends all, it is because it transcends all. We heard his voice calling shrilly on his attendants far away in the bush before we ourselves resumed our journey, and as presently it was responded to by answering cries, it was evident that the men had continued the search and not returned with direful news to Tihuata. Except for the events of one day, I need only speak generally of our visits to the cavern at this time. Our father's frequent absences made for great irregularity in the hours devoted to study, for naturally Roma could not in any way be looked upon as a substitute. The mere gabble of our voices, repeating such lessons as had to be committed to memory, appeared to stun her, and her manner was never more fearfully humble than when the air of the cabin reeled from a broadside of conjugations or the like, discharged point blank from the grammarian's guns. But though the lessons themselves were irregular, often indeed springing on me unawares in some such fashion as, "It would be well for you, Cedric, to really understand the reason why Orion is visible in the summer-time and not in the winter. Always examine yourself for loose knowledge, my boy, and tighten the nuts. Now we will suppose," etc., etc. Yet there were fixed hours for preparation, and our freedom at other times depended on a proper observance of them. On the days when father was at home and we were allowed to enter the store and assist in the unpacking and shelving of goods, neither Puhihuia nor myself cared to be absent from home. Omitting altogether the delight of being with him, there was always something new and strange in the packages, the use of which had to be explained and exemplified. But there was hardly a day of the others that did not find us, in company with Rangiora, in the cave of the stalagmites. The young chief, after alarming his attendants again and again, had ended up making a compact with them, the which they were more ready to enter into for the reason that the manner of his disappearances remained to them inexplicable. On their part they agreed, for so much tobacco paid and delivered, I am afraid it was purloined from the stores of Tukutuku, the spider's web, who was a great smoker, to grant him liberty for a period not exceeding a certain number of hours, he on his part agreeing to supply such tobacco and surrender his person to their guardianship on or before the time stated. How many and merry were the hours we spent together in the cave and its approaches, And later on, when after much labour we discovered a practicable route, on the banks of the river beneath. Usually Puhihuia was with us, but not always, for as time went by there grew up in her a desire to help her mother, which was only slightly deterred from its purpose by the obstacles the humility of the lady put in the way of her doing so. The charm of the cooked food was duly tried on the stalagmites, needless to say without effect, and Rangiora had eventually to admit that however improbable my theory of their origin, his was at least as much so. It was many months before we came to a complete understanding of one another, and despite the fact that we liked to be together and were continually plotting towards that end, there were occasions when only the presence of Puhihuia saved us from coming to blows. He had never, since the hour of our first encounter, cast a slight on the birth or standing of either of us. To Puhihuia he was uniformly gentle and courteous, watching her footsteps with a care that sometimes seemed to me unnecessary, and to savour of a feminine weakness of character. Of our parents he also always spoke with respect, and however he might choose to conceal it, his admiration of the great trader evidently knew no bounds. But on the general question of the two races we were often at variance. Often I have heard him repeat his threat that the Great One would drive the white man into the sea. "He couldn't," said I, on one occasion. "No man could. It is too late. The Great One is the greatest chief in the land of the long light. What he says will be done." Footnote: Land of the long light equals New Zealand. End of footnote. "There is a greater than he," I rejoined. "Captain Hobson is greater." "I speak not of white men," he replied coldly. "The white men are but the subjects of the Great One." "That is not so," I said hotly. "This is the country of the white men, and all in it are alike subjects of the Great Queen." "Who made them her subjects? Is she of the blood of the Māori gods? Away with such foolishness. Shall one possess what one has never seen?" "Why not?" I retorted. "Sovereignty was granted to her by the chiefs themselves. They ceded the country to her in the Treaty of Waitangi, and so it is written." "That cannot be," he said, though I noticed a gleam of uneasiness in his eyes. "Even the chiefs dare not give away the country of the race." But I was full of detail, for it was but an affair of yesterday, and only the night before my father had explained to me the whole business. "But it is true," I added, "that the Great One has not signed. He alone of all the chiefs of New Zealand refuses to confirm the deed." "Said I not so?" he exclaimed triumphantly. "And by what right should the Pākehā claim sovereignty over this country? Have they fought with and defeated the tribes? Nay, that were a task beyond their strength. What have these recreant chiefs received for bowing their necks to the White Queen?" There was real curiosity in his tones, yet I could see that the matter was not so new to him as he attempted to make out. "Have they bartered the lands of their ancestors for iron and tobacco?" "It is not the land," I explained, somewhat repenting myself of the spitefulness of my previous mood. "All that the Māori possess remains their own. It is but the mana which has passed from many equal chiefs, who now make war upon and destroy one another, to the White Queen of the English, who will hold the land in peace." Footnote: Mana. This word includes not merely authority, but the recognition of it. End of footnote. As there are many tribes of the Māori, so are there also of the Pākehā. To my tribe, that of the English, the chiefs have given the right to hold the country against the others, that else might be here in thousands and put your race to the sword. It is for the protection of their people against such inroads that the chiefs have ceded the sovereignty of the country to the English." "It is well, Littlefinger," replied Rangiora with fine irony, "but who will protect us from you English? Truly there may come a day when the people shall cry to the Great One, 'Wise wert thou, and foolish were we. Rise up now and drive these our protectors into the sea.' And on that day I shall stand at his side, the war girdle about my loins, and great shall be the fight and long, and many shall pass to Terenga before the end is accomplished, and Māori or Pākehā possess the land in peace." Well do I remember the manner in which these bickerings were brought to an end. It was a grey morning in the late autumn or early winter. The crops were safely harvested, and though the fear of raids was fading from men's mind by reason of many years' immunity, the stockades had received their usual annual overhauling. The year's work was at an end. Rangiora and I had discovered a spot in the river where eels abounded and could be easily secured. With a supply of fish hooks and lines, and a tin of freshly dug worms for bait, we descended from the ledge to the river bank. Hitherto Puhihuia, in spite of continual pleadings, had not been allowed to make the perilous descent, but this was so great an occasion that we yielded to her importunities, and down she went, clinging to the vines, and dropping from point to point with such agility, sure-footedness, and self-confidence, that the glow of pleasure with which she had received our permission had not faded from her eyes when she stood safe and sound on the margin of the river. We were soon established at the spot we had chosen, and had our lines cast out in the water. There were unexpected difficulties, however, in the way of successful sport, and the greatest of these were the weeds and snags with which the river bed was encumbered. Twice I had succeeded in drawing in my line only after long continued effort, and on the third throw it became so firmly entangled in the growth that there was nothing for it but to follow the hook in person under the water. We were all expert swimmers and divers. What child who is given the opportunity to become so is not? And no remark was made as I threw off my maro and slipped down into the water. I found that the line itself was caught, as well as the hooks, and by the time I had freed this from the black splintered branch round which it was looped, I had to return to the surface for breath. Again I dived, and finding the original cause of the trouble, quickly set matters to rights. To do this I had crouched down, thus throwing my weight on the hinder part of my feet, and I was dimly conscious of one foot sinking through the weeds and mud and pressing tightly against some hard object on the river floor. I say I had only a dim consciousness of this, attaching no importance to the fact. What then was my horror when I rose to find that my heel was securely wedged in some cleft of a submerged tree, and that by no effort could I dislodge it. I have been near to death before and since, but that stands out as the moment in my life when the grim spectre drew nearest. What ages seemed to elapse before the water above me lightened in a sudden flash, and Rangiora sank down beside me. And yet it must have been brief indeed, for I had not yet discharged the breath with which I had filled my lungs on descending. He looked at me with eyes that bulged fish-like, made a futile effort to release me, and to my dismay vanished upwards. I could endure no more. My head seemed swollen to bursting point, and with an explosive cough a long train of diminishing bubbles burst from my lips. It seemed but a dream after this to find him there again beside me, to feel his arm close around my waist and wrench at me. He had in fact but returned to the surface to fill his lungs for the effort. To know that at last he had torn me free from the grip of death. I remember my foster sister's white face and horror-stricken eyes, and I remember being dragged above the reach of the water, and then, for a time, I remember no more. Rangiora broke his compact with his attendants that day, and no doubt an extra supply of Tukutuku's tobacco was required to set matters right between them, for it was some hours before I was sufficiently restored to venture on the climb to the ledge. He was very silent on the return journey, scarcely taking his eyes from me, offering his aid with a sort of shy embarrassment at the difficult spots, and plainly rejoicing when I accepted it. As for Puhihuya, she clung to my hand, starting now and again as from a dream, and looking wildly into my face. When we had parted from Rangiora and had entered on the bush track, she put her arms around my neck and shed a few rare tears. "How kind and brave is Rangiora," she said. "Kind and brave," I answered, gulping down some obstruction in my throat. "If he be not truly descended from the god," she continued, "at least he acts as if he were." I fear I had sometimes thrown doubt on Rangiora's theory of his origin, but I was completely silent now. It was 3 or 4 days before I saw him again. In his eyes was still that intentness of reflective regard with which he had last looked at me. He was very silent and quiet in his manner, and for a while we sat on the ledge outside the cave without exchanging a word. For my part, I was seeking to overcome the shamefacedness of boyhood, which prevented me uttering my thanks in words, and at last I so far got the better of it as to mutter in a voice half sullen, half shy, "I shall never forget it, Rangiora." "Nor I," he answered. "I mean what you did." He said nothing to that. For a while we talked aimlessly of various matters, touching at length accidentally on something that suggested the old quarrel of the races. Suddenly he stopped in what he had been on the point of saying, and turned towards me. "Little finger," he said softly, "let that talk die between us for ever. In the hour that I found you in the water, my eyes were opened, and I saw how deep the plant of friendship had rooted itself in my heart. Had you died then, to me also death had been welcome. So it is with me. I pray that it may be so with you also." His musical voice had taken on a bewitching charm, and for a moment my eyes were dim, so that I could scarcely see him. "Let us forget that we are of 2 races," he continued, "and remember that we are also of one, the race of mankind. Never shall my hand be raised against you and yours. Let not your hand be lifted against me and mine. Let us rather make between us a compact of the Tatau Pounamu, and if in the years to come one of us should reopen that which is shut, on his head be the loss and the shame. Behold, the Greenstone door is closed." "It is closed," said I. Ah me. End of chapter 5. Chapter number 6 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 6. I visit the pa of the Cannibal chief. One day there came a missionary to the pa. The children ran to me with the great news as I returned weary from one of my expeditions. "A pakeha?" I asked. "Yes, truly, and a pakeha of sorts. The head of him was like the full moon when it was in full, and around his face the hair stood off white, as it were the moon's rays. He had gone to the whare of the chief, and Waharoa had become a Christian." "What, already?" I demanded, stopping short, for I had been but some 3 hours gone, and up till that time there had been no word of the missionary. "A Christian," they assured me. "Moreover, all were to become Christians. The ceremony of the water was for the next day, and men had gone forth with their dogs and guns to secure pork. Let the little finger smell around. That was the odour of the bread which the women were cooking for the feast. Truly, the religion of the Christians was a good thing, except, perhaps, the ceremony of the water, and of that they desired to question me. The whereabouts of the Pakeha? He was in the whare of the thumb. Pushing through the chattering crowd, I made my way hastily in the direction of the house. In the square a goodly number of natives were assembled, evidently keeping watch on the building in which the missionary was then secluded. Taking no notice of their calls to me to stay and discuss the business, I passed round to the back of the store and entered the living room of the house. My eyes fell first on the figure of Roma, squatting on the ground in safe proximity to the doorway, her face showing a mingling of embarrassment and terror. The missionary was seated on a stool, with my foster sister at his knees. His appearance was very much as the children had led me to anticipate, and so remarkable to me was his bald head, a thing quite new in my experience, that at first I had eyes for nothing else. What tragedy accounted for that absence of hair? The only idea that occurred to me was that he had been scalped in battle, but the whiteness and smoothness of his head seemed against the ghastly supposition. However caused, he bore his disfigurement cheerfully, and with an apparent unconsciousness of its extraordinary nature, which I could not but think affected. "Ah!" he exclaimed in English, in a pleasant booming voice, as his eye fell on me. "And this is your son, Mrs. Purcell?" "Ai, kahore," replied Roma, blushing and wriggling, and looking pleadingly in my direction. Footnote: I, yes. Kahore, no. End of footnote. "Now which?" asked the missionary, smiling. "Your name, my boy?" "Cedric Tregarthen, sir." "Then Kahore." Suddenly he looked at me more attentively. "Yes, yes," he said musingly. "It is there, in the eyes and the poise of the head. I knew your father, Cedric. His name also was Cedric." "Yes, sir." "Faithful unto death, for such are they who put their trust in the Lord. Their seed shall not be lost, for he shall shelter it. He shall snatch them from the jaws of the tiger and bring them into safe places, that they may grow and multiply." Suddenly his voice boomed forth till the tins on the walls rang, and Roma made a spasmodic movement nearer to the door. "Who made you, Cedric?" "God, sir." "And who saved you, Cedric?" "Jesus, the Son of God, sir." "It is well," he said, his voice softening magically, and drawing Puhihuya, of whose intense regard he could not have remained unconscious, into the circle of his arms. He playfully squeezed the lobe of her ear. "It is well. The Almighty causes springs to rise even in the desert, that so, in his time, it may be turned into a garden. But I fear your schooling will have been neglected, Cedric. Can you read?" "Yes, sir." "Read to me, then." I went to the well-filled bookshelf, and, taking out the first volume that came to hand, opened it and began to read. It happened that the book was Montaigne, and my eyes lit on the fascinating passage which pictures the writer at work in his tower. I had read a few lines, and was myself becoming absorbed in the theme, when something caused me to look up, and never shall I forget the expression of astonishment that sat on our visitor's countenance. "Juste ciel!" he exclaimed. "Comment avez-vous appris le français?" "De mon père, monsieur." "Votre père? C'est impossible." "Ah," relapsing into English, "it is Purcell the trader of whom you speak?" "Yes, sir." I have heard much of him from Mr. Wake, a man of great force of character and much learning. Yet," and he looked at me doubtfully, "nevertheless, he has explained to you the great truths of Christianity?" "Yes, sir." "We will have a church here, Cedric, and in the fullness of God's time a school." He rose to his feet and began energetically to pace the whare. "For a quarter of a century we have laboured, preparing the soil and sowing the seed, and weak has been the growth, but the hour of better things is at hand. What say you, boy? Will you become an instrument of the good work, a servant of our Lord Jesus Christ? Will you carry the rongo pai into the dark places?" Footnote: Rongo pai, the good word. End of footnote. "I don't know, sir," I said. "How?" he cried, stopping short and regarding me with looks that for the moment were almost fierce. "Not know, when it may be your immortal soul turns on the issue?" "It is for my father to say," I replied. "True," he agreed vexedly, scratching his chin. "Obey such as are placed in authority over you. Yet must the will of the Heavenly Father take precedence over that of the earthly? Well, well, these are early days for discussion of the matter, for as yet you are but a child." And again his countenance relaxed into its habitual expression of masterful benevolence. It was late that night before my father arrived, hurried home by the news of his guest's arrival, and as I had been in bed and asleep for several hours, I was not a witness to their meeting. It was evident to me early in the following day that some hitch had occurred in the carrying out of the missionaries' proposals. The ceremony of baptizing the converts was to be deferred, and more regrettable still, in the view of my informants, preparations for a feast had come to a standstill. A spirit of restlessness pervaded the village. Work of every kind had ceased, the square was thronged, and more significant still, the tohunga moved to and fro among the people, here and there exchanging a word with a chief of rank, but for the most part absorbed and silent. My father had bidden me leave the whare immediately after breakfast, while he himself remained in close confabulation with the missionary. As I wandered hither and thither, pausing now and again to listen to what was being said, I gathered two facts. The first was that Te Huata had vetoed the proceedings and called upon the chief of the hapu to dismiss the missionary. The second, that Te Moanaroa was likely to disobey him. Presently a party of armed warriors marched with swinging gait through the crowd, and enclosed a portion of the square in front of the chief's dwelling. Into this enclosure passed the chiefs, singly or in small groups, every man wearing his thrummed and embroidered cloak of flax, his plume of feathers, his ear pendant and family jewels. In perfect silence they seated themselves out of earshot of the grim-visaged guard, and then my father and the missionary were sent for. For the best part of 3 hours the grave deliberations continued, and then, as silently as they came, the chiefs and guard withdrew. A conclusion had been reached, and presently it was known to the expectant people. A middle course had been decided upon. Te Moanaroa would neither yield to nor disobey the commands of his ariki. He would attempt, as many times before he had attempted, and often successfully, to bend the will of the Great One. With this object, he himself, together with the missionary and a party of chiefs, would proceed to Pahuata, there to reopen the matter in the presence of the ariki. A swift runner was dispatched to announce the coming of the party, and preparations immediately began. My father had already returned to the whare when I entered. Roma was busy spreading the table for the midday meal. The missionary had remained behind with Te Moanaroa, but I gathered from the haste made by my foster mother and her nervous glances at the door that he was momentarily expected. With the assistance of Puhihuia, she had set on the table a loaf of bread of her own baking, a boiled leg of pork, and a dish of butter-coloured kumaras, forming together a picture very pleasing to the eye of a growing youth. But all thought of the viands was at once dispelled by my father's first words. "Cedric," he said, "on your bunk you will find a suit of clothes. Dress yourself quickly, my boy, for you are coming with us." Never were words more welcome. Waiting for no second bidding, I flew to the bunk, and in a few minutes stood arrayed in the costume of my race. Very stiff and uncomfortable, but extremely proud I felt as I returned to the table, where the missionary was already seated. "Ah, bien, Monsieur Tregarthen," said he. "A quelque chose malheur est bon." "Tout," said my father, laughing. "Everything is for the best, Mr. Hall. If we succeed, you will have accomplished more than you attempted." "True," replied the missionary gravely. "In the hands of the Lord, evil itself becomes an instrument for good. Now, as regards Te Huata, or the Great One, as they call him." And the pair turned to a discussion of the Ariki. Excited as I was, I think Puhihuia was even more so, but it was all on my account. When dinner was over, I rose from the table and was rushing off to air my new importance in the eyes of my brown-skinned companions, when she caught my hand and drew me to a standstill. "Cedric," she began, "you are going to the pa of the Great One." "Yes, Puhi," I replied, hastily kissing her cheek, for there was a mournful look in her eyes, and I wished to console her for having to stay behind. "I wish you were coming too, but you see it is too far for you, and the party will travel quickly." "It is not of myself I am thinking, but of you," was her response. "You will keep beside our father, Cedric, and be good? Remember how terrible is the Great One, and that if you should anger him he will kill you. And shall you see Rangiora?" "Yes, I hope so." "Now, see how thoughtless you are, for you must not speak to him." I nodded agreement, recognizing the wisdom of her words. She looked at me wistfully from her great brown eyes. "You will not have the care of me to hold you back, Cedric, when you are tempted to do something reckless. Oh, I wish today and tomorrow were gone, and I was saying the haere mai instead of the haere rā." Footnote: Haere mai, welcome. Haere rā, farewell. End of footnote. To me, the expedition appealed so entirely as an affair of pleasure that I was taken aback at the serious light in which she evidently regarded it, and I put my arm around her, and mingling the hongi with the kiss, promised to be cautious and keep with my father, and so to some extent consoled her. Footnote: Hongi, the act of rubbing noses. End of footnote. Not many hours were to elapse before I had reason to ask myself if there had not been in her distrust some premonition of the danger I was to incur. It was a dull afternoon in the early winter as our large party descended the hill, and in single file struck the forest trail. In front marched 20 young warriors, armed with the gun and tomahawk. The chiefs, with my foster father, the missionary, and myself, followed. The tail of the procession were being brought up by some 50 or 60 persons of both sexes, who attended mainly out of curiosity, but also, I expect, in the hope that the Great One's ovens might contain some unwanted delicacy to reward their exertions. The track was in good order, for so far we had had but light showers, and the tireless lope of the travellers quickly left the miles behind. Though for my part most of the journey had to be accomplished at a trot, I was so hardened by use as to be incapable of fatigue. Indeed, had I yielded to my inclinations, I should have broken rank and joined the merry fellows in front, or even fled on in advance. I could tell from the cries which floated back to us that the young braves feigned to be on a war path. A log across the path was a flying fish crossing the bows of a canoe, and him, as in duty bound, they slew to propitiate the god of war. I saw the marks of their tomahawks as I stepped over it in my turn, but when we had crossed the familiar fern hills and entered the shadow of the sunken bush, the chief's voice was raised in reproof, and thenceforward the advance was to be made in decorous silence. Black darkness had fallen before we left the forest trail and set our feet to the precipitous hill on the summit of which stood the pa. But there was still some lingering daylight outside, and I gazed with interest and awe upwards to where, etched on the gloomy sky, were the palisades and balconies, and the lofty watchtowers of the Great One's citadel. As our party came into view of those on the hilltop, we could hear the cries of the sentinels, followed by the booming notes of the great slab drum, and the weird wail of the tetere. Footnote: tetere, war trumpet. End of footnote. A strange silence fell on our ranks. Even the masterful voice of the missionary ceased, and naught was to be heard save the deep breathing of the visitors as they scaled the steep mountain side. At times the pa was lost to sight, shortly to become visible again, each time nearer at hand. Lights or flares gleamed through the palisades. At length the last slope was breasted, and rounding the pikirangi, we stood beneath the massive carved gateway of the pa. A challenge was given and replied to, and with a waving of shawls and welcoming shouts we passed into the fortress. In a moment our 100 was inextricably mingled with the occupants of the pa. Noses were being rubbed on every side, ancient crones wailed, sang, and wept over the newcomers. Confused by the pandemonium of sounds and the flaring lights, which seemed to mix the whole village up in a devil's dance, I suffered myself to be dragged hither and thither, catching sight every now and then of a familiar face, but always, as I sought to reach it, finding myself the victim of a fresh hongi. At length, however, it became clear to me that I must use sterner measures, and kicking myself free from an old woman, who was smothering me under the impression that I was the second son of her daughter, who had died in childbirth, I flew into the midst of a bevy of girls, watching the scene with open mouths. "Pa!" said I, wiping my face on the sleeve of my new jacket. "Ka kino te hongi." Footnote: hongi, the Māori method of rubbing noses. The hongi Pākehā, European hongi, is of course kissing. Ka kino te hongi, confound the hongi. End of footnote. "Ay," agreed one of my new companions, a merry-looking girl, some years older than myself. "Ka pai te hongi Pākehā, I show you." The whole band laughed and closed around me. Well, it was certainly an improvement on the form of greeting from which I had just escaped, and I bore their kisses with such resignation that presently they tired of the sport. But they did not turn me over again to the mercies of the elder people. On the contrary, they kept me in their midst, and it was in their company that I ate the evening meal and spent the rest of the night. As for my father and the missionary, I saw them no more until the next day, nor, despite Puhihui's warning, did I feel the need of them. So pleasant and free from care, indeed, was the time that I found it difficult to realize that I was veritably shut up in the stronghold of the dreaded cannibal chief. After supper, a few of the elder girls, among whom was Preface, the merry-eyed maiden, smuggled me into the whare matoro, a beautiful carved building long since destroyed by fire. It was crowded almost to the doors. I noticed some of our own chiefs among the audience, from which I concluded that the discussion of our business had been deferred until the morrow. But I saw no sign of the missionary or my father, nor of Te Waharoa. In vain also my eyes traversed the crowd for a sight of my friend Rangiora. Young people were in the majority. The elders who were present took little or no part in the proceedings, though their frequent coughs of applause showed them to be interested observers of what was going forward. No doubt, were I to come upon such a scene now, my impressions would be vastly different from what they were at the time. To my young eyes the place was a blaze of magnificence, and so my memory recalls it. The wealth of beautiful cloaks, the embroidered vests, the rustling waist mats, the black and snow-white plumes, the jade ear pendants and tikis. Even the calabash caps and dogskin wigs of the old women were objects of grandeur, and as I watched the supple figures of the young girls posturing in the dance, every one dressed to her best, her face brightened with red ochre. Even Preface, beside me, had managed to coax enough from her elder sisters to cause her round cheeks to glow with a spot of vermilion. It seemed to me that the climax of the beautiful had been reached. There was one girl from whom I did not take my eyes, so perfect was her acting. She rolled her body at the hips, so that it seemed on the point of falling in two. Her twisting shoulders were independent of the rest of her. She withdrew her nose and waved her ears. She grimaced and squinted and thrust out her tongue. There was not a young man in the room whose heart could withstand her appeal of perfection. And when she ceased dancing, and her face stilled as water that had been shaken, and her smiling eyes looked down on the audience, a deep sigh of admiration filled the building. Dance and song followed in swift alternation, till at last everyone found a seat and there was an expectant pause. Here and there the girls whispered and laughed among themselves, while the young men, their faces wearing an air of embarrassment, nudged one another, as though each sought to incite his neighbour to action. At length one of the latter arose, and amid a complete silence said, "I intend to have kahehe." The dancing girl stood up in her place, and turning her bright eyes on this would-be lover, replied, "Your head has not been at the knees of the tohunga tā." Footnote: Tohunga tā, the tatua. End of footnote. A laugh greeted the reply, and the papatea retired. Footnote: Papatea, one not tattooed. End of footnote. A silence followed, broken at length by the voice of a girl, who stood bravely up from her companions. "I take tiki for mine," she said. There was no answer, and a cough of approval confirmed the engagement, the happy girl sinking back in her place to receive the more special congratulations of those around her. So the game, that was no game but deadly earnest, went on, with increasing boldness as the young people gained confidence. Many a youth and maiden who had carried desire secreted in their heart for a 12-month put their fate to the test that night, to win or lose on a word. Refusals there were in plenty, soft and equivocal, carrying no sting when they fell from the lips of the men,
but frequently of a shrewish quality in the mouths of the girls. Kahehe, the dancer, was by no means to be won from her state of single blessedness. Many whose hearts she had fired claimed her, only to sit down discomfited beneath the gay raillery of her replies. At last a youth of 18 sprang to his feet and said, "My pet shall be the butterfly." Pepe, sitting close beside me, looked blankly around her, then finding every eye turned in her direction, and realizing that she was really intended, that this glory of a public asking had suddenly lifted her, a child, into the dignity of womanhood, rose shyly to her feet, and looking at her young lover, answered, "Perhaps next year I shall reply to you, but at this time I am too young." That her reply, however disappointing to her suitor, met with general approval, was evidenced by the cough that followed her words. "And will you marry Ruka next year, Butterfly?" I inquired later on the night as I settled myself in the wharepuni. Footnote: wharepuni, sleeping house. End of footnote. Pepe laughed. "If you will have me, Pakeha," she said, "I will wait for you. Should you like me for a wahine?" Footnote: wahine, wife. End of footnote. "Alas, how unfortunate!" I replied with much seriousness. "I like you greatly, for though you did set the girls on to kiss me, you have been nice to me since. But Puhihuia is my singing bird." "I have heard of her that she is beautiful," said Pepe, "but she will never be your wife." "Why not?" I asked. "Because she is your foster sister. Some day another girl will come. She may not be so lovely as Plume of the Huia, but the newness of her will bewitch you, and you will think of Puhihuia no more." I heard this assertion with incredulity, but could think of no argument strong enough to controvert it. Pepe drew her blanket about her. "Tell me a story, little finger," she commanded. I rather prided myself on my powers as a storyteller, having earned some reputation on that score among the children of my own village. "What shall it be about?" I asked, mentally turning over my repertory. "A love story of the Pakehas," said the butterfly sleepily. I had been reading lately some of the delightful tales of Musaeus, and I chose that one in which the lover seeks to take advantage of the story of the family ghost to elope with his bride. I had reached that thrilling moment when the hero, glowing with love's ardours, stepped into the waiting carriage and clasps in his arms not human youth and loveliness, but the grim spectre itself, when, pausing with the intention of heightening the effect, I was made aware by the deep breathing of my bedfellow that she had fallen asleep. End of chapter 6.
Chapter number 7 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 7. The War of Light and Darkness. It was scarcely daylight the next morning when I awakened my sleeping companion and proposed that she should take me on a visit of exploration through the village. Pepe was by no means willing to be aroused, and it was not until my repeated pinchings had brought her into a state of complete wakefulness that she yielded a half-wrathful, half-laughing assent to my desires. We stepped over our still slumbering companions, and making our way silently between the two rows of sleepers, were soon drawing the fresh air of the morning into our lungs. The first thing that attracted me, bringing me to a standstill, was Pirongia. There above me, brightening with the growing day, fully within reach at last he stood. Nay, I was already on him. The great rounded summit of the pa was in fact a terrace on his mighty flank. I had but to descend a slope of some 60 or 70 feet, and I was at the foot of a scarp which seemed to plunge uninterruptedly down from his towering pinnacles. With a sigh, I turned my eyes from the sight. The mountain bewitchment was on me. How I longed for freedom and the companionship of Rangiora. Together we would dash down the slope and plunge into the gloom of the forest, not to emerge again until the last peak was surmounted and Pirongia lay vanquished beneath us. But it was not to be, and I turned my eyes elsewhere. To the westward, beautiful Kawhia glistened like a pearl in the morning light. To the southward, league on league, over hill and valley and plain, stretched the ancient territories of the tribe, their fisheries and hunting grounds, their villages and cultivations, their battlefields and burial places, and there was not a hill or gully, a ridge or creek, scarce even a stone or mighty tree, that was not named and consecrated in the poetry, romance, legends, or history of the descendants of the Tainui voyagers. Although Tihuata's pa was not, as I have said, so populous as our own, its palisades probably enclosed a greater area. The marae was considerably larger, and while our houses were crowded together, so that the pathways were narrow and tortuous, there was about Pahuata an air of spaciousness. The communal buildings were large and beautiful, with a wealth of splendid carvings inside and out, and although I was unable to obtain a glimpse of the interior of the great food stores and armoury, I know from later observation that in the latter was a store of arms and ammunition, native and European, sufficient in the hands of resolute men to establish the prestige of the Great One in the farthest outposts of New Zealand. For all the Ariki's deep-seated hatred of the Pākehā and the exclusiveness of his policy, he had nevertheless profited greatly by him in the matter of guns and ammunition. The musket was the one thing of Pākehā manufacture that seemed entirely good and desirable in his eyes. He merely tolerated the axe and tomahawk, refusing to acknowledge that they possessed any advantages over the stone tools which had served the Māori nation so long, admitted that their use resulted in a gain of time. Until the arrival of the Pākehā, his people had no need of time, for they belonged to eternity, and moreover, quick work was bad work, as witness the slovenly output of the woodcarvers, as contrasted with that of their forefathers. Very picturesque and pleasant to me was the appearance of some of these houses, as they were glimpsed among the foliage of the karaka and tiitoki, for in our part there were no trees, nor could we have found room for them in our land-hungry village. There was, however, among so many things which seemed to me admirable, one unenviable characteristic. Death had evidently been busy. Time and again in our wanderings I would pause, and with lowered voice inquire the name of some chief whose sealed cabin, painted with red ochre, denoted his departure to Te Renga. Who dwelt there, Père Pepe? Tāwari, an aged man, the uncle of the Ariki. And there, go not so close. It is the whare of Te Auhikuraki, the tohunga. At length we came on the outskirts of the village, and in view of a solitary hovel on the edge of a dense thicket. There was something in the appearance of the place which suggested that it was not entirely uninhabited, and I was on the point of putting a question to my companion, when from the doorway emerged a figure so startling that the words were struck unuttered from my lips. The creature was human in shape, and from its flat dugs it was possible also to determine its gender, but there was little else of humanity to teach me that she was of the race and sex of the blooming creature beside me. Naked, but for a dirty rag round her loins, smeared with grease and red ochre, her iron grey hair uncombed and tangled about her shoulders, emaciated, with fearful fingernails in her claw-like hands, muttering and mowing to herself as one possessed. She formed altogether a sight so horrible that I needed not Preface's restraining hand on my arm, nor the threatening gestures of the creature as she caught sight of us, to cause me to turn and flee frantically as for my life. I must have nearly crossed the village before I ceased running, and it was only on making the discovery that Preface was laughing that I did so. "What was it, Preface?" I asked, when I had found sufficient breath. "Te kai tango atua," the village undertaker, replied Butterfly. "If you had stayed but a while, we would have thrown earth at her, and then indeed she would have been a sight to remember. But have you no undertakers in your kāinga?" "We have one," I assented, "but he is sometimes tapu and sometimes not. Why don't your tohongas make her clean?" Footnote: tapu, sacred, not to be touched. Noa, cleansed from tapu. End of footnote. "Of what use?" asked the blooming Preface indifferently. "There are still many old people to die, and soon she would be tapu again." By this time the village had begun to stir. Women were blowing up the cooking fires. A band of slaves carrying utensils, mostly of European manufacture, set forth to replenish the store of water from a spring far down the hillside. One of the company, a fair-skinned, copper-haired girl of 17, smiled pleasantly at me as she went by with her laughing and chattering companions. I was to remember her pretty, pathetic face for a dreadful reason. Preface left me presently, in response to a shrill call from the cookhouses, her place being taken by a number of boys, whose faces as they regarded me expressed a mingling of racial antipathy and curiosity. I write racial antipathy, but how much is it, in truth, a matter of difference in language? No sooner did they discover that my Māori was as fluent as their own, that they accepted me joyously into their merry company. It might have been expected that the youth of a race of warlike cannibals, capable of acts of ferocity and treachery, would themselves be of a fierce and intractable disposition. But this was very far from being the case. So far, indeed, that I cannot in all my memories of them recall one instance of a blow struck in anger. Gentle, affectionate, and good-tempered, they stand in strange contrast to the boyhood of the Anglo-Saxondom, and in still more anomalous relation to their own manhood, as exemplified in many a fierce intertribal raid. With eager delight they led me on a second round of the pa. This time my attention was called to the lofty angle towers, the fighting platforms, with their heaps of boulders ready to be hurled on besiegers, to the huge drum, a slab of matai wood, between 20 and 30 feet in length, hung between two trees, to the weather-worn heads, many with the white skull showing through the tattered scalp, crowning the posts of the palisade. Quick-witted, bubbling with sly humour, my merry escort hailed me hither and thither, until at last I had seen everything, and we stood together in the lofty gateway by which I had entered the pa the previous night. A party of about a dozen men were coming slowly up the steep track in single file. "Ngā tohunga pia," said a boy of my own age, who stood beside me. "They are coming to bewitch the little finger." Footnote: Ngā tohunga pia, the witch doctors, I expect. End of footnote. Though this suggestion was received with mirth, I noticed that the merrymakers drew back as the procession began to file through the gateway. But desiring to show that I was not afraid, I stood my ground, and probably for a similar reason, or because he saw that I did so, The boy who had spoken stood with me. The priest filed by in silence, looking neither to right nor left, their dew-wet cloaks drawn closely around them. The last of them walked several paces behind the others, and muffled as he was, I recognized him at once for Tiatua Mangu. Now, in my allusions to this man, I have omitted so far to mention that, either from prenatal malformation or from the severing of some sinew, his left foot was deformed, the toes appearing to be contracted and drawn in beneath the instep, so that he moved with a peculiar limp. As he approached, so strong was my instinctive dread of the man that I had to call to my aid all the pride I possessed to enable me to hold my ground. What then was my horror when I heard my companion, to whom the tohunga was evidently quite well known, say, "Here comes Hoppy with the bird's claw." The words were not loudly spoken, being intended for my ear alone, but any hope I may have entertained that they had failed to reach the consciousness of the wizard was dispelled in one flash of his black and glittering eyes. Drawing back the maligned foot, he spurned towards us a cloud of dust. A strange paralysis came over my limbs. With all the will in the world to fly, I stood rooted to the ground. The dust arose, and as though influenced by some sharp air current, flicked past me, sending a violent shock through my body. For a moment all around me was dim. Then, with restored vision, I saw the back of the tohunga as he limped calmly on his way, and at my feet, foam issuing from his mouth, the rash boy, whose insulting words had met with such instant and terrible retribution. Not I, but he, had fallen under the mākutu of the tohunga. Footnote: mākutu, witchcraft. End of footnote. As I shall again have occasion to refer to this incident, I will only say now that the boy did not die. After lying for many hours unconscious, he regained the use of his limbs, but not that of his mind. Little better than an idiot, he lived for many years to evidence the powers of the magician, to whose spell he had fallen a victim in his boyhood. Sobered and frightened by what had occurred, I began to bethink me of my promise to Puhihuia, and how little regard I had paid to it. Since my arrival in the pā, I had seen nothing of my father or the missionary, and I reflected that, for all I knew to the contrary, they might be at this very moment roasting for the chief's breakfast. Looking about for a fellow villager, I soon learned enough to set this fear at rest. The thumb and the missionary were royally housed in a whare adjoining that of the Great One. Yonder was the house. They had been courteously and hospitably received, and though the Ariki had as yet refused to discuss the object of their visit, the speaker was in high hopes that consent would be given to the establishment of Christianity as the tribal faith, and that the interrupted feasting would go forward. Repairing to the whare indicated, I found my father and Mr. Hall straightening their toilette after a night's repose in their clothes. "Stay with us now, Cedric," said my father, after listening to an account of my doings. "It may be that you will carry away with you from today memories that will be of deep interest to other men in days to come." "Yes," agreed Mr. Hall, "though the end is assured, and New Zealand will come to God as surely as the sun will rise on the morrow, yet the passing of heathendom in any part of it marks an historic moment. Listen and watch, and it may chance that some day you will record your memories for the improvement of men in less strenuous times, and to the glorifying of God's goodness." Well, he was a true prophet in one respect at least. The day had opened cloudily, but by 11 o'clock the sun was shining, with but an occasional passing cloud to temper his beams. The council was accordingly held in the open square, a few steps outside the door of the chief's house. A party of armed warriors first took up their position in a great square, and into this the high chiefs walked, seated themselves in a double row. It was some time before they and the priest tohongas were assembled, for everything was done in a grave, leisurely fashion. But at length my father, keeping watch at the door of the whare, decided that we might appear without loss of dignity, and we accordingly took the places reserved for us at the end of the row, where also was seated our own chief and sponsor, Te Moanaroa. There was a low murmur as we appeared, and as many eyes were bent on me, I took it, rightly or wrongly, to allude, probably with disapproval, to my inclusion in the party. Scarcely were we seated when figures appeared in the doorway of the Ariki's whare, and at once the splendid bronze statues that surrounded us sprang to life. Whirling up their weapons as one man, they proclaimed the Great One with cries of "I te tanafa, I te tanafa," subsiding immediately afterwards into their previous rigidity. Footnote: the taniwha was a greatly to be feared fabulous monster. By this title the guard proclaims the arrival of the dread son of the gods. End of footnote. Te Huata, when I thus first set eyes upon him, was a man little past the prime of life. Though his skin was fairer than that of the generality of his race, his face was so heavily lined with the scrolls of the Tohunga Ta's chisel as to appear at a distance almost blue-black. His thick hair was drawn through a ring, and, being again caught thereunder, formed a large knot or pad on the crown of his head. His eyes were small, fierce, and rat-like, and there was something also of the rat in the fang-like character of his eye-teeth, which gleamed forth on any quick movement of his mouth. For the rest, he was a man of great stature and apparently huge strength. As he seated himself, and his eye, falling down the length of the row, lighted and lingered on my person, I was aware of a quickening in my heartbeats. Would those terrible teeth ever meet in the tender flesh of my body? A moment later my pulse quickened again, but this time from a very different cause. A fresh figure had appeared from the chief's whare, and with a careless glance round, cast itself on the grass at the feet of the Ariki. It was Rangiora, my comrade. Behind him walked a woman whom I regarded with interest, for in her person I had little doubt I saw the famous Tukutuku, or spider's web, the mother of Rangiora, and the equal by birth of the proudest chief in New Zealand. She was not a good-looking woman. Her high features, thin cheeks, and heavy brows gave her indeed an aspect of the grimmest. Yet there was something in her appearance that pleased me. Perhaps it was the breadth and serenity of her forehead. Perhaps, and more probably, it was her eyes, clear, wide, and full of intelligence. She stood a while, her eye roving meditatively from face to face down one rank, dwelling a moment on our little group at the bottom, and returning with the same thoroughness along the other. Then she crouched slightly behind her lord, her lips convenient to his ear. It seemed to me that her coming gave satisfaction. A breath of relief swept down the rows, and the grave faces of the chiefs relaxed something, yet only a little, of their gravity. Well known was the power of Tukutuku over the fierce nature of her husband, yet it might be that on this occasion the web of the spider would be all too frail to restrain him. Therefore all men waited with furrowed brows the opening of the proceedings. At length Te Moanaroa, raised his heavy bulk from the ground, and taking a few steps forward, a gentle smile on his wily countenance, began his address. Honeyed and flattering words fell from his lips, but, watching the dark face of Tihuata, I saw that on this occasion they failed of their effect. The body of the Ariki swayed impatiently, and at last, losing that restraint which courtesy dictated, he raised his closed hand. "Chief," he cried bitterly, "pleasant are your words as the rustling of leaves, but afterwards comes the southwest gale." "Alas," responded Te Moanaroa, "the words of the Great One are just, yet lay not on your friend the responsibility of those things which are in truth the acts of the gods. Our religion teaches us that in the beginning were chaos and night. In the void was darkness, darkness of the heights, darkness of the depths, darkness of the right hand and the left hand, darkness palpable and darkness drawn out, unnumbered ages of darkness. Then, as the dawn creeps upward to the earth, so came the light above, the light below, the light on the right hand, the light on the left hand, light palpable and light drawn out, uncounted ages of light. And as it was in the beginning, so it is today. Higher and higher, deeper and deeper spreads the light, and higher, deeper and deeper retires the darkness. Bend the tree to the earth, and its point will turn upwards to the light. Is man less sensitive than the tree? Can we command the light, that it come no further? Shall we say to it, "Enough, we prefer the darkness"? Now this is the meaning of the coming of the white men, of the coming of the new religion, not in disdain of the ancient gods, but a brightening and enhancing of the light. Here we stand in the land of the shadows, the place that divides. Shall we go back into the regions of darkness, or forward with our Pakeha brothers into the realm of eternal light? A murmur of delighted admiration followed this noble speech. Stern faces relaxed, and cries of "True, true, O Te Moanaroa" were audible on every hand. But there came no softening to the countenance of the Ariki. Darker and fiercer it grew, as he read in the faces of his tribesmen the doom of his policy of exclusion. As a thundercloud he brooded over the scene, a cloud from which the bolt might flash to burn and destroy. There was, however, one party of some dozen individuals whose faces had remained unmoved by the eloquence of Te Moanaroa. Seated close together on the right hand of the Ariki, beneath a withered tree, whose decaying branches and few sere leaves might be regarded as typical of their own fallen estate, the priests of the ancient religion observed the scene in silence. Now, as the countenance of Tihuata grew momentarily more ominous, I saw one of the tohunga lean forward and speak a few words into the ear of the chief. Instantly the Great One's features relaxed, and his eye-teeth gleamed in a slow and cruel smile. "Beautiful are your words, O Te Moanaroa," he said, "yet beauty may mislead us. What of this light? Is it a safe thing? True that the tree lifts its arms to the sun, and the sun forbids it not. The moth flies also into the flame. The flame endures, but where is the moth?" The speaker paused, and for a moment of uneasiness showed that the telling point had gone home. "You speak of the religion of our fathers, O chief. Let us continue to speak of it. Tane created his creatures in many likenesses, for some the light, for some the darkness. Well may it be that for the white man the light is good, and for the Māori evil. What of the bat and the owl, the things that move by night. So has he made the Māori for the shadows. Well have you said, go not back into the darkness. That is a wise saying. But go not forward also into the light, lest as the moth you will be consumed. And it is asked of the Māori, where is he? The result of this speech was to place the discussion in a position of as you were. Metaphor struck against metaphor, and both fell pointless to the ground. Nevertheless, it was already evident in which direction lay the desires of the majority, and as speech followed speech, this was rendered still more manifest. Speaker after speaker concluded with the suggestion that the Pākehā should be heard. So far they had been as birds beating the air. Let the flight now begin. But Tihuata, the thundercloud back on his face, maintained a sullen silence. Meantime, Mr. Hall, never, I should imagine, a man capable of the exercise of much patience, had been kept in his place with difficulty. Mystical and elusive as was much of his own language, he had no sympathy for the like qualities in the oratory of the heathen. Their allusions to light and darkness as spiritual beings seemed to him so much meaningless jargon, nor could he appreciate their indirect method of arriving at reasoned conclusions by a system of values in allegory and metaphor. I could hear him pishing and pshawing under his breath for a long time before the inevitable happened. "Let us be practical," he said, not for the first time to my father, who was humming softly to himself, as was his way when things troubled him. "A few plain words will clear away this mental muddle." "Wait," repeated my father. "Your battle is being fought for you. They have their own methods, and muddle, I can assure you, is very far from being descriptive of their state of mind. More than a mere religious belief turns on the outcome of this meeting. If they break Tihuata now, he is broken for good and all." But at length the limit of Mr. Hall's endurance was reached. Taking advantage of a temporary lull in the discussion, he sprang to his feet, and regardless of the malign gaze and closed upraised hand of the Ariki, launched his bark on the sea of talk. It would have been better if he had spoken in English, for I am bound to say that he had but a plain Anglo-Saxon knowledge of the vernacular. The beautiful native speech fell crippled from his blast, as I have seen the gay finches of Australia fall before the shotgun. Surprise, disappointment were manifest in the faces of his adherents, and a corresponding triumph gathered in those of his opponents. It had one good effect, however. Tihuata, after a moment of hesitation, lowered his hand, and thenceforward he sat in grim and scornful silence. So far as the gist of the missionary's speech went, it could probably not have been bettered. He confined himself to the truths of Christ's teaching, which appeal inevitably and at once to all humankind. He gave them that message of love which has captured the imaginations and may yet, in some far-off future, control the actions of men. And so glorious was his theme that even his broken and often absurd speech could not entirely destroy, however much it detracted from, its beauty. Alas! He closed with a grammatical blunder so comical that even those who had best caught the inwardness of his meaning could scarce forbear to smile. And, as was to be expected of a nation of practised orators, it was this defect in his speech of which his opponents took advantage. Rising from his seat among the tohunga, Te Atua Mangu limped into the arena. "So much for the light," said he. "Now let us return to the darkness." This tremendous irony, coming on the suppressed mirth of the previous moment, proved irresistible. The gravity of the gathering was upset, and it abandoned itself to merriment. "Well have the gods of darkness served the multi-nation," continued Te Atua Mangu, when peace was restored, "and carefully should we look and examine, ere we abandon them, and take to ourselves others that are new. And in this matter it is simple for the pakeha to help us. Living eyes have seen the wonders wrought by our gods through their mediums, the tohunga. Have any seen the wonders of Christ through his pakeha priest?" "I do not profess to work miracles," said the missionary. "The day for miracles has passed." "Not so," was the answer. "We are still close to the gods of our fathers. But I have heard of your Kraiti, Christ. Is it not said of him that he walked upon the sea, and that he changed the water into waipiro?" Footnote: Waipiro, any alcoholic liquor. End of footnote. Mr. Hall made a gesture of assent, smiling, though uneasily, the while, for there was a methodical forward movement in the reasoning of the black spirit which compelled attention. "We have water," said the tohunga easily. "Will the pakeha oblige us?" "I have already said that I am no worker of miracles," responded the missionary impatiently. "In the days of our Lord, darkness covered the earth, and it was necessary that he should reveal his deity to the few in some special and faith-compelling manner." "We are told that here also is darkness," persisted Te Atua Mangu. "If Kraiti be indeed God, let him show us a sign. It is said of him that he raised up the dead. We have no dead at this time, but death is a spirit who comes at call. If the pakeha will do so, a slave shall be killed, that he may show the power of his God over death. Or, should that be too troublesome a proceeding, behold this tree, withered and decayed, all but leafless. It would be a simple thing for his God to give back to it the vigour of its youth. Command it then that it be restored." "Enough," said Mr. Hall. "Neither to me nor any man is such power given." "Say you so, pakeha?" returned the wizard. "Speak of your own gods, for you shall learn that Tane is yet a living spirit, who hears the prayers of his children." As I write these lines, I can see now, what escaped me at the time, that the discussion had been carefully manoeuvred to the point which it had now reached. The priest of the light had confessed his inability to work miracles. He of the darkness was now to show his powers. On the issue hung for the moment the fate of the new faith. End of chapter 7. Chapter number 8 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 8. The Triumph of Love and of Darkness. As Te Atua Mangu thus indirectly accepted the equally indirect challenge of the missionary, he turned towards the blighted tree, and with a movement of his arm, indicated that all should retire from its neighbourhood. The command was quickly obeyed, the priests moving off with dignified steps, while such of the chiefs as considered themselves in danger from the spreading branches or the falling shadow lost no time in seeking a safer resting place. In a very few moments the magician was alone. His first act was to throw from him his cloak, when it was seen that with the exception of a small apron of coarse flax, he was naked. With slow steps he began to encircle the tree, moving spirally towards it until at last he reached the trunk. From this point he stepped outward in a straight line, arriving at length on the circumference of his circle, his face towards us and his eyes looking, or so it seemed to me, directly into mine. All this time his lips had been moving, but with the exception of an occasional hissing whisper, I could hear nothing. Now, however, as he came to a standstill, these indistinguishable sounds grew and took to themselves the articulateness of speech. It seemed to me that I caught here and there the sound of a familiar word, yet always in a strange, incomprehensible connection. Were a snake endowed with the gift of speech, in some such hissing and whistling voice he might speak, and as the eyes of a snake, glittering and piercing, were the eyes that looked into mine and held me constrained, fascinated, and incapable of movement. How long this lasted I have no idea, though I know it was long enough for the growing up in my mind of a belief that if it continued many moments longer, I should die. I had surely reached the limit of endurance, when, with a sudden flick of his hand, he released me. "Behold!" he cried, and pointed a long forefinger to the tree. Believe me or not, I tell you what my own eyes saw. It was green, yes, from the first branch to the last, with all the vigour and luxuriance of its prime, and beneath it, in place of the networks of light and shadows, was a pool, a blot of inky blackness. "Makutu, Makutu!" cried the assembled chiefs, springing to their feet and scattering in all directions over the square. Footnote: Makutu, witchcraft. End of footnote. I was dimly conscious of the missionary's eyes, round and incredulous, of my father stroking his chin, and reflectively watching the excited crowd, of many persons passing and hustling me as they went, of a voice raised in sharp command, and then, with gaze back on the wondrous circle of the rejuvenated tree, of hands laid suddenly and with violence on my 2 shoulders. With a start I came to myself and looked quickly around. I was in the grasp of the guard. "Thumb!" It was the voice of the Ariki I heard. "Said I not to you years ago that in the day you brought more pakeha to the village you should go to the oven?" "Some such threat you made, O Great One," returned my father, "but—" "Then listen," went on Tihuata. "Begone, you and the white man who barks like a dog. Your lives I give you. Have a care that you bring no more of your tribe within reach of my mere, for next time you shall not escape. As for the little finger, he shall pay the penalty, so that the spoken word of an Ariki may not become as the babble of a child, carrying no significance." My father stood speechless, so suddenly had the position come about, whether in accordance with some prearranged plan, or springing in savage completeness on the opportunity, that he might well be pardoned if he were for the moment at a loss how to act. Between him and me stood the guard, armed and ready for any emergency. Our own party was almost weaponless. Moreover, its members were scattered, and thus did not even provide the advantage of consolidated, if ineffective, resistance. A single word, "patu," from Tihuata's lips would have ended the matter then and there, and presently an opening in the crowd permitted me to discover the reason why it remained unspoken. Tukutuku had intervened on my behalf. Her lips were at the ear of her lord, and though he did not refuse to listen, I took but little hope from the glare in his sombre eyes. Footnote: Patu, strike. End of footnote. It was at this moment, while my fate hung in the balance, that Rangiora, for the first time, deliberately turned his eyes upon me. During the early part of the discussion, he had laid face downwards on the grass, idly plucking the shoots. and taking apparently no interest in the proceedings. Later on, when Te Atua Mangu had begun his incantations to the gods, he drew himself into a sitting posture and moving backwards on his hands until he was on the side of the Yariki most distant from the tree, and here, so far as I know, he had remained until the moment of which I speak. At last, however, he rose, scanned me deliberately, yawned, stretched himself, and retired with an air of boredom into the whare. Never shall I forget the shock of misery and disillusionment which came over me as I watched what I conceived to be this heartless desertion. Yet it had one good effect. It stung my pride. Cold anger took the place of the hopeless fear with which I had hitherto met this critical moment in my life, and stiffening my muscles, I resolved, since resistance was out of my power, to meet death with the calmness fitted to one of my race. "Do not continue to hold me, friends," I said, turning to my captors. "Kill me or release me. Have you no fear that your fingers will fall off at the joints and your hands wither at the wrists? That you handle the little finger of Te Waharoa in this fashion?" Heaven knows what instinct in extremity it was that inspired my brain to speak these words, but as the event proved, none could have been better chosen. The two young toa dropped my arms as though they had suddenly become red hot. Footnote: Toa, braves. End of footnote. I waited for no better opportunity, but, darting through the legs of the guard, and dodging a spear thrust with every breath I drew, I made as directly as I could for the spot where I had last heard my father's voice. But I was not to escape so easily. There were many famous runners among Te Huata's young men, and time and again I had to sheer away from my objective, with the result that I drew ever nearer to the seat of the Great One. He had spoken the word now. "Patu, patu," he cried, while from his eyes flashed lightnings of wrath. Footnote: Patu, patu. Strike, strike. End of footnote. Yet as I darted breathlessly hither and thither, dodging between the legs and under the arms of my would-be captors, feeling the tips of their fingers on my body at every other moment, I became aware that my friends vastly outnumbered my enemies. From all sides came cries of encouragement. "Run, little finger, run! Ah, good indeed! Here's an eel for slipperiness. Away, you great fellow! Behold the hunter of mosquitoes! To thy right, little finger, to thy right!" Yet however great their sympathy, it did not go to the length of actively espousing my cause. Do what I would, every moment seemed to bring me nearer to the spot I most sought to avoid. But it was not, I think, until I espied the claw-footed wizard rise, mere in hand, to join the number of my hunters, that I lost heart. Him I dreaded above all created beings, and it was no longer with quick eye and a defined purpose, but in sheer mad panic, that I turned, and with a blood-red light in my eyes, and a loud buzzing in my ears, dashed as a stag at the hill, straight on my fate, as personified in the figure of the Ariki. Then, at that supreme moment, my purblind eyes caught sight of Rangiora again. His vigour danced and brightened and grew dim, yet it was truly he, and no figment of a distorted imagination. No longer bored and indifferent, but with eyes full of fire and passion, he gazed upon me. On his shoulders was a cloak of white dogskin, a royal mantle composed of the tails alone, and very splendid and noble he seemed to me, even in that moment of despair. I could see his lips moving, but no word reached my consciousness. Nevertheless, I swerved towards him. He was my last hope. If he could not save me, at least it was something to die in the arms of a comrade. But now I had eyes no longer for the young warriors at my heels, and even as I changed my direction, I was aware of a grip of steel on my shoulder, and whether the result of a push or a blow, I lay an instant later at the feet of the Ariki. I had done all that there was in me to do, and being no longer capable of terror or indeed of any other emotion, I lay still and waited the death blow. The seconds passed, and still I lay there unharmed. A strange silence had fallen on the multitude. I could hear a voice, dimly reminiscent of my father's, yet new and terrible to my ears. What it said I could not hear for the beating of my heart and the gasping of my exhausted lungs. But at last the power of thought returned to me. Wonder filled my mind. I lifted my head and looked into the face of the Great One. His eyes, lit with blood-red lights, were staring into the distance beyond, and on his face was an expression of rage and fear so awful that it looked rather like some devilish carving than the countenance of a human being. Instinctively my eyes followed the direction of his concentrated gaze, and there I saw a scene so strange that without further thought of the danger in which I had so recently, and perhaps still stood, I rose to my feet and stared with all my vision. In the centre of the guard, holding them arrested at a distance of a few yards, by the threatening of his upraised hand, stood my father. In his right hand was a heavy pistol, and his temple against the muzzle stood Rangiora, clothed in his cloak of dogskin, his head erect, his eyes calm and steadfast. No hand of violence rested upon him. He stood there, as my heart plainly told me, in the cause of a friendship that passed the love of women, offering his life for mine. What had occurred was this. Seeing no better means of saving me in my desperate situation, he had entered the whare, seized the loaded firearm, and placed it, together with his own body, draped in the royal cloak, as became one of his proud lineage, in the hands of my father. The rest was no affair of his. Between his own father and the white trader lay the issue. No wonder the crowd stood spellbound and silent. No wonder if with bated breath and beating hearts they waited the outcome of an act of heroism, the like of which they might never hope to behold again. For myself, I can say without boast that all thoughts of my own safety had swept from my mind in face of the terrible peril of my comrade. In my father's eyes gleamed a relentless purpose, and scarcely daring to breathe lest any act of mine should precipitate the climax, I stood as one petrified, still within reach of the Ariki. "Speak then, Tihuata," said the voice I had heard before, and now I knew that it was really my father who had spoken. "As surely as we both live, you shall pay me blood for blood." Whether in the madness of his rage Tihuata might not have persisted in his deadly purpose must remain a matter for conjecture, but at that moment a hand fell on my wrist, and looking up I found Tuku beside me. "Come," she said, and never taking her eyes from the figures of my father and her only son, led me towards them. A sigh of relief burst from the pent bosoms of the observers, as step by step we drew near to the couple in the centre. With satisfaction I observed the sinking of the weapon that threatened my comrade's life, and with joy I reached him and cast my arm over his shoulder. White or brown or black, what mattered it to me? I knew then, as I know today, that no brighter spirit ever inhabited a tabernacle of human flesh. But while we two thus rejoiced in each other's safety, my father, after a few gentle words to Tukutuku, had turned again, his anger nothing abated, on the Ariki. "Well for you, O chief," he cried, "that in the breast of your son beats the heart of a hero. Had the boy come to harm, learn from me that your own bloodthirsty soul, and not that of the noble youth, would have followed him to Terenga." Tihuata made no answer. His fierce eyes were fixed on my hunters, who, having been forced to remain paralysed witnesses of the scene I had just described, now stood embarrassed and irresolute, waiting his commands. "Away, weaklings!" he cried. "It is fitting that women and children should rule over a race whose warriors are without skill in arms. As for you, Pakeha," he continued, turning his gaze on my father, "your lives I have given you. Also, it has seemed fit to my son to redeem the boy who was already dead. Truly his gods watch over him. Twice has he been covered from the sharp weapon of death. Now be gone, all of you, and trouble me no more." But my father made no motion to obey. In his face continued the look I had never seen there before, and I think only once since. It was plain that he, infinitely slow to anger, was angry now. His features were set inflexibly, and his grey eyes were dark and cold and terrible. By this time a fresh disposition had come to the gathering. The great square no longer existed, and practically the whole of the village was assembled in the marae. The Ariki alone still held his original position. Beside him on one hand were the priests, on the other most of the principal chiefs of his hapu, and as the moments went by I could see the dispersed guard gradually reassembling in a dense mass to the rear of the chief. On our side, some 4 or 5 yards distant, stood in the forefront Mr. Hall, my father and myself, while behind us, mustering probably 100 all told, were the familiar faces of my fellow visitors. It must be understood that very few minutes had elapsed from the moment when I was seized by the guard to that at which I have now arrived, probably 3 or 4 at the outset, yet they sufficed for the complete division of the previously mingled villages, and bringing of them into a perilous state of opposition. Such, then, was the position of affairs when my father, yielding to the great wrath that possessed him, turned his terrible eyes on the Ariki and answered his curt command to be gone. "Chief," he said, "hear my words. If I go now, I go forever. Long and patiently have I borne with you, and for what? Have I sought to become possessed of your lands? Have I bartered my goods for women or slaves, or for heads, or the ancestral relics of your tribe? No man can say so. My hands are clean of any offence against you. They have been gift-bringers. Fruit trees border your plantations. Mine was the seed. In a few years, food plants of all kinds will cover these wild acres. But for me they had no existence. I have brought you peace, for I have made successful attack on you impossible. I have supplied you with implements of industry, turned your labours into child's play, and for these things what return do you make me? I come today into your pa, bringing with me a teacher of that religion which many believe to be the final flower of our civilization, and assuredly to such as you I could bring no gift more needful than the gospel of love. And how do you receive me? Before my eyes I have seen my son hunted, as he were a leprous dog, a child, moreover, whose adversities and the evil he has suffered at the hands of your race should have rendered him forever sacred to the Māori nation. Is that treatment to give to the son of the heroic defender of Te Kuma, the white man who scorned to fly or surrender, but gave his life for the people of your blood with whom he had made his home? Not on you, O Ariki, would I waste such words. But here are a multitude of ears, and my speech shall sink into many hearts, to your undoing. But for your heir, what follows? These things I demand of you. Freedom to come and go unquestioned through all the territories of the Ngāti Maniapoto, to have my good faith acknowledged, so that bring with me whom I will, white man or brown or black, he shall also pass unmolested, for it shall suffice that I am answerable for his deeds. The right of a voice in your councils on all matters affecting the well-being of the tribe, and more especially in councils of war, whether the quarrel be with men of my own blood or of yours. Such shall be the privileges you accord me. On my part, I will guarantee these things: to protect you against the greed of men of my race, to be your voice in their councils, and to lift your children to the knowledge of the new world in whose dawn we stand. No harm shall spring upon you in the darkness. No treachery shall work your undoing in the daylight. I will be your eyes and ears, the man on the watchtower, the scout far afield. So shall your tribe endure and pass onward into the light co-equal with the Pākehā. He paused, and in the murmur of approval that followed, the Ariki could not but have heard the footsteps of the inevitable. These are grave matters, he resumed, and should not be determined on the instant. 7 suns shall go by, and on the 8th at this hour I shall come for your answer. In the meantime the missionary bids me say that he will remain at my house, where such of you as desire to join the Christian faith may find him. And be not led away by false prophets in league with the father of evil, interjected Mr. Hall. Behold, the tree is again withered. His words were true. Nothing of its green luxuriance remained. As it stood at first, sere and decaying, so it was now. But even so, the last word lay with the priest of the ancient faith. So often as I bid it, so often will it return to life, said Te Atua Mangu. Does the missionary know how long afterwards lived those whom his Christ raised from the dead? Well, well, said my father impatiently, for the hot mood was still upon him. Mr. Hall deals not in such trickery. It is in your savage hearts he proposes to work his miracles. Come to him at my whare, and he promises that there shall grow up in you a new spirit, beautiful and destined for eternity. Is this the word of Te Moanaroa? Asked Te Huata, turning his fiery eyes on the chief. Behold, O Great One, how the matter stands, replied Te Moanaroa mildly. No consent have I given to this, nor refusal. Let those who wish test the matter and report. Many pleasing things have come to us from the Pākehā. The Ariki may remember how, on the first coming of the tobacco, a common fellow was selected to partake of the food. Excellent, said he, but by and by, how egregiously sick he was. Then said the chiefs, well indeed that we did not eat of the pipe smoke. Nevertheless the man tried again, and once again, and he was no more sick. Good, it was a food for the chiefs. So with this religion, it may not rank with tobacco, it may not rise above the common people, yet it is well that the things of the pakeha be tested each as it arrives. Te Moanaroa wiped the sweat from his face, for exertion of any kind made him perspire profusely, and glanced at my father out of the corner of his eye. But the Great One sat unmoved. The knowledge that his power was dying ate into his vitals. Even his wife and child were against him. Chiefs looked coldly on his policy, and only a handful of priests stood by him. Exasperated to the verge of insanity, his slow mind moved cloudily through the darkness, seeking some way back which might be seductive to his people. He hated the cold, white glare that came over life with the advent of the pakeha. He hated the never-to-be entirely dismissed feeling of inferiority to the white-faced interloper. Oh, for the comfortable old days when no doubt and unrest disturbed the well-ordered lives. Oh, for the return of the time when every autumn brought the excitement of war, the glories of the stricken field, with its flaming whares and multitudinous dead. Meat. His stomach hungered for the sweet-tasting ancestral food. Suddenly an idea came to him, and he raised his drooping head. Let those who would go on into the pallid light, for him the homely darkness. He would revive the ancient customs here and now. So would he answer the missionary with his bark of new religions. An evil gleam came into his eyes, and the canine teeth stood momentarily forth. Some such train of thought must have passed through the mind of the Ariki ere he turned and beckoned to him the captain of the guard, gave him an order in a low voice. I saw the man start and hesitate, and slipped my hand into my father's, determined that this time no ruse should part us. But it was not on us that his new thought was bent. The man, after some further whispered speech with the Ariki, moved off, and selecting a companion, the two of them slipped away into the crowd. A few moments later the air was rent by a piercing scream. My blood curdled in my veins, for even my innocent ears could not mistake the sound of the death cry. For a minute or more we all stood stricken dumb, knowing not what to think, and many of us, no doubt, preparing ourselves for the worst, when the crowd parted and the two warriors returned, bearing a burden to the feet of the Great One. The body was that of a girl. She had been knifed downwards from the throat, as I had often seen done with the village pigs, and her lifeblood still gouted from the wound. Shuddering, I looked at the face. It was that of the fair slave girl who had smiled at me as she passed down to the spring in the early morning. "See," said Tihuata, "thus do I answer you, you and your friend the priest, whose gods listen not to him. Let the women and children, and the men who have never known war, follow in your footsteps. Let them yield to the pakeha their lands, the labour of their hands, their women, their children, and their children's children, born and reared in slavery. I remain with my forefathers. Their gods suffice me. I will maintain their customs. Away with it. To the priests the heart. Let the ovens be made ready." These words were followed by a confused murmur, in which I seemed to read a reflection of my own horror and disgust. So strong indeed were the expressions of disapproval around me that I cannot doubt but if the victim had been one of our own party, weaponless as we were, an attempt would have been made to avenge her. Even as it was perhaps fortunate that we were unarmed, for many a hand went clutching to its girdle, and our numerical weakness could only have led to the heating of many ovens in place of one. But this rage was only for the instant. In the next, as with one accord, the visitors turned and fled in terror from the pa. In vain our chiefs sought by word and example to allay the ignominious panic. In vain my father and the missionaries stood their ground and lent their persuasions to the efforts of Te Waharoa. Nothing could stay the rout, and with what dignity we could muster, we finally followed in their wake. The sun was sinking over the shoulder of Pirongia. Looking back from the great gateway, I could see the villagers scattered in knots over the square, excitedly discussing the events of the day. A denser throng marked the spot where lay the poor victim of the Great One's spleen. The Ariki himself had retired, and the door of his whare was shut. End of chapter 8. Chapter number 9 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 9. I am set at liberty. Te Huata's triumph, if such it can be called, was brief. So far from reviving the custom of cannibalism, he had dealt its death blow, and never again did it lift its hideous head in the territory of the Ngāti Maniapoto. My father, long-suffering and of infinite patience, was roused now to show how great was the power he had accumulated and so long held in abeyance. North and south, east and west sped his messengers, calling together the heads of the hapus for the appointed day, and at his summons they came, from every village and outpost of the tribe, bringing with them gifts, but carrying also arms in their hands, that due weight might be given to their opinions. Stormy was the beginning, but calm as an evening sky the end of the meeting. Chief after chief espoused the cause of the trader. For every voice on the other side, a dozen were eager to respond. Item by item, the trader's demands were debated and upheld. White men had deceived them in the past, but this was a man alone. What he said came to pass. In vain Te Huata, curbing his fierce nature with difficulty, painted for them a picture of the Māori race subjected and enslaved. It is but the beginning, he declared. Granted the rewards that go with a beginning. What of the end? What of the day when you are in travail with the monster you have so lightly conceived? They met as images, with a dozen as potent. Allowing grounds for uneasiness in the increase of the Pākehā population, it was now a thing past remedy. The Māori nation was impossible of combination, and did he desire that the Ngāti Maniapoto should alone, of all the tribes, refuse the patent advantages which accrued from the goodwill of the whites? In vain the Ariki threatened. They had heard him in stony silence. He bethought him of his godly lineage and denounced them, as from the high heavens. They shuddered, but stood firm. And in the end he yielded completely, conceding every privilege my father had claimed, and thus saved himself from that deposition from chieftainship which was otherwise inevitable. From that hour I dated the beginning of the new order and the passing away of the old. Every change in our manner of life, and the changes were far-reaching, was referable to that momentous assembly. In the first place, Christianity was accepted as the faith of the tribe. Missions were established and schools sprang into being, as mushrooms, in a single night. Very quaint, though full of a fiery enthusiasm,
were many of these institutions. Village vied with village in the providing of scholastic advantages. Youths who had been sent by the more far-sighted of the parents to be trained at outside missions were hastily recalled and placed at the head of affairs. An unappeasable demand arose for Bibles, for the Māori language in its new and wonderful garb of print, and old men and children, husbands and wives sat daily at the feet of the teacher, imbibing such knowledge as he possessed. Nothing short of the dire necessity for providing tobacco sufficed to cause a gap in the ranks of the pupils. And truly wonderful, all things considered, was the progress they made. Their memories, trained and strengthened by centuries of oral learning, held the new facts gathered by their quick intelligence, and not many years passed before there were scores, even hundreds, who were able to quote the Bible to the frequent discomfiture of their Pākehā neighbours. Another change inaugurated by my father, who himself set the example, was the abandonment of the pā as a place of abode. Even Te Moanaroa could not be brought to see the wisdom of this step. Many years of profound peace had not entirely allayed the old dread of attack. Though Matakiki had gone unscathed, other places within a few days' journey had suffered again and again from raiders, and the Queen's law did not as yet control the actions of the Māoris among themselves. Who was to say that when the news of the defencelessness of the new village was spread abroad, some ancestral enemy might not see therein his God-given opportunity? Nevertheless, my father persisted in his design. So far as he was concerned, the heavy labour of transporting goods into the pā should cease. His store should be on the flat above the river, accessible for both land and water carriage, and his customers to east and west should no longer be required to carry their flax and produce to the top of a hill, whence it must shortly be recarried to the plain below. To my eyes the new store was an immense and beautiful building, and great and widespread was the interest that attended its erection. Rafts of timber were brought from the vicinity of Auckland overland to the Waikato, thence up that river and the Waipa to our doors, a journey so prodigious that the emerging of the first raft from the dense shadow of the bush into view of the pā seemed the most romantic event of my life. Roma heard the decision to vacate our old premises with dismay, and she entered into the possession of her new and splendid dwelling, with its chairs and tables, its bedsteads and floor covers, and pictures on the wall, with fear and trembling. I do not think she was ever happy there. For months she was continually finding excuses for a return to her old home, and uncounted times one or another of us found her, after an absence sufficiently long to rouse inquiry, sitting by the cold hearth of the dismantled kitchen, or endeavouring to repair the damages of time in its rush walls. Perhaps she lived in the hope that some happy day the Ngāpuhi would descend upon us, burn the new mansion, and drive us back on the old abode. At any rate, it was not until the whole place fell into decay, and rain and wind entered at will, that she finally ceased to visit it. What other change is there to record before I again take up the thread of my story among scenes very different from those with which I have so far dealt? White men were invading the chief native settlements. Almost daily, account reached us of their doings, their land purchases or attempted purchases. Mr. Hall became a frequent visitant, often renewing the subject he had broached on the first day of our acquaintance. It was clear, he said, that God had marked me out for some special destiny. What more likely than that it was his service for which I was intended? My reply was always, as it had been at first, a reference to my foster father. I believe the attitude of the latter greatly puzzled him. Men who were truly broad-minded in their theological matters are by no means common even now, and in those days they were extremely rare. An atheist Mr. Hall had heard of, and could properly abhor. But Mr. Huxley had not yet invented agnosticism, and there was no word to denote the mental view of a man who was alternately helpful and indifferent. However, I was a constant attendant at the mission school, where, in addition to my part of committing to memory chunks of collect and catechism, the same mystical jumble of words that is still, I believe, served up to Sunday school scholars, I was myself also a teacher. My own schooling at this period began also to occupy more of my time. I had learnt so far, as my father was careful to point out, as a parrot learns. Henceforth reason must be brought to bear on the matter. Memory, said he, will enable you to pursue a trial. Only reason can give you the power of hewing out a fresh one. Of books we had plenty, and new, or better, old, ones were constantly arriving. Books formed indeed my father's one extravagance, and now I think of it, he was probably induced to change his quarters in the first place by the inordinate accumulation of volumes and the necessity that they should be more suitably housed. The second summer following the Great Assembly was scarcely sped ere I lost the comradeship of Rangiora. He had derived his advantage from the new order in a greater measure of freedom. Hardly a day passed but I encountered him somewhere in my rambles, and later on, after I had once induced him to break the ice, he became a frequent visitor at the house. For some time past, Puhihuia and I had been teaching him English. His memory was perfect, and his intelligence keen, but he found the language beset with pitfalls into which he was continually floundering. What a relief it was to me when on our expeditions, after starting with the proviso that no language should be spoken save English, he would break into his own musical tongue with its wealth of poetic and legendary allusion. But with an increase in opportunity, the matter was taken up with thoroughness, and so rapid was his progress that before very long, though his speech for some reason continued full of defects, he could read fluently, and even write with considerable correctness. My father had taken a great fancy to him. The day following the affair described in the last chapter, he had sent him by special messenger a fine sporting gun, forwarding also gifts for Tukutuku, for, as he said, it was a grievous thing he had been called upon to do against that mother's heart in defence of my life. And now, as the boy began to pay his shy visits, he made him welcome with all the simple kindliness of his nature. But more pronounced changes were in store for Rangiora. Though Te Huata had yielded to the will of his fellow tribesmen as concerned the Pākehā, he had lost no jot of his belief in the sanctity and wisdom of the ancient customs. Concerning the rearing of an ariki, these were of much detail and inflexibility. The direct descendants of the gods was not to be suffered to grow up as any common fellow, with a mere smattering of genealogies picked up at the fireside, and such knowledge of practical science as was necessary every man should know. He must be carefully trained and fitted for the great position he would one day occupy. He must learn and store in his memory, as securely as a book has its subject matter stored in its pages, the history of the tribe and of all the tribes from the beginning, and as the mouthpiece of the gods he must be familiar with every nook and corner of the Māori mythology. We'd been looking one day at a number of drawings my father had made of remarkable facial tattooings he had come across in his journeyings, when Rangiora startled us all by saying that he must shortly submit himself to the tattooer. A supreme artist belonging to the Ngāti Haoa tribe had been requisitioned for the work and would shortly put in an appearance. "But surely you won't allow it, Rangiora," I said hotly. "I shall hate to see you transfigured out of all likeness to yourself. Won't you, sir?" But my father was silent. "I shall," said Puhihuia. "I am never able to recognize any of the boys again after they have been tattooed. Besides, it is very ugly." I noticed that he seemed to pay more attention to my foster sister's words than to mine. There was anxiety in his eyes as he looked at her. "I had thought that the wahine took pleasure in it," he urged. Footnote: Wahine, womenfolk. End of footnote. "I should not," said Puhihuia. He sat a while, wistful reflection in his eyes. "It is a thing that must be," he said at last. "It would be a disgrace to my tribe if their ariki should be as a common fellow with a plain face." "There you are wrong, Rangiora," said my father, gathering together his drawings. "The tattoo is not a mark of rank, though some of its finest examples may be found on the faces of high chiefs. There are men of descent as good as your own, whose faces have not been disfigured by a single line." He looked incredulous at first, but presently, whether or no some instance in support of my father's statement had occurred to him, he became thoughtful. "Yet the Great One wills it," he said with a sigh at last. Then my father brought his mind to bear fully upon the matter. "Do you desire to be tattooed?" he asked directly, and receiving an answer in the negative, bade the boy hold out. "They cannot operate on you against your will," he said. "Speak to your mother and enlist her sympathies. There are a dozen precedents for refusing, and if there were none, it would be a good thing to make one." Whether he were influenced by my father's encouragement or Puhihuia's objection, and on this point she showed what was for her surprising resolution, Rangiora took a firm stand, and neither his father's pleadings nor his anger succeeded in shaking him from it. He had gathered together a list of the great men living and dead whose faces had escaped the scarification of the chisel, and this was his sole argument. The learning and eloquence of the pa could not affect the unalterable facts on which he relied, however much they might seek by their explanations to minimize their importance, and he had his way. But the wharikura was another matter. Footnote: Wharikura, Māori College. End of footnote. No precedent existed for the avoidance by a high-born youth of the curriculum of this College of Mysteries, even if Rangiora had any such desire. He passed into it in the autumn, and not until the recess arrived with the following spring, and he was once more at liberty, did any of us behold him again. A tapu of an awful character clothed him and his fellow pupils. Secrecy attended their doings, and only from the remarks he occasionally let slip, and from other sources, was I able to form some idea of his manner of life through the long winter. Study claimed the night, and sleep the day. Priest after priest took up the tale of work, reciting the tribal history and its mythology, and calling upon the pupils to commit their lessons to memory. Incantations and spells, the art and practice of makutu or witchcraft, the names and positions of the heavenly bodies, with the times of their appearance and decline, made up the main portion of the syllabus, and gave employment to the scholars during the 4 or 5 years over which the full course extended. Periodical tests took the place of the examinations of the colleges of civilization, and weird and even terrible as some of these tests were, they yet contained the germ of an idea remarkable in its sagacity. The young student standing for his examination was not called upon to repeat the lessons he had been taught. They were merely the means to an end. Let him show the real inwardness of his learning by accomplishing something. Then, if he succeeded, it was evident that his teaching had borne fruit. Thus, and only thus, might he pass into the higher classes and eventually come forth the holder of a degree in the mysteries. Here, then, in charge of the priests, and more especially of Te Atua Mangu, who had come to great honours since the display of his powers recorded in the last chapter, I will for the present leave Rangiora and return to my own affairs. As with the passing of years, I grew in strength and intelligence, and there grew up also in my mind a vague unrest and dissatisfaction. No doubt my reading was largely responsible for this, though, as I shall presently show you, the mystery that clouded my parentage had its share. To open the pages of a book, almost irrespective of its subject matter, was to pass into the great world of which at first hand I knew nothing. Objects familiar to the infant of civilization were often to me mere words. My mind was a firmament of hazy outlines, sometimes resplendent, sometimes repellent, taking definite form one by one as I encountered some pictorial representation. I looked on civilization from the outside, dazzled by its glitter, awed by its undercurrent of horrors. Yet the horrors attracted me no less than the delights. The romance of the world was bound up with its wickedness, and it was the romantic for which I thirsted. It was certainly not with the consent of my will that my father gained a knowledge of my feelings. Absorbed as he seemed to be at every moment of the day, either in his business or his books, it was marvellous how quick he was to conceive and even forestall our desires. He and I were returning one summer's evening from a trip down the river, where a branch store in charge of a white man had lately been established, when, without any kind of prelude, he announced his intention of sending me to Auckland in the winter. "We must go through a course in manners," he went on, without giving me time to speak. "What books have we? However, it doesn't matter. The root of the thing is in you." "What is the root, sir?" I asked. Not that I cared, but I feared if I spoke of the greater matter the delight his words had given me would be too evident. "A kind heart, Cedric, and at the top is a quick intelligence. There also you are fitted. Convention for the sake of convention is an abomination. Insincerity brings all manners, however exquisite their polish, into contempt. If you cannot feel kindness, do not attempt to express it. You may meet the Governor, Captain Grey, or Sir George, as yesterday's post informs us. Address him as you do me. He will ask no better." "Yes, sir, thank you." "You will board with my agent, Mr. Brompart." It is his own suggestion. He tells me that there are young ladies in the family, and that they move in the best circles, New Zealand circles. Never take less than the best, Cedric. If you do not think that the best alone is good enough for you, you are a mean-spirited fellow. "How long shall I be in Auckland, sir?" "As long as it amuses you. 6 months, a year, 2 or 3 years. You are your own master." "Am I to work for Mr. Brompart, father?" No, you will be his guest, his paying guest. Consider that I have struck every chain from you. You are free." "But, father—" "Well?" "It will be a great expense, and how—" "That is my affair. Such money as you need you will ask Mr. Brompart for. He has my instructions to honour any demand you may make on him." "Oh, father, why should you do all this for me?" "Why?" he echoed, smiling. "Must one have a reason for everything he does?" "You have taught me to think so, sir," I answered. He burst out laughing at that, and taking the oars from my hands, sent the boat hissing through the calm water. "You can manage a boat, swim and wrestle," he said musingly presently. "Your boxing, however, is deficient and must be attended to. Better learn here than be taught by necessity in Auckland. What else? In scholarship, I doubt not you will be more than a match for any boy of your age. Yes, and for the majority of your seniors. Figs from thistles." And he chuckled at some idea that occurred to him. The light was fading as we came in sight of the house, set in its green plantations and young orchard trees, with the river wheeling past and the mass of the pā behind. I could see Puhihuia with a watering can among her rose bushes, and Roma standing in the doorway on the lookout for us. What great news I had to communicate! My father held me with a word or two till the boat was safely secured. Then we walked up together. "It is a pleasant spot, Cedric," he said, laying his hand on my shoulder. "With those we love around us, and work and books, one should be happy here. The trees are springing up. In a year or two there will be fruit and shade in abundance. Even now it has a charm in the soft light." "Yes, sir," I said soberly. "And it will increase in beauty. Memory will beautify it." He was silent a moment. "You asked me a question, child. There will be no need to put it again, for I shall answer it once and for all. I love you. That is the why and the wherefore." His hand came against my cheek, and I held it there, not trusting myself to make any kind of reply. "Well, well," he said gently, "it is a poor-spirited bird that does not wish to try its wings. Heaven forbid that I should say one word to daunt or dissuade you. Only remember that here is your home. Remember it as you see it now." "Well, mother, here we are, and as hungry as hunters. Come, little Huia bird, and set the dishes on the table. Then we will give you our news." End of chapter 9.
Chapter number 10 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 10. I make acquaintance with a horse and a white girl. It was certainly unfortunate that my first introduction to the society of men of my own race should have occurred on shipboard, and more especially on a vessel as the Matilda. Captain Granger was not, I am now convinced, the most profane or brutal man that ever lived, but he certainly appeared so to me at the time. I was familiar with speech that meant death, with beautifully enunciated metaphors, which paved the way to the oven and the conversion of one's bones into fishhooks. But the rough tonguing, the brutal word-whipping, the savage unmerited blows, which distinguished life on board ship, filled me with disgust and horror. In all my life, save when my existence was threatened, no hand had been lifted against me in anger. That it should seem expedient to one man to take the life of another, even though that other were myself, appeared natural and reasonable. But this senseless infliction of pain and ignominy, without any object that I could discover, made me feel ashamed of my kind. If this were civilization, then give me savagery. No doubt my mind exaggerated what I saw. Half the actions that seemed to me sheer brutality were possibly mere horseplay. The oaths which brought the blush of shame to my cheeks were merely an italicizing or underlining of speech. bearing no reference to their original meaning. But I can only speak of things as they affected me. Not that I myself received anything but kindness from Captain Granger and the rough company of the Matilda. On the contrary, whether in the cabin or on the forecastle, I was made welcome. Indeed, before I left, for we were delayed for 2 days by heavy seas on the Manukau Bar, I had gone through the story of my life several times, and made heavy inroads on the history of the Ngati Maniapoto. "How they ain't eat 'em beats me," said the admiring forecastle. "That old T. Waters got an eye on 'em," opined an old salt. "He's saving 'em up for Christmas or such like." "Now you got away, you stay away," was the advice they tendered me first and last. I tried my utmost to like these men, and especially Captain Granger, of whom my father had spoken highly. But I drew a breath of relief when I was quit of them all. I could not get accustomed to their violent changes or apparent changes of mood. I would be standing beside the captain, listening to his sailor yarns, blowderizing, no doubt, in respect for my years, when of a sudden he would roar out in a voice that brought my heart to my mouth some such criticism as this: "Get off that gaff there! What the b-hell are you doing? Call yourself a sailor? Wait till I get you, my man, and I'll teach you. What sort of a damned counter-jumper is that, Mr. Long?" "Picked him up in Sydney, sir," replies the mate. "Seemed willing enough, but I doubt if he knows as much of seamanship as he made out." "Very good, Mr. Long," says Captain Granger stiffly. "Then if he falls into the water you will be well pick him out of that too. What the hell things are coming to, when you can't get a decent sailor man out of Sydney Cove, devil knows." However, after 2 days of waiting, we slipped through the smother and let down our anchor in the wide shallow haven of the Manukau. That our arrival had been anxiously awaited was evidenced by the fleet of canoes that surrounded us as soon as the Matilda swung out on her moorings. I looked eagerly around for some indication of Mr. Brompart, but there was no sign of him among the white men and the Maoris in the canoe. It was not till over an hour later when he arrived in a small boat with a single lug sail, and coming briskly aboard, picked me out with one glint of his queer, near-set eyes. "Cedric Tregarthen?" "Yes, sir." "Not such a savage after all. Come, where are your things? We must make haste if we are to reach Auckland before dark." I pointed out my trunk, and while he handed it down to a half-caste in the boat, I ran off to say good-bye to my shipmates. It was a surprise to me to find that I was sorry to part with them, and they showed concern in parting with me. Captain Granger suggested that I should run over and see him on his next visit, which would be in 6 weeks' time, and seemed gratified by my fervent promise to do so. Yet, as I have said, I was relieved to find myself out of hearing of their rough speech, and very pleasant in my ears. After the lingo of the ship sounded the cultivated tongue of my new companion. Mr. Brompart spoke in rapid jerks, seldom taking the trouble to finish his sentences, but completing his meaning with sharp movements of the head and a cocking of his queer, shrewd eyes. I judged him to be of alert understanding, for though he put many questions to me during our journey to the capital, he seldom waited the end of my replies, picking up not merely facts but feelings from a few halting words, in a manner that astonished me and confused me. Only once was he at fault, and as the occasion had its element of humour, I may set down the manner of it. A few minutes sufficed to land us on the beach and transport us and our belongings on the higher ground, where a number of wooden buildings and some indifferent wharis formed all there was in the nature of a settlement. The sun was sinking across the harbour. In the chilly winter air a few fires were blazing, and round them the Māori housewives were busy preparing the evening meal. There was surely nothing alarming in such a scene, nothing in the attitude of these people to daunt one who had stood in front of the Great One in his wrath. Yet I took a hasty step backwards, and but that no one set me the example, I should have turned tail and bolted for the boat. The reader may guess for a 12-month before lighting on the cause of my alarm. What? Exclaimed Mr. Brompart. Left something on? No? Then what is it? And he looked vacantly around him. I was too proud to explain, and summoning up resolution, I again moved forward. I knew very well that the animals were horses, for had I not pored over pictures of them and other strange creatures for hours together? But truly the creature was both larger and more vigorous than I had imagined. He moved differently and made a noise through his nose, of which no warning had been given me. Also, though these particular animals were at present engaged in eating grass, they tore it up with such terrific energy, and their great teeth gleamed in such a sinister manner between their blubbery black lips, that their selection of food appeared to me rather a temporary mania than an act in keeping with their great estate. But Mr. Brompart's keen wits were not long at fault. As we drew nearer, and his eye fell on the horses, he half paused and gave me a searching sideways glance. "You can ride, Mr. Tregarthen?" he asked. "No, sir. I have never even seen a horse till this moment." That brought him completely to a standstill, an act in which I gladly followed his example, for as we approached the animals their attitude became extremely threatening, and I could not but reflect on the fact that I was entirely unarmed. "Never seen a... never? Well." And he gave a little screaming ho-ho of a laugh, which caused me to dislike him fixedly and for a long time afterwards. "Neither have I seen a lion or a tiger," said I, "for there are none of these in the Kawhia country." "No offence, Mr. Tregarthen," he said quickly, smothering his amusement. "Never seen a lion myself except behind bars in the Tower of London when I was a little boy. But we must get to Auckland, and the horses must carry us. You are not afraid, boy, what?" I was, but I flatter myself that even his keen eyes could discern no sign of it. "Show me how to mount the brute," said I, "and I shall do my best to keep up with you." "That's the spirit," said Mr. Brompart approvingly. "We will travel slowly. You'd better take the bay." As he indicated the animal with a gesture, I was able to discover which one he meant, for as yet the fearsome brutes were all alike to me, and presently George, the half-caste, coming along on a nag of his own, with my trunk on the saddle before him, I was assisted to a seat, and we set out on our journey. No sooner was I ensconced in the saddle, with my feet in the stirrups, than an entire change came over my feelings. Fear gave place to exultation. The mere fact that the monster had suffered me to bestride him sufficed to set me at my ease. His head went down for a last nibble at the grass, and with a pull of the reins I brought it up again. He showed impatience and some resistance, but he obeyed. He acknowledged me as his master. How I wished that my comrades of the Kāinga might see me now, a full-blown Pākehā on horseback. My fancy showed me the eyes of Puhihuya, regarding me with terror and admiration. Whether Mr. Brompart had forgotten my disability, or was desirous of getting some amusement out of the occasion, I cannot say, but he refrained from making any remark to George, who, seeing us both mounted, set off at a fleet canter, rein hand down, his right steadying my box, and shortly disappeared in the scrub. Waiting for no bidding, at all events from me, our horses dashed off in pursuit, and in a moment we were all thundering along the road. That moment remains for me still one of the most glorious in life. I feel the sweet chill air on my face as I write. I thrill again to the sense of power and lightness, so exultingly commingled. Again I am conscious of delight in my ability and prowess. But alas! The hard-trodden road lasted but a little way, and without warning my steed changed his step. On the instant I was bumped lifelessly hither and thither, now on the horse's neck, now on his rump. I was conscious of joggling past some other travellers, of the sound of a low merry laugh. My feet lost the stirrups, and with a final slither that seemed to embrace every part of my steed, from his tail to his ears, I found myself sitting safely, and not without a feeling of satisfaction, mingling with my humiliation, on the muddy road. "Oh, I hope you are not hurt," said a voice in which compassion sought to quell amusement. I started to my feet, and every feeling of humiliation, indeed self-consciousness itself, was stricken from me at the wondrous vision on which my eyes rested. I am afraid the reader who has been familiar with amazing things from his birth can never penetrate to the depths of my sensations. In the space of half an hour I was destined to behold for the first time a horse and a white girl. Imagine yourself a youth of 15 who has beheld neither. How would you act? Would you be in complete possession of all your faculties, able at once to enter into calm conversation, perhaps not with the horse, but with the girl? All I know is that I stood and stared, as I have stared at the sunset from Pirongia, or a moonlit glimpse of the Waipa. You were at that time, Helenora, 12 years of age, but why add to your vanity by describing you as at that moment you appeared to me? Let it suffice that your eyes were blue. Ah, how blue! And your hair a cloak of gold. Neither of these colours had I so seen before, nor had I beheld a skin like yours, nor lips so dainty and so red, nor... But I am describing you after all. Let me return to the young lady on horseback, with whom I am entirely unacquainted, and who has merely paused in passing to commiserate with me on my mishap. A peony blush, itself a miracle, has developed on her round cheek. Her straight brows show signs of contraction. Dare I write, her nose is taking an upward curl. "This boy is very stupid," said the young lady clearly, and then for the first time I noticed her companion. He was a man of between 30 and 40, young and active looking, with clear blue eyes. At the moment my gaze rested on him he was laughing at the girl's words, and yet there was something about him, an air of dignity, that impressed and held me, and finally drew me to doff my cap. "You are not accustomed to travelling on horseback, my young friend?" he said good-humouredly, and with a slight inclination of the head in response to my salute. "No, sir," I replied. "And yet I dare promise, Helenora, that in a month's time the young gentleman will be as proficient as yourself," he continued, half turning to the girl, but keeping one partly closed eye on me. "You are a recent emigrant, I suppose?" "No, sir. I was brought here as an infant." "Indeed, and you have not yet learned to ride?" Either I was tacitly to allow myself lacking in spirit, or I must again make my ignominious confession. I chose the latter alternative. "I have lived where there are no animals except pigs, sir," I said, "and I have never seen a horse until a few minutes ago." Helenora laughed in merry surprise, dismissing every shade of annoyance from her face. "And you got on at the moment you saw it?" she said, opening her eyes. "The moment I saw someone else do it," I corrected. The gentleman appeared to recognize the distinction, for I saw his blue eyes twinkle. "Where is this benighted country?" he asked. We must see to it that the variety of their livestock is increased. Property," he added abstractedly, "that is the secret to civilization. The first man who possessed himself of a stick started on a path to the stars." He repeated the phrase musingly under his breath, a dreamy smile in his eyes. Then an air of restlessness came over him. "Come, Helen," he said, gently pinching her ear. "We must ride on, my dear." He had apparently forgotten the question he put to me. At this moment Mr. Brompart, who had ridden after my horse, returned, leading the animal by the bridle. The bend of the road concealed us from him until he was close at hand, and then I saw him pull himself erect and doff his hat to the saddle. "Good evening, Your Excellency," he said, his head only narrowly falling short of the humility of his hat. "A pleasant evening, Sir George. Your servant, Miss Wilde?" The Governor, for the reader will already have penetrated to the identity of the stranger, returned the salute somewhat coldly, and for the first time I noticed the square strength of the jaw, which contrasted so strangely with the upper part of the face. I judged that he was not pleased to meet with my companion, with whose name, however, he showed himself acquainted. He looked at the girl, and moving his horse a few paces, sat tapping his boot with his riding whip. But Miss Wilde, absorbed in my manoeuvres, was by no means disposed to tear herself away until they had been brought to some kind of issue. Once more in possession of my horse, I had, it appeared, attempted to mount him from the wrong side. That such a trivial detail should disturb the equanimity of the animal was incomprehensible to me, and yet I have no doubt that it was the last argument necessary to convince my steed that I was a novice in whom no self-respecting animal should place trust. Round and round he went, backing into the other horses, and starting under the cuts from Mr. Brompart's whip. "Now, now," gurgled Helenora. "Oh, what a stupid!" Her pretty musical speech disturbed me no whit. My whole attitude towards her was abject. Say what she would, do what she would, no question of right or wrong arose. No question of liking or disliking. She had come in the first instant a principle as fixed as gravitation, a religion once for all determined. And so she remained. But when Mr. Brompart, losing patience, muttered that I was a bucolic dunderhead, then indeed hot rage took the place of dogged endeavour. I listened no more to their conflicting instructions, but taking the matter in my own hands, was almost instantly in the saddle. Moreover, I achieved this result, as Miss Wilde wonderingly remarked, from the wrong side after all. How Sir George had brooked the delay I was too occupied to observe, but he moved off as soon as I gained my seat, and Mr. Brompart, wasting no further time on his troublesome charge, trotted off to his side. I saw the Governor look quickly behind him, and had Helenora chanced to catch his eye, I make no doubt that much of this story would not have been written. Whether it were that the young lady expected to see me fall off again, or had developed an interest in the boy who had lived so long without seeing a horse, I have never had the courage to ask her. But though, warned by her previous reproof, I kept my own gaze in order, I was aware that her eyes were fixed upon me, and that she continued to watch me silently for several minutes. "I can never have seen you before, boy," she said questioningly at last. I turned to her then, and saw a look in her eyes as though she were puzzled. "No," I replied, "that is quite impossible. I have never been in the white man's country before." "Sometimes you look like somebody, and sometimes you don't," she explained. "Somebody?" "That is the curious part of it. I can't remember who it is I am reminded of. It must be only one of my fowls," she continued. Possibly my gaze had again grown too persistent. I am always seeing likenesses to them, and I have a lame blackbird at home who looks so exactly like our vicar that, well, I suppose you could tell them apart. Don't sit so stiffly. You want to be all softened up so that you can feel every movement of the horse. You're not like the Bromparts, so it can't be any of them. Is Mr. Brompart your uncle? He is no relation of mine. My father, Mr. Purcell, has put me in his charge while I remain in Auckland. Then your name is Purcell? No, Mr. Purcell is not my father. He took me out of the Takuma Pa when it was sacked by Te Waharoa. My own father was killed then. He was the last man to fall, and he killed 7 of their greatest chiefs before he died. Eleanora shivered daintily. Was your mother killed too? She asked. No, I know nothing about my mother. I think she must have died very soon after I was born. Perhaps she was never even in New Zealand, for my father was an Englishman. Eleanora was silent a moment. You must mind when we come to the good road, she said presently. Don't let your horse trot, or you will come off again. That is how I came to grief, I explained. I thought, because I could keep on when he was going at full speed, that I had mastered the whole secret. So Euclid was wrong, and the greater doesn't always include the less. Why does he keep moving his ears like that? The reader must understand that my attention was about equally divided between the girl and the horse. The gaze which she turned on me was perhaps as searching and long as those for which I had earned reproof. He is listening to what you are saying about Euclid, she said slowly. I am not so simple as that, Miss Wilde. Her blue eyes scanned me doubtfully. Oh, of course, she said presently. You heard Mr. Brompart. Would it be rude to ask what your name is? I was only too delighted to tell her. She looked at me with slowly widening eyes. What? She exclaimed. Cedric Tregarthen, I repeated. A flush as of excitement came into her cheeks, and for a moment I thought she would have ridden away and left me. But if she had such an impulse, she did not follow it, but kept her eyes fixed on me, one expression following another in her blue depths. In vain I sought to elicit from her some hint of the nature of the discovery she had evidently made. A shake of the head and a roguish dimple was all she vouchsafed me. Had my name put her on the track of the recollection that had hitherto evaded her? And was I mistaken in thinking that there was one expression almost amounting to defiance which shone in her eyes more often than any other? Are you going to live with the Bromparts? She asked musingly, presently. Yes, I replied. But you speak of the Bromparts, and so far I only know of one. There is a Mrs. Brompart and 2 girls and some young men, she replied indifferently. They have a section on the top of the hill above the cemetery, about a mile from Government House. Mr. Brompart is a farmer, then? Oh, no, said the girl. His sons are supposed to be, I believe, but he is a businessman. He does things about the ships, she continued vaguely, but mostly he has to do with an English land company. We don't like him at Government House because he annoys Sir George. Sometimes His Excellency gets very angry with him, but since you are going to be one of his family, I ought not to have said anything about that. I assured her that I would respect her confidence. You are fond of His Excellency, I suggested. Indeed, yes, she said fervently. He is the kindest and cleverest of all men. I write down her words, for, as you will learn presently, all men were not in accord as to the character of the governor, and not many hours passed before I heard words spoken of him as full of hatred as hers were of affection. I am afraid I shall have to ride on, she said presently, in a voice that mingled matronly anxiety and childish reluctance. His Excellency is being annoyed now. Indeed, for some minutes I had been conscious that all was not quite well in front, and now, in the silence that followed her words, I heard the governor say, "You are mistaken, Mr. Brompart. If your principals have sold what they did not possess, that is their affair. It is for them to recompense the innocent who have suffered by it, and in no way the concern of the British government." "But, Your Excellency," replied Mr. Brompart hastily, "surely possession is a necessary part of the agreement to purchase, as I have already explained to Your Excellency." "I must go," said the voice of Hellenora beside me. "Hold your horse tight, or he will follow me. I am sorry I called you stupid." "Why did you?" I asked quickly as she gathered up her reins. The colour came again into her cheek as she looked at me. "Because I thought you were rude. You stared at me so." "But there was a reason for that," I said, "and I should like to tell it you." She nodded, regarding me with a mingling of doubt and curiosity. "Because," I said significantly, "a horse is not the only new thing I have seen today. If I stared at you, no doubt I also stared at the horse." "I am the first girl you have ever seen?" she said wonderingly. "The first white girl?" "Oh, Maoris!" Her red lips curled disdainfully. Then the wonder returned. "How funny and incredible that seems," she observed, regarding me with speculative eyes. "It accounts for my staring," I summed up. The sound of Mr. George's voice, cold and incisive, floated back to us, and she pulled her horse to attention. The haze of speculation in her eyes had changed into a gleam of shy roguery. "What did you think of the horse?" she asked, and, waiting no reply, cantered away. I saw her ride alongside the governor, heard the sound of her voice and his reply, and watched him start off at a canter, leaving Mr. Brompart to look impatiently behind at my more plodding efforts at horsemanship. But his distemper, if I had rightly judged his looks, was gone when I reached him, and he accosted me cheerily with, "Well, Mr. Tregarthen, you and your steed are becoming on better terms with one another, what?" "When I get accustomed to the ways of the animal, Mr. Brompart," I began. Just so," he said. "Rome was not built in a day, and what think you of the beautiful Miss Wilde?" There was a ring of spite in the tone he gave to the adjective, which would have silenced me, even if I had felt disposed to reveal my feelings. I contented myself with remarking that she had been extremely civil to a stranger. "Yes," he said grudgingly, and then, as though I had given expression to my inmost thoughts, "she is beautiful, and so is her mother, Lady Dora Wilde." He mouthed the words as though in mockery. "But do not exalt yourself on the casual civilities of Government House. Like as not, the young lady will have entirely forgotten the meeting on your next encounter. Did she ask your name?" I answered him in the affirmative. He seemed surprised at that. "It is a well-sounding name," said he, "such as might belong to a gentleman." "It did," I told him. "Surely," he agreed with a grimace, "yet it may be expedient to conceal the upbringing of the gentleman's, eh? To have lived in a Maori village, Master Tregarthen, is hardly a recommendation to the higher circles, you understand me? If Mrs. Brompart or the girls are to introduce you at Government House as my esteemed client Mr. Purcell desires, you will perceive that reticence, eh? What?" "I am afraid your advice comes too late, Mr. Brompart," I replied in no great good humour. "I have already divulged the humble facts of my origin, and so, if your surmise is correct, I have saved Mrs. Brompart from suffering any humiliation on my account." He interrupted me in his usual fashion ere I was halfway through, but I was resolved to speak, even if I was not to be heard, and therefore continued doggedly and in a loud voice to the completion of what I had to say. He made no remark, but urged his horse to a trot, and as mine followed suit, and the whole of my attention was immediately required to keep my balance, I suppose he may be considered to have got the advantage in the little difference between us. I had scarcely recovered myself by an affectionate embrace of my steed's neck, when two young men came galloping up from behind through the sticky mud. "Lo, Brompart," one of them shouted without drawing rein. His Excellency on ahead?" My companion gave a gesture of assent and gazed after the retreating horseman with a sour face. "Mr. Hee-Haw and Sir Gregory Addlepate," he remarked. "Those are surely not their names," I objected. "No, but their natures," said he, with his brief screaming laugh. "The Governor's aide-de-camp, Sir Gregory Applethwaite, and Mr. Wild. Yes, Mr. Tregarthen, her step-brother." The thought had occurred to me, but I had made no motion to put the question. There was something almost uncanny in such intuition. By this time darkness had fallen, but we were not far from our destination. From the higher ground we had gained, I could already see the pale gleam of Waitemata, the glittering water, and on the near bank a few dim and scattered lights, which I guessed to be all that the night left unconcealed of the white men's city. End of chapter 10.
Chapter number 11 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 11. I enter the white men's city. We left the wider way almost immediately afterwards, and plodding down a muddy track through dense tea-tree scrub, came presently on some slip rails, which gave admittance to a paddock. The lights of a house shone forth at the farther end, and towards these Mr. Brompart directed his way, after having dismounted and closed the slip rails. "Have you ever seen a cow, Master Tregarthen?" "No, sir." "There is one yonder. You can see her horns against the sky." I looked and saw her as he stated, her head and shoulders appearing against the pale background over the low hill. It was a thrilling sight, and for all the years of familiarity that have intervened between that day and this, my first cow rises before me as I write the word, a veritable creature of romance. A few yards from the building Mr. Brompart told me to dismount, and bidding me go inside, led the horses away. For what I believe was the first time in my life, I was seized with that strange, causeless trepidation of the mind, from which youth often suffers untold miseries. I made my way to the verandah, and though the house door stood invitingly open, and I could plainly hear the voices of the folk engaged in conversation inside, my will was paralysed, and not a step farther could I go. In vain I reasoned with myself, called up the hair-breadth escapes of my life. More easily could I have faced the Great One than these harmless people of my own race. As the minutes passed, and my terror, or whatever it was, increased rather than diminished, I sat down on the step and presently found myself listening to what was being said inside. Mr. Brompart had evidently gained the interior through another entrance, for his was the voice that first drew my attention. "What!" he exclaimed, "is the boy not come in?" There was an unanimous negative and a chorus of questions as to my whereabouts from the men and my appearance from the women. "As to where he is," said the master of the house, "probably he has mistaken the cowshed for the dwelling-house, and John had better seek him there before he turns in with the other calf." This raised a guffaw, which John interrupted to declare that he would not be saddled with the responsibility of looking after me. "I know how it will be if I make a beginning," said he. "He will be shoved on me all the time. I am not going to have him hanging around, with everyone making fun of his wild manners and his broken English." "As to his English," Mr. Brompart admitted, "he speaks well, and there is no great fault to be found with his manners. Get me my slippers, Sarah, and you, Richard, go and see what has become of him." "Not me," said Richard. "Let Fred go." "It would have been so simple to have brought the boy in yourself, William," said a new voice.
instead of troubling the boys to do so. As to that, Jane, returned Mr. Brompart with unexpected mildness, I have done a day's work, but let it be. The boy, no doubt, will manage well enough in the open air. I will go, father, said an eager treble. He can't be very far away. Sit down, Sarah. I wonder at you, reprimanded her mother. Fred can go as far as the veranda and call out. The sound of advancing footsteps brought me hastily to my feet. The flattering allusions to which I had just listened had served one good purpose by bracing my nerves, and moving my feet noiselessly on the veranda, I saved Master Fred the trouble of coming any farther by myself entering the house. I set down this conversation not because I imagine it will possess any interest for the reader, but for the reason that it introduces the Bromparts to me in a characteristic way, and may serve the like purpose with him. The first thing that struck me in the personal appearance of my new housemates was their pronounced likeness to their father. All had the same near-set eyes, only avoiding a squint by a narrow margin, softened, it is true, in the face of the two girls, but still perceptible. Yet they were not ill-looking girls, and but that Helenora had already delineated in my mind an imperishable image of female beauty in its perfection, I should, no doubt, have beheld them with deeper sensations than I actually experienced. Janet, the elder girl, possessed the better features, but her expression was too cold to be pleasing, and I liked better the looks of her sister Sarah, who had sufficient naturalness to regard me with interest, and enough good nature to frown on the rude antics of her three brothers. As for these young men, for the youngest of them was scarcely older than myself, I came from a land of savages, it is true, but not such savages as they were. The Maori was, I doubt not he still is, a pattern host. To him courtesy and hospitality to the guest was a religion. There was a ceremoniousness and reserve about him which flattered and elevated, and though no doubt his manners might on occasion be not altogether free from hypocrisy, yet better that than insult, and never have I seen a guest, however slight his rank and reputation, subjected to ridicule and buffoonery. The eldest son, Richard, was at the moment of my entrance engaged with a book. He looked up, stared at me deliberately, and without any form of greeting returned to his reading. The second son, Fred, approached me with his tongue in his cheek, and making a sign to his sisters to observe his cleverness, spoke with a vile accent a number of disconnected Maori words, which he had no doubt picked up promiscuously on the beach. John, the youngest, burst into a laugh, and stamped his feet rapturously on the floor. "Come, come, boys, no tricks," said Mr. Brompart, mildly amused. "And sit down, Master Tregarthen, or Cedric, since you are to be one of the family. Mrs. Brompart, Miss Brompart, Miss Sarah Brompart. Now you know us." Angry and confused as I was by the, to me, extraordinary nature of my reception, I still sufficiently recollected my father's lessons in the conventions to bow to the ladies. Miss Brompart favoured me with an inclination of her head in return. Mrs. Brompart gave me a languid hand, taken from between the leaves of a fashion journal, and returned thereto, and only Sarah warmed my chilled blood with a smile. "Tea will be ready soon, Pa," she said. "Perhaps Cedric would like to go to his room first?" The use of my Christian name seemed to cause her brothers exquisite amusement, and I saw the angry red flame in her cheeks. "You should speak to John and Fred, Pa," she said warmly. "They don't possess the manners of savages." The temptation to strike, and strike home, was irresistible. "Indeed, Miss Sarah, you are wrong," I said. "That is exactly what they do possess." Had a bombshell burst in the room, I doubt if its occupants could have looked more astonished. Richard threw down his book and, with a sneering laugh at his discomfited brothers, said it was the best he had heard in a long while. Mr. Brompart said nothing, but he regarded me shrewdly and speculatively for several moments. "You mustn't mind my brothers," Sarah said, as she conducted me to my room. "They don't mean any harm." "Then I'm sorry I spoke as I did," was my reply. "Oh, as to that, it will do them good. I mean that you are not to let anything they say or do hurt your feelings. Here is your room. Do you think you will be comfortable in it?" I had been too much occupied with my new acquaintances to take note of the contents of the room I first entered, but now I looked with interest around me. I have slept in many handsomely appointed bedrooms since that day, but I have never again had the sense of luxurious comfort which came over me at the sight of that little chamber with its single white-curtained window, its simple brass-mounted bedstead, its wash-stand, mirror, and chest of drawers. "Indeed, it is a beautiful room," I said fervently. She laughed gaily, checking her mirth when she saw that I was in earnest. "Mr. Purcell is very rich, isn't he?" she asked. "I don't know," I answered. "We used to live in a rush whare, and though we have a good house now, it is nothing to this." To tell the truth, the idea suggested by her words was almost new to me. My reading, of course, had acquainted me with the fact that there was, though in other lands, a wide disparity between the possessions of individuals, but it had never seemed to me a fact in which I was, or was likely to be, personally interested. Even a great chief like Tehuata had, beyond his clothes, his weapons, and a few hereditary ornaments, no personal possessions, and only my foster-father owned more of this world's goods than he could immediately use or consume. Yet it would have seemed to me a ludicrous suggestion that Tehuata was poor. My eyes were shortly to be opened on this and many other matters. I never learned with certainty to what rank in life the Bromparts had belonged previous to their emigration from England. From the number of titled names on the lips of Mrs. Brompart, when later on she condescended, for reasons of her own, to take notice of me, I could only conclude that she had moved in the highest circles. But as Mr. Brompart never supported her by word or look, and seemed indeed to possess a sneering contempt for titles of every kind, I judged it unlikely that he himself was a person of distinction in the country he came from. On the other hand, there seemed to be no lack of money. The sons made merely a pretence at working on the farm, leaving all the laborious work to hired assistants, and spending their time either idling in town or riding over the countryside. On that night of my coming they went out after tea, disappearing one at a time, and I noticed that both Mr. and Mrs. Brompart looked annoyed when the discovery was made that they had gone. Janet merely curled her proud lip when asked if she knew where they were. She rarely addressed a word to her brothers, or indeed to any occupant of the house, and later on I could not but discover that she held every member of her family, with the exception of her mother, in disdain. At breakfast the following morning, Mr. Brompart, after vainly endeavouring to enlist the services of one of his sons to relieve him of the task, announced that he would take me into town and show me the sights. "You will be able to dispatch a letter to your foster-father tomorrow," he said thoughtfully. "There is a schooner leaving. Well, to have something to write about." I cordially agreed, for I was all agog to see the splendid city of the white men, of which for years past I had heard so many reports. It was a fine bright morning as we rode our horses on to the muddy highway, and turned our faces towards the shining island-studded waters of the capital of the colony. I had supposed the residence of the Bromparts to be, at the nearest, on the outskirts of the inhabited district, but as I looked around, I could see in every direction the homes of the settlers dotting the grasslands, not merely in the direction of the water, but along the ridge of Rangiora and towards the beautiful ancient pa, which the white men had rechristened Mount Eden. In front of us, standing out against the sky, were several large buildings, and thence westward I could see them clustering ever more thickly together as the land fell away to the harbour. "Inside the double rail there, to your right," said my guide, "are the government house grounds. House itself was burnt down 4 or 5 years ago. Royal Hotel to left, the old post office and customs house. Master Tregarthen." A bugle call rang out sweetly on the morning air, sending a thrill of pleasure through my body. "The barracks," explained Mr. Brompart. "You'll be interested in the redcoats. All boys are, and women. The 58th Regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Wynyard in command." The city of Auckland at that time had its centre in Point Britomart. To the left was Commercial Bay, to the right Official Bay. The early settlers, in establishing themselves, fixed on the sunny slopes to the eastward in preference to those which were subjected to the force of the prevailing winds on the west, and thus the first intention of the town was towards what is now known as Parnell. Already, however, the greater physical advantages of the western side were making themselves felt, and into the muddy channel of Queen Street was rapidly flowing all the enterprise of the budding city. From the check of this westward expansion the east never recovered. To this day there is about Parnell an air, let me not write of stagnation, but of village quietude. Nor will it awake to activity till a viaduct spans the intervening valley that proved its undoing. Giving a name to every object which he saw attracted my attention, and hastening me along meanwhile, Mr. Brompart turned into Shortland Crescent and pushed on down the hill. Even at that date I think there must have been well nigh a dozen vessels lying out in Commercial Bay, while, standing across from the round green hill called North Head on the opposite shore, came an object of such majesty and beauty that I drew rein, and lost to everything else of the wonders around me, had eyes only for this. It was a full-rigged ship, one of those emigrant vessels of which I had so often heard in my native home, one of those wondrous floating palaces which were bringing the people of my race in hundreds and thousands to the land of the Maori. How great and glorious were the people who could fashion and control an object so transcendent. Tears of pride and delight came into my eyes as I watched her. Up aloft I could clearly see the figures of the sailormen taking in the royals and the top-gallant sails. Not by any possibility could such privileged beings be of the drinking, swearing class of the Matilda. Meanwhile Mr. Brompart had ridden on, till, missing the sound of my horse's footsteps behind, he turned, and he himself beheld the vessel. "The Esmeralda!" he cried, gathering up the reins. "Put up your horse at the Osprey in High Street. I have business to be seen to at once." And waiting no reply, he went off at a trot down the hill. High Street and the Osprey Inn proved easy to find, and giving my horse in charge of the stableman, I set off on all but dancing feet to explore the town. Auckland is larger now, but it does not seem to me quite so fine nor so densely populated as it did then. Its single or two-storied shops, with their small windows, its verandahed residences, its public houses, I think I counted 8 in Queen Street alone, represented to me the last word in civilization. I wondered at the people, men and women, boys and girls, military and civilian, who passed me without a word and with only here and there among the younger folk a look of inquiry.
The children moved together in twos and threes, and sometimes a couple of soldiers, very smart and dashing in their uniforms, would come along the street abreast. But I was impressed, as I have never been impressed among the Māori, by a sense of the isolation of the human unit. It was only the rebound of my keyed-up emotions, but seeing so many men moving alone, exchanging merely a word or nod with others here and there, and all with a strange air of intentness on their faces, a sudden chill came over the warmth of my feelings. Unknown to myself, I had come face to face with the barrier of cold reserve which the Anglo-Saxon raises between himself and all but a chosen few. I have still a vivid recollection of the novel scenes I saw that day. Sale by auction struck me as a magical way of disposing of goods, and I wondered that it had never occurred to my father to adopt it. I resolved, as I stood in Connell and Riding sale room on Queen Street, and watched the celerity with which the auctioneer disposed of his stock, that my first letter should carry to him full directions for the carrying out of this new idea. In front of the rostrum was a table piled with drapery and goods, muslins and silks and velvets of the finest texture and most delicate hues imaginable. They were mostly in short-length pieces, being, as the auctioneer told us, dress lengths, and so taken was I with their beauty that I could not resist the temptation of buying a couple of pieces for Puhi Huia, and also a large sunbonnet of genuine leghorn straw, which things I duly sent to her the next afternoon by the 17-ton schooner Gazelle. I observed Fred Brompart, he was the second son, among the crowd of onlookers, but he took no notice of me until after I had made my purchases, when he came up and fingered the stuff and asked me, with more civility than I had looked for, what I intended to do with them. I was grateful for his recognition, for by this time I was tired of my own company, and I launched out into a description of my foster sister, all the more fervent that I had had no one to speak with of her since I dried her eyes on the river bank. I came to a conclusion abruptly, expecting to see a sneer on his face, but he merely nodded. "You paid enough for them, Cedric," he remarked. "You mean I've paid too much?" "No, the price is right enough, as the things are going, but it's a good deal to give for presents to a girl." "Don't you give presents to your sisters?" I asked, wondering. For the moment Fred looked embarrassed. "Oh, that's right enough," he said, recovering himself. "But you don't want to be too free with your money till you know the ropes. If you've finished, let's get out of this. I'll tell the man to put your things aside till later on, and we'll go for a stroll round. What do you say?" My reply was that I was only too glad of his company, and this was the absolute truth. Fred led the way briskly down the street, till we came in front of one of the public houses I have spoken of. The Crown and Anchor, I think it was, when he came to a halt, and proposed that we should go inside and undertake the operation he defined as wetting our whistles. I wished to be companionable, and there was no doubt also an element of curiosity in my consent, for I had a very exaggerated idea of the wickedness of these places. However, I followed him in, and pushing our way through the noisy crowd which surrounded the bar, we were presently served with 2 glasses of English beer. Fred was greatly tickled when he found, after an exhaustive search of his pockets, that he had come out without any money. "After inviting you in and all," said he, "lucky it was one of the family." However, I was glad of the opportunity of paying for the beer, and begged that he would keep the change for a sovereign the girl handed him until another occasion, for, as I wisely observed, he would certainly need some more money before the day was out. As for the beer, 1 mouthful was enough for me. Anything more nauseous had never passed my lips, and despite the whispered remonstrances of my companion, not another drop would I take. Nor have I drunk beer from that day to this. Finding I was not to be moved, Fred kindly exchanged glasses with me, swallowing the contents of mine, with the dual purpose of hiding my shame and avoiding such a flagrant insult to the house as I had projected. "Old Sheehan gets nothing but the best, and he's pretty touchy about it," he told me. I thought this would have terminated our visit, but Fred's whistle, it appeared, was not yet properly moistened, and as I could not be induced to try any other kind of drink, he fell back on a young man of his own age, with whom he had exchanged a nod on entering. Presently he was in the midst of a laughing group, every one with a glass in his hand. I think that was my first insight into the power of money. I could not but reflect that if I had kept my change in my own possession, he would have been obliged to come away with me, as he had first intended. I was agreeably surprised with the good humour and friendliness of the men around me. In pronounced contrast with the people in the street, everyone addressed me as if I were an old and familiar friend. They asked no questions. They knew me and called me by my name. Jack or Bill or young Larkins here, as one individual persisted in designating me, with such perfect confidence that the name presently ousted the others. Nor did they make an embarrassing demand on me for conversation in my turn. It was enough that I wore the appearance of listening and continued to smile amiably. Such was my innocence that it did not at first occur to me that I was witnessing the early stages of intoxication. I doubt I knew that intoxication had stages, and it was only after I had made an earnest but quite unsuccessful effort to understand what they were talking about that a suspicion of the truth began to form in my mind. After that I was all eagerness to be gone, and finding myself unable to get any answer from Fred as to how long he intended to stay, I finally worked myself to the door and took advantage of its opening to slip out into the street. By this time it was past midday, and I repaired to the Osprey Inn for lunch. Here I came on Mr. Brumpart, just finishing his meal, and evidently in a great hurry. "I must return to the office," were his first words as he caught sight of me. "But come down to the beach. Where have you been, boy? The shops? Come down to the fine ship, the Esmeralda. Like to go aboard, perhaps?" I said that I would extremely, and 20 minutes later, having dispatched my dinner, I hastened down to Official Bay, and was soon, together with Mr. Brumpart and 1 or 2 other gentlemen, being pulled out to the ship. The cabin passengers had already come ashore, but the red tape of officialdom had tied up the emigrants, who still remained on the vessel. They were now, as I understand, about to be released. Upwards of a score of boats and canoes hung on the flanks of the big weather-worn ship, some of them touting for passengers, some laden with fresh provisions, strings of fish, little baskets of vegetables and fruit. Through these we made our way, and reaching the gangway, presently gained the deck. I am bound to confess that, impressed as I was by the size of this great ocean voyager, I was still more impressed by the darkness, the noisome odours, the general air of filth and squalor that characterized the hold in which the emigrants were confined. Much of the disorder was, no doubt, due to the fact that the voyagers had collected together their belongings prior to leaving the vessel. But even when due allowance was made for this, there remained a good deal unaccounted for. In spite of the depressing character of their surroundings, the emigrants were in good spirits. The women sat chatting among their household goods, keeping a watchful eye on their surrounding bundles and the sturdy children, who played hide-and-seek among the litter. The men also were much happier than they were aware of, in drawing comparisons, disastrous to the colony, between the New Zealand officials and those of the land they had left. But now word was passed down that they were free, and in a moment all was activity.
I fancy that the majority of the men were military pensioners who had been granted an acre of land with a cottage and the right of preemption over 5 more acres, being in return liable for active service if required. But there was also one considerable batch who seemed to look to Mr. Brompart for instructions, or to possess the right to call on him for assistance. I may say at once that I never arrived at a clear understanding of this branch of Mr. Brompart's business. Of his own affairs he never spoke to me, and it was chiefly from chance words let fall by other people that I gathered the idea that he represented some group of land speculators, whose enormous claims were disputed by the natives and remained, so far, unsupported by the government. How these claims were finally adjusted, if they ever were, or how far Mr. Brompart was himself responsible for the trouble and distress that ensued, I have no knowledge. But I do know that for many years he was rarely free from the importunities of the settlers for a week together, that he often took trips to the southern settlements to avoid receiving deputations, and that even after the lapse of 40 years I have occasionally heard his name spoken with invective. I lingered so long on the ship, taking stock of its proportions and method of construction, for I had resolved to have one exactly like it, but cleaner, at an early date, that but for a native canoe which still lingered, I was in risk of having to spend the night on board. I found its proprietor among the crew, endeavouring to effect a sale of a few trivial articles of Maori workmanship, and waiting till his business was transacted, I told him that I wanted to go ashore, and asked his terms. He looked me over thoughtfully, scanned the empty water, and having thus taken stock of the position, announced that the charge was 5 bob. I have no idea what was a fair price for the proposed service, and had I been dealing with a white man, whether I suspected him of overcharging me or no, I should have closed the bargain at once. But the Māori was nearer to my heart than the Pākehā. I could not bear that he should cheat me, and I knew by the fellow's manner that he proposed to take advantage of my necessities. After all, it would be a perfectly simple matter to swim ashore. So I gave him a proverb in use in our country, when it was considered one sought to make gain out of another's need. The effect on his face was instantaneous. Cunning and greed gave place to a look of astonishment, and that, in its turn, to one of shame. "Friend," said he, "your words are correct. In the Māori sayings live the wisdom of our ancestors. The canoe is yours." I found that my new acquaintance belonged to a hapu whose place of residence was somewhere in the neighbourhood of the Tamaki. His name was Te Tere. He had been familiar with Auckland from its beginning, and both then and later I learned from him much of the feeling that attended the intercourse of the two races. On one side was humiliation, tempered or held in leash by greed of gain; on the other, at the best, tolerance; at the worst, a scurrilous contempt that enveloped the whole native race in the epithet bloody Maoris. I am not now speaking of those hardy and courageous settlers, true chips of the ancient Anglo-Saxon block, who, taking their lives in their hands, had gone forth into the wilderness, there to hew out for themselves the homes the old land denied them. They at least were compelled by their necessities to hold the original owners of the soil in respect, nor of the men of culture and understanding, who were able to pierce the dark skin of ignorance and observe with admiration the natural strength of the brain beneath. But the mass of the townsmen, themselves of no particular education, of narrow, insular views, and absorbed in the petty issues of trade, many of these had come direct from the cities of England or from Sydney, hired or purchased a shop or office immediately on landing,
and entered on business as though they had merely shifted from one street to another, never moving from the narrow limits of the town, seeing only the worst side of the natives in their midst. They could form no adequate conception of the qualities of that race without whose continued forbearance and goodwill their lives were not worth an hour's purchase. It is true that a share in the blame for this misunderstanding must be laid at the door of the natives. I think there was nothing in the early days of my residence in Auckland that so puzzled and even shocked me as the manner of the Māori visitors. I had been accustomed to dignity and reserve, to courteous speech, to honourable dealing. Here I could see little of any of them. The men were boisterous and tricky, the women bold and worse. Their lack of pride angered me. I have seen, this was in the days before the establishment of the Māori hostelry, men and women lying wrapped in their blankets, asleep in doorways and at corners of streets, the winter rain falling on them. Yet they must have known that no white man had ever so lain within reach of shelter of a Māori whare. Keen as were their wits, their whole attitude towards the Pākehā was a mistake. Nay, it was their very keenness that led them astray. In their manner was a reflection of the manner of those who addressed them. He who came with boisterous jest found a boisterous jester to receive him. The speech underlined with senseless oaths was responded to in like fashion. What the Pākehā gave, that he did receive. But though, as I have said, a measure of blame must attach to the native on this account, the initial fault lay with the white man, who, satisfied with his formula of bloody Maoris, neither doubted nor attempted to conceal his immense mental superiority. But I am anticipating. Only a faint suggestion of some irritating soreness came to me from Te Teri's words on that occasion. I was aware of a cloud in the bright sunlight of that winter's afternoon, a cloud far off and impalpable. Would it melt away in the blue heavens, or grow till the whole fair land darkened under its shadow? Very pretty and peaceful looked this youngest of cities from the calm waters of the bay. Neatly painted cottages gleamed from their orchards and gardens round the shore. The highly prized Pinus insignis, destined before long to change the whole aspect of the surrounding country, rose in the first splendour of its vigorous youth. Flowers were not wanting, even at that season. Great white trumpets of datura hung from the fences. Bushes of yellow jasmine enlivened the gardens, and most conspicuous of all, glowing as though it itself originated the light it reflected, the resplendent bougainvillea of Australia, made of some unpretentious dwelling a shrine of beauty. From the high land over our heads, an unbroken series of buildings, beginning with a little church of St. Paul's, descending the steep gradient westward to the beach at its foot. Over the point rose the masts of the trading vessels then in port, and on the still air I could hear the shanties of the sailors, as they loaded timber for the port of Sydney. Auckland was not yet in her teens, but already so much was accomplished. Truly the men of my race loitered not on the way. Ever present in their minds were the mighty cities they had left, no time to be lost. No time for dalliance. As they were, so it must be. Swift they built. Would the things they built endure? Breaking the silence with startling suddenness came a bugle call, several bugles ringing out together. Te Teri lifted his eyes to the cliff. "The soldiers," he said, and a brooding look gathered on his face. Alas, if therein lay the answer! Alas, if to the arbitrament of what was suggested by those sounds should be submitted the question of the endurance of the works of the white man. End of chapter 11.
Chapter number 12 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 12. I Learn My Origin. Mr. Brompart was detained late in town, looking after his immigrants. He told me, I remember, that cholera was raging in the city of London, 2,000 or 3,000 persons dying from this dread scourge every week. A suspicious death had occurred on the Esmeralda, and though this was the solitary case of sickness among the emigrants, I understood that it was in part responsible for the delay which had occurred in their landing. None of the men had returned when I reached home. Mrs. Brompart, to my surprise and pleasure, smiled pleasantly at me as I entered the drawing-room, and Janet, who was seated at the piano, running her white fingers lightly over the treble keys, asked me if I liked music. I do not know if her playing was good or bad. I do know that it filled me with delight, and when Sarah burst into the room and came eagerly towards me, I was lost in such a dream world that what she said failed to reach my consciousness. "To be sure," said Mrs. Brompart brightly, as Janet closed the piano. "How did I come to forget it?" And rising, she took a small sealed envelope from the mantelpiece and handed it to me. "The governor's aide-de-camp brought it," she explained. "Lieutenant Wild." "He was disappointed that you were not at home," added Sarah, looking with curiosity at the unopened note in my hand. "Lieutenant Wild is brother to that child, Eleanora," said Janet. "Cedric must have made a great impression," added Mrs. Brompart gaily. Mr. Brompart had related the circumstances of my first ride. "It is quite evidently the writing of a very young lady." The same thought had occurred to me, and to conceal my embarrassment at her banter, I hastened to occupy myself in opening and reading the letter. It is yellow with age now, but the childish writing remains as legible as ever. Here it is, word for word. Government House. My dear Cedric, my mother wishes me to write to you. She would be very pleased to see you here, and will be at home all today and tomorrow. Please come, because it is important. If you have any letters or mementos, there had apparently been a difficulty with this word, of your family, she would like you to bring them. I suppose you have seen a great many wonderful things by this time? I remain yours truly, Eleanora Wild. To describe the effect of this missive upon me is almost impossible. For years I had pondered over the mystery that enveloped my origin. No ray of light had ever come to pierce the darkness which descended that fateful night on the Takuma Pa. Who were my father and mother? Was the latter perhaps still living? How came it that my father emigrated to New Zealand? And from what part of the old land did he come? It was well nigh a certainty that people nearly related to me by blood must be living in some part of England. Then, where were they to be looked for, and if discovered, with what feelings would they regard me? These questions, and 100 like them, were constantly in my mind. I could never read works of fiction in which the origin of the principal character was unknown, without the deepest interest and sympathy. Yet the motives of these heroes in their search differed from mine. I desired not wealth, but ancestors. Among the natives, except occasionally in wartime, when a great strategist might force his way up from among the common people, rank counted for everything. To have no knowledge of your forefathers was a state almost inconceivably ignominious. Only my white blood saved me from suffering the full effects of my disability. The very children could patter backwards into the generations, making their way sure-footed for hundreds of years. I alone was compelled to remain silent. Now, however, and at last, the long night showed signs of breaking, for how else could I construe Lady Wilde's desire to see me, coupled with the surprise shown by Helenora on first learning my name? If to this cause for excitement be added the fact that I was again to meet, and meet perhaps on terms of acknowledged friendship, the girl whose beautiful face and winning manners had remained ever since I first saw her constantly present to my mental vision, the reader can form some idea of the state of expectancy into which I was thrown. Mrs. Brompart continued to take notice of me all that evening, plying me with questions, which I answered freely to the best of my ability. I was extraordinarily innocent in some ways, and probably I found nothing to wonder at in her suddenly developed interest in my affairs. I should not have been less frank with her if I had. My first white girl had not only established herself as the most perfect of created beings, she had lifted her whole sex up to a height which criticism could reach only with difficulty. My importance was enhanced the following morning, when, shortly before the time I had appointed to myself for visiting Government House, Lieutenant Wilde again appeared. I was summoned from the cowshed to find him in gay conversation with Miss Brompart, who, with a bright colour in her cheeks, and no trace of the hauteur which usually characterized her, seemed quite a different creature. "This is Cedric Tregarthen, Mr. Wilde," she said. "He proposed waiting on Lady Wilde in any case this morning." The young soldier rose to his feet, and making a swift military salute, stood looking steadily at me for some moments. "Glad to meet you, Mr. Tregarthen," he said at last. "My stepmother was looking for you with some anxiety yesterday, that I thought I would drop in on my way from parade and see if you could manage to come back with me." To this I readily agreed, and hastening to the stable, I saddled and bridled the horse I had already twice ridden. Lieutenant Wilde was on the verandah when I returned. Though I looked hastily away, I did not fail to observe that he held Miss Brompart's hand for a length of time which seemed to me to exceed the usual courtesies of leave-taking. However, he swung into his seat as I came up, and led the way to the slip-rail. As dazzling a vision in his uniform of an officer of cavalry as my eye had ever rested upon. Without any clear reason, I was aware of a feeling of uneasiness in the thought that this splendid personage was Heleonora's half-brother. "You are making a long stay in Auckland, Mr. Tregarthen?" the lieutenant asked as we reached the highway. I was admiring the action of his horse, which, in contrast to the heavy lurch of the animal I bestrode, seemed a creature of air and fire, distending its red nostrils and lifting its feet daintily from the mud of the road, as if in disdain of its surroundings. A similar daintiness and disdain appeared to characterize the rider. Even when he addressed me, he had an absent air, as though his thoughts were elsewhere. He had a habit of humming musically to himself, which, however pleasant to listen to in the intervals of speech, was apt to prove disconcerting when it transversed speech itself. "I shall probably be here a year," I replied. "My foster-father desires me to see a good deal of the white people." He nodded, still humming, and then, as though the sense of my words had only just reached him, turned suddenly and looked at me. "What white people?" he asked. "The people of Auckland, the white settlers." He continued to regard me for some moments, but at length the puzzled look vanished from his face. "Of course," he observed, "I had forgotten. You are Heleonora's New Zealander," and he resumed his humming. In such desultory and broken conversation we traversed the short distance that separated us from the residence of the governor, I think the young soldier's interest in me was only of the mildest description, and that in what he did say he was influenced almost entirely by politeness. My admiration for him knew no bounds, and though I was aware that for the most part my replies to his questions fell on deaf ears, I attributed this lack of attention to the cares and responsibilities of his high position. Absorbed in matters which affected the destiny of the young colony, my petty affairs must seem to him trivial indeed. Since the disastrous fire which had swept away the original government house, Sir George and Lady Grey had established themselves in a mansion recently completed for one of New Zealand's leading merchants. For those days it was a fine building, constructed, I think, of the lava rock which covers the country round the base of Mount Eden, and standing on the ridge above Queen Street, which is now known as Kaharangahape Road. Wild gave me into the charge of a man in livery, who conducted me to the drawing-room, where I sat distracted by the splendour of my surroundings until Lady Wilde appeared. I had been impressed by Mrs. Brompart, but she sank into the commonplace in comparison with this chieftainess of the best blood of England. Tall and slender, fair-skinned, her hair only lightly touched with grey. She might have been 20 years younger than her actual age, which I suppose at that time was about 40 years. Closing the door, she came forward soundlessly, but for the soft swish of her skirts, and paused directly in front of me, without any form of greeting, scanned me with a breathless eagerness that was full of the suggestion of pain. "Your father is dead, Cedric?" she said at last. "He was killed by Te Waharoa, Lady Wilde, at the sack of the Tekuma Pa." "Te Waharoa? A savage?" Her tremulous lips closed in a sharp line. "There were many killed there, men and women and children. My father was the last to die. I was proud of the heroic story, and spared her, I fear, but few of the terrible details." She had sunk into a seat, and her face was white before I became aware of the depth of her emotion. "But he is there," she said in a whisper. "They didn't—" A shudder shook her frame. "No, Te Waharoa did not wish to kill him. It was his own fury that brought him to his death wounds. And when he was dead, they gave up his body. They gave up most of his property too, and his was the only whare that was not burnt." I was reminded of her desire for something that would establish my relationship with the dead, and pulled from my pocket the only thing I had with me in Auckland, a copy of the poems of William Wordsworth, with my father's name in the fly-leaf. She waved it away at first, but subsequently stretched out her hand and took it. "There is no need," she said. "I am reminded of your father with every word you speak. There is a likeness in your face, but it is strongest in your voice and the way you lift your head." "Who was my father, Lady Wilde?" I asked eagerly. "He was the younger son of the present Lord Tregarthen of Penrith." "My grandfather?" "Yes, your grandfather. A peer of England? Of a very ancient and noble English family." "Shall I become a peer of England?" "You might," she said slowly. "It is not impossible." A wave of exultation flushed my veins. Even my boldest imaginings had hardly transported me so far as I was carried by these few words. To have a grandfather living was something. To know that he was a rangatira of the proud aristocracy of England was, to one brought up as I had been, vastly more. Footnote: rangatira, a chief. End of footnote. Probably also I had many other relations. Even now I might be in the presence of one, for how else could I account for the deep interest Lady Wilde took in my affairs? "No," she replied when I ventured on the question, Our families have been on terms of intimate friendship for many years, but we are not connected by blood." "And my mother?" I asked. She had opened the book on her lap and was looking at the inscription on the front page. I thought I had noticed a change come over her face, the faintest hardening of the soft lines, and when she lifted her eyes I was sure of it. Hitherto her manner had been intensely human and natural, so much so that from the first moment I had been as completely at ease with her as if I had known her all my life. But now her eyes were cold and searching. They seemed to put me away from her until the gulf between a lady of rank and the foundling of an obscure native village lay deep and wide between us. "I can trace no likeness to her," she said. "It will please your grandfather to find that you are wholly Tregarthen." "She is dead, Lady Wilde?" "She died soon after you were born. I had been fancying what it might be to discover a mother such as the lady before me, and her reply fell cold on my heart." "You knew her?" I asked. "I knew her, yes. Yet in a sense I never knew her." There was a suppressed vehemence in the words, and she rose as she spoke, as though to put an end to the interview. I followed her example, dimly associating the mention of my mother with the blight that had fallen on her original friendliness. "No, no," she said, with a quick return of her first manner, as I made a motion to take my leave. "You must not go yet. I wish to speak with you, but not immediately. Can you amuse yourself here? Go where you please, or stay. I will send Helenora to you. You have already made the acquaintance of my little girl?" "Yes," I said, and no doubt the pleasure her words gave me was plainly visible on my face. She smiled graciously, a very tender, womanly smile, but still with that look of suffering beneath it, and with my book still in her hand, left the room. I was absorbed in a great war picture. I think it represented the closing scene in the Battle of Waterloo, when a slight sound caused me to turn suddenly, and there, almost within reach, was Helenora. I could take delight in describing her to you again, as she appeared on the occasion of our second meeting. Nothing would give me a greater pleasure than to accompany her every entrance on the stage with pages of description. But what use? I could never penetrate to the heart of the mystery and lay bare to your gaze the source of her perennial, ever-changing charm. Humble and proud, tender and callous, reasonable and utterly illogical, earnest and flippant, her words and actions never to be foreseen, I can give her to you best thus, in negations and antithesis. But I am keeping the young lady waiting. "Good morning, Miss Wilde." "Good morning. My mother says that you may call me Helenora." "It is a beautiful name. It might almost be a Maori name. Change the L into an R, Herenora, and there it is." "I suppose it would be much improved by that," she said, with a pout and a laugh. "I love the Maori language, but it would not be possible to improve on Helenora." She eyed me sharply and suggested abruptly that we should go into the open air. "This room is stuffy," she declared. I had not noticed it, and could have spent a very pleasant hour learning the names and uses of the various strange objects which surrounded me, but the room became stuffy as soon as she said so, and I followed her out into the grounds. As I expressed an interest in the flowers and plants, nearly all of them new to me, she led me around the beds, deriving much amusement from my ignorance and occasional astonishment when the flower named was not in accord with my preconceived idea of it. "And this one? Narcissus. The boy that died of love of its image in the water." "No, that is the poet's Narcissus. Fancy any boy being so stupid, and so conceited. That's not so wonderful, in a boy." There could have been no Helenoras in those days, I said, or he would have died sooner. This is the English daffodil. Wordsworth's daffodil? Yes, Mr. Wordsworth is dead, did you know? The news came through by the Esmeralda. I heard Sir George Grey telling Mr. Swainson. That doesn't interest you? Oh, but it does. I know hardly anything from personal experience. Books have been everything to me. How funny, she said. I keep on forgetting what the world must be like to you after being buried so long in that mouldy village. What is it like? There are so many things it is hard to describe. It seems pettier than I had imagined, more feverish, aimless, not so intelligent. I thought the white men were immensely superior to the Maoris. Mr. Purcell, my foster father, is a giant in knowledge beside the natives, but I did not really see how great he is till I came to Auckland. Oh, but Auckland is very small and a very new place, she said. You mustn't take it as an example of a great city. No, of course the fault is in me. If I could see clearly into things, no doubt my opinion would be different. I had exaggerated expectations of everything. However, some things have not disappointed me. Helenora turned her clear eyes away, but curiosity finally overcame her. What things? She asked. A great ship on the water, a galloping horse, and a white girl. Both the Mrs. Bromparts are pretty girls. Yes, but I was not thinking of more than one. Which one? Neither. She laughed merrily, but her cheeks were brighter. Who taught you how to pay compliments? I hope you are not like my brother. Your brother? I hope I may be. I cannot express how much I admire him. He completely fills my idea of the hero of romance. He is nice to look at, she agreed. But it is not merely his looks, it is his, what shall I call it? His intellectuality, his courtesy, his mind absorbed in matters of state. He can still interest himself in the little affairs of the casual stranger. You are the casual stranger? Heleonora's pretty mouth had been gradually opening. He might have left a message and ridden away, but he waited for me, and though it was plain that he had other matters to think of, he gave me his attention. He did? Well, but you believe he had other matters to think of? I was puzzled at the note of mockery in her tones. In his position, I began. He is one of the governor's aides, she broke in. He has to do what he is told. The reason why is nothing to him, nor has he any responsibility for the consequences. Yet you are right, he was probably thinking of something else. I think I must tell him of this conversation. He will pull his moustache and look annoyed. Please don't make him annoyed with me. She laughed wickedly. Shall I tell you of what he was thinking? You can't possibly know. I can tell you in one word. Well then, but shall I? Yes, you have excited my curiosity. Then, girls. What girls? You mean just girls? How do you know? Because he used to make me his messenger till I got sense. He thinks only of three things: his clothes, his appearance, and girls. Somebody will be bound to tell you, so I have shattered your hero before he grows bigger. I am not sure that you have shattered him. The hero of romance is not unlike that. Oh, set him up again if you can. I admire him as much as you do. He is so splendid. I can't help thrilling when he comes into a room in all his war paint, and I see the flutter he causes, but I want to laugh too. You see, he carries on so many flirtations that he is always in a dreadful fix when he has to meet more than one or two of them together. He was very annoyed with me one day, because when I found him studying a book on strategy, I told him he was wasting his time, for he was already a born strategist. He told me that I was too sharp for my years and that nobody likes sharp girls. Then he does take an interest in his profession? Oh yes, he loves soldiering as much as I hate it. Why do you hate it? Because it has already cost me one brother and a father. There is Sir George. Would you like to speak to him? The governor stood with his back towards us, looking downwards in the direction of the town and the harbour. He was alone. His figure, for all its suggestion of youth and activity, had a droop to one side, and I noticed that the hand pressed to his hip moved as though he were endeavouring to still some physical pain. "He is suffering from his wounds, poor dear," said Helenora, in a voice of tender concern. "He ought not to stand on the damp grass." Perhaps the sound of her voice reached him, for he turned at that moment and came towards us. Though I was to meet the governor many times after that, to become indeed on terms of intimacy with him, I think I remember him best as he appeared then, with none of the cold dignity, the reserve, the absoluteness that so frequently characterized his manner, but completely his attractive and natural self, kindly, good-humoured, brimming over with boyish roguery and playfulness. He listened to Heleonora's stately introduction of myself with a whimsical smile. "Then it was a case of love at first sight," he said to her as he gave me his hand. "I hope you are conscious of the honour this young lady has done you, Mr. Tregarthen, in summoning you so promptly." "I am, sir," I said, mistaking his meaning, till I caught sight of Heleonora's rosy face, and then I doubt not I blushed as deeply as she. "Tut, tut," said His Excellency, "what is a governor in comparison? Until your appearance, I can assure you, she has evinced interest in no man." "Your Excellency is facetious," said Helenora with great dignity, "and you have no business to stand on the damp grass." "Well, well," said he, laughing at this conjunction of reproofs, "we will sit on a wooden seat in the sunshine, and be as grave as owls. But," he added, stopping short, "3 is reputed to be an unlucky number." "There is no owl-like gravity about that," remarked Helenora, resigning herself to his teasing humour. But when we had seated ourselves, he remained for some time silent, looking down at the little township, as he had been doing when we first caught sight of him. His arm was round Heleonora's waist, and presently, as though to draw me into their companionship, he laid a hand on my shoulder. "What will it be like in 50 years, Cedric?" he said. "A great city, your Excellency. These hills and vales covered with buildings, spires and domes, villas and parks and gardens. Never was a spot better situated for the establishing of a city beautiful. They must take advantage of the hills, crown them with splendid edifices, construct noble viaducts and spacious streets. What should you say to streets so wide that there is room for a footpath and lofty trees in the centre of them?" "Beautiful," said Helenora. "Why don't you make them do it?" "I?" he said lightly. "I am the man who is to make grass grow in the streets, not trees." "It is a lie," she said, and drew his arm closer around her. "I wish I could burn all the Southern Crosses before they are printed." He laughed gaily at her bull, and presently resumed his musings on the city to be. They must reserve the foreshores. The Waitemata must run through the streets, and through no man's back garden. Here must be the great pleasure way, tree planted, fronted by noble buildings, open parks and reserves. The citizen should drive for miles along the banks of the island-studded waters. Yes, if its men are great enough, Auckland may become the wonder city of the world. "Why Auckland?" said Helenora. "What have the Edens done that this place should be called after them? Some day, perhaps, when there are no more Southern Crosses, The citizens of Auckland will rename it Grey City or Grey Town. Beware of her flattery, Cedric, he said with mock gravity, yet they may give me a public house or even a street. I was encouraged by his kindly manner and good nature to put a question suggested by his imaginings of the white man's city in days to come. Was there any place in the city beautiful for the dark-skinned natives of the soil? For them also, he said, turning eagerly towards me. God forbid that there should be more than one road for the inhabitants of these islands. God forbid that they should not travel it together. You are interested in the Maoris, but of course you have lived amongst them. You are from the benighted spot where there are no horses and cattle. Who is the head chief? I told him. Ah, he said, knitting his brows, I have heard of him, a stubborn fellow. His mana is declining, sir, I said hastily, unwilling that my tribe should be prejudiced in the eyes of the governor by the misdeeds of Tihuata. Besides, he does not live at the pa I come from, where we have a chief of the very highest intelligence, Te Moanaroa. He has always protected my foster-father, sometimes at great risk to himself. He is a loyal subject of the Queen. I spoke eagerly, for I was anxious to clear the frown from his face, and I succeeded. He was looking at me attentively and with great curiosity as I finished. You have attended a mission school? He asked. No, sir. The nearest school is many miles away. My foster-father is a great scholar, and he taught me himself. The governor smiled indulgently at my use of the word scholar. What has he taught you? He asked. His indulgence had turned into astonishment, however, before I had come to the end of my items. Helenora laughed gleefully at his expression of bewilderment. If your life has known misfortune, Cedric, he said, it has known good fortune too. I hope you appreciate that. As for you, miss, I suppose you were aware of all this? No, I only guessed it, said Helenora. I should like to meet your foster-father, the governor said. Is he often in town? He has never been here, sir, but I believe he will come now on my account. Do not fail to let me know when he does. As for your chief, he shall have horses and cattle, a present from the Queen's government. May I write and tell him so, your excellency? I asked eagerly. You may, Cedric, he said, pressing my arm. You may tell them also that you have made a friend who hopes to see a good deal of you, one who appreciates highly your loyalty to themselves. You speak the native language, of course? Yes, sir, I replied, blushing hotly at his kind words. Have you taken any interest in the tribal songs, folklore, and traditions? Yes, sir, I know more than 100 waiata, I replied. Footnote, waiata, songs. End of footnote. His face lit up with enthusiasm. We must go through them, he said, rubbing his hands. Sometime soon, if they will let me. Ah dear, how much ado about so little, and the really great things, the waiata, must wait. An aide, not Helenora's brother, appeared, conducting a gentleman towards us over the grass. His Excellency rose to his feet, and we both followed his example. The expression of his face had altered. The kindly, simple gentleman was gone. In his place stood the Governor of New Zealand, the representative of the Queen, grave, dignified, reserved. I stood with bared head, while Helenora bent her knee in a curtsy. The Governor lifted his hat and turned to the approaching couple. End of chapter 12. Chapter number 13 of The Greenstone Door by William Satchell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Past Repeats Itself. I am afraid our conversation was a little grandiloquent after the governor's departure. "Of all the men I have met," said Helenora, "Sir George is the knightliest and kindest." "Knightliest," I agreed with enthusiasm. "That is the word. I could fancy him cold and haughty with the nobles of the land, but gentle with children and simple and kind to the lowly. Oh, Helenora, after all, it is that makes the great rangatira." "What is a rangatira?" Helenora asked suspiciously. "Rangatira, a chief. The Māori word seems so homely and more expressive than the English," I explained apologetically. "You may use French," said Helenora, "or ordinary German vocabulary words, or Latin, but no Māori or any of those, because I don't understand them, and it is not polite to use words people don't understand." I expressed my regret, and added the wish that if the young lady detected any other solecism in my manners, she would immediately call my attention to it. She relented on the instant. "Your manners are good," she said. "Most boys your age have none at all. That is why I don't mind entertaining you. And it wouldn't have been a bit surprising if your ways had been horrid instead of what they are. As for foreign words, if I were as clever as you are, I wouldn't mind whether it was polite or not. I'd stagger people with them." "Would you like me to teach you Māori?" I asked. She thanked me doubtfully. "I don't think it would be worth while," she said, "except that I should be glad to know something Miss Temple couldn't pretend to. But in England no one speaks Māori, so I should not even be able to show off with it." Her words startled me, for they disclosed the thinness of the stuff of which my dreams were made. Helenora had come into my life and glorified it. Now I saw how certainly, and at no distant date, she would slip out of it, taking the glory with her. My thoughts turned back to my own affairs and the recent interview with Lady Wilde. "I suppose you knew who I was as soon as I told you my name, Helenora?" I said. "Yes," she replied. "I was tempted to tell you, but I decided it would be better fun to keep you in suspense. It was the likeness to the Tregarthens that I first noticed in you. You are like your grandfather, but still more like your uncle." "Is your home near my grandfather's?" "Only a few miles away." "Then, if I were there, I could see you often?" "You could, I suppose, if you wanted to." "I should want to," I said, with such complete confidence that she let the statement pass in silence. We were back on the bench again in the warm sunlight, Helenora primly upright, her glossy booted toe tracing a pattern in the soft gravel of the path, her fair curls screening her face on the side nearer to me. "What did my mother tell you of your family?" she asked presently. "Just that I had a grandfather and an uncle living. If your uncle does not marry again, some day you will be Lord Tregarthen, but he is almost certain to marry again, unless—" "Unless?" I asked as she paused. "Unless you come to England." "Why should that make a difference?" "The Tregarthens are a very proud race. If your father had been alive, they would have forgiven him, but they are afraid of his child." "Forgiven him? Was there something to forgive? Then why should they fear me?" "Not you, but what you might be. What it is very strange you are not. Ignorant, almost a savage. Don't you see?" I nodded. A great dread struggled with my curiosity. Was there a stain on the shield of the gallant knight, sleeping so peacefully on the windy hilltop? "Ought we to speak of these things, Helenora?" I asked. "You have to know," she said hesitatingly. "Mother is not well. She told me to speak to you." "Then you will tell me the story?" She assented mutely, the screen of hair still over her face. "Well?" "Your grandfather objected to your mother," she began rapidly, and when your father defied him and married her, he closed his doors upon him." "What was wrong with my mother?" I asked in a whisper. "There was nothing wrong except that your grandfather did not want her." "Why didn't he want her?" "You mustn't catechize me," said Hellenora uneasily. "He didn't wish her for a daughter-in-law, and that is all." "Perhaps she was a person of low rank?" "She was not an earl's daughter, but she belonged to a good family." "And my grandfather turned them out?" "He refused to receive them. He did not reply to their letters. He was very deeply offended." I pondered the story, and an idea born of my recent experiences came to me. "Was my mother poor, Hellenora?" "I think she must have been." "But my father had plenty?" "He was dependent on your grandfather. I don't think he had very much." "They fell into poverty." "Yes, I am afraid so." "Dire and awful poverty?" "Don't talk like that. It is an old, old story." "And I was born and my mother died. What happened then?" "Your grandfather relented. He wrote to your father and bade him return and bring his son, you, with him." I laughed a laugh that sounded odd even to my ears. And my father answered, with a curse, "So says his son. Oh, Cedric! May my feet rot off before I cross the threshold of the man who sent my mother and my father to their graves." "Oh, you mustn't. Listen, I have told you the story all wrong. You prompted me. You made me tell it you that way." "You have told me the truth." "No, for I haven't told you all the truth. There was something else, something which made all the difference." "What was it?" "You mustn't speak of it again, even to me." "Why not?" "Because I don't want you to speak of it again." "Very well." "At the time your father ran away and married your mother, he was betrothed to someone else." A suspicion of the truth flashed through my mind. "To whom?" I asked quickly. "To my mother." "That was why you said my mother was not an earl's daughter." "Yes, how quick you are." "I noted that because it seemed irrelevant. Tell me everything." "The marriage was arranged when they were children." "But they were lovers?" Hellenora shook her curls till again they concealed her. "Then they were," she said. "When they were children?" "Yes, until your mother appeared." "Then it was a boy and girl love. They did not know their own minds?" Suddenly Hellenora turned her eyes full upon me. They were very bright and steady. "You are going to defend your father?" she asked. I understood what she meant, and great as was my pride, it quailed before the threat in the depths of her gaze. "He mistook the nature of his feelings," I urged. "Very well, my mother was of no consequence. He could do as he pleased. Her feelings were nothing." I was silent. "You know that I am telling you the truth now," she continued, "and you don't like it. Don't think I am proud of my mother on account of this. I would sooner she had been as fickle as your father. She loves him still." It was true. Only thus could I interpret what had passed between Lady Wilde and myself. "But my mother," I exclaimed, grasping blindly at any hope in my dismay. "She, at least, was guiltless of any wrong to my grandfather." "She was my mother's friend," said Hellenora inexorably. "She met your father at my mother's house. She knew all about the relations between them." "Was she very beautiful?" I asked. Hellenora tossed her curls with a motion of disdain. "Of course you think that will excuse everything," she said. "No, I was only seeking to explain it. It is incomprehensible to me." "Why?" "How could he have looked at any other woman?" "Then you think my mother pretty?" "She must have been very like you, Hellenora, when she was as old as you are. The same bright curls, the same kanohi tiahau." "What is that?" shining eyes. "Oh, I told you not to speak Māori." "Yes, I apologise. Nor English either." "You asked me why it was incomprehensible." "Yes, but that had nothing to do with my eyes." "I was thinking, but you will be cross with me." "Well, if you are afraid." "No, I am not afraid. I was thinking, if we were sweethearts, you and I, there would be no other girl in life for me. If you had ever said you loved me, I should be yours for always." I do not know how my voice sounded, whether it had the ease I sought to give to it, but I was in deadly earnest. My great fear was that she would laugh, but she did not. I thought I detected a slight rigidity come into the poise of her averted head. Did it indicate anger? For quite a minute she was silent. "I wonder if those were the words your father used to my mother," she said at last. "How strange if they were." The fatal past rose darkly in front of me, but I persevered. "Will you be my sweetheart, Helenora?" Though her face was invisible, I knew that her thoughts had in a degree forestalled my words. She did not move. Her chin was lifted, and she appeared to be gazing at some point far off in the sky. Suddenly her head came down, and was concealed in her hands. Her shoulders shook, and a low laugh escaped her. It was not a giggle. Helenora never giggled. Neither was it a laugh of amusement, much less of pleasure. If there be a laugh of discovery, then hers was one. I had an unhappy feeling of a note of threatening in the sound, but it was gone in a moment. She spoke through her hands. "You have only seen me twice, but I loved you when I first saw you." From the direction of the house came the sound of a bell. I doubt if I should have noticed it but for the effect on her. She sprang to her feet, and abandoning all concealment, turned her face directly towards me. Her cheeks were bright, her eyes full of the mystery of her thoughts. Shyness, mischief, defiance, fear, compunction, chased one another and mingled in their depths. Slowly and gravely she nodded her head. "Does that mean you will, Helenora?" I asked eagerly. Again she nodded. "Will you be my sweetheart?" I repeated, scarce daring to believe in my good fortune. There was a touch of impatience in her third assent, and she drew a watchful step away from me. A dozen literary precedents for actions the most extravagant surged through my mind, but there was no precedent for this child, with her angel's beauty and her woman's brain. "Thank you, Helenora," I said in the end. "As long as I live, I shall love you and you only." Her eyes fell, and for a while she stood in silence, moving her foot hither and thither. Once her lips parted quickly, as though she were on the point of speech, but if so, she thought better of it. When she did speak, it was in a matter-of-fact tone. "That was the luncheon bell," she said, "and I'm as hungry as a hunter." But even then she did not look at me. I have tried to portray this love scene rather as I saw it many years afterwards than as it seemed then. Had I thought of recording it on the moment of its occurrence, it would have consisted only of one continuous expression of delight and exultation. As one in a dream, I followed my Helenora to the house door, and thence to the dining room. I heard her whisper that I was to put on my best manners, that I was to meet Lady Grey, that there would be 2 or 3 gentlemen present, and her little proprietary whisper thrilled me to the exclusion of the verbal contents of it. I could have faced the Queen herself with a perfect calm at that moment. I was indeed on an elevation beside which the loftiest earthly rank became insignificant. When at the door she squeezed my hand, either in warning or encouragement, I was in a condition to extend patronage to the governor himself, and there was no need for nervousness. Lady Grey received me kindly, with a few words which showed she already knew of my existence, while the gentlemen, there were only two, nodded good-naturedly and absorbed me with a jest into their company. "Eleanor is flame, you know," said Sir Gregory Applethwaite, turning to the governor's private secretary. "I wish I were young enough to contest the point," said the latter. Eleanor merely lifted her chin in disdain and made her way to her mother's side. The governor entered a moment later, and we all remained standing until he was seated. That was the only formality there was. A homelier and more cheerful little party would have been difficult to find. I sat between Eleanor and her mother, and though no word passed between the former and myself, I was subtly aware that she was nervous on my account. My greatest, indeed my only difficulty, was the apparent superfluity of cutlery and glasses with which I was provided. However, by carefully imitating Eleanor's actions, I managed to allay her anxiety, and presently she returned to her natural self. "I am only allowed in to lunch sometimes, when there is no company present," she told me. "Usually I have dinner with Miss Temple. She has a holiday today. I like being with grown-up people better than children, don't you?" "Is Miss Temple a child?" "Stupid! Isn't Lady Grey beautiful?" "All the white women are beautiful. I think you must be a little like Arthur. Did you think all the Māori girls beautiful?" "No, but some of them are. Puhihuia is beautiful." "Who is Puhihuia?" she asked quickly. "I will tell you about her by and by. Do the Maoris have sweethearts?" "She is my foster sister." No care that I could perceive brooded over the governor's table. The young men chatted lightly of current events, mingling politics and pleasure as they mingled their wines, and imparted the evanescence of humour to either indifferently. It occurred to me that the colony was not, in their eyes, so important a place, nor so complex a problem, as it appeared in mine. Sir George might be aware of reasons for anxiety, but there was no reflection of that knowledge in the faces of his subordinates. They were concerned with the management of a new colony of the British Empire. It was rather a lark, and in any event it was merely an interlude, which, so far as they were concerned, would probably come to an end within the next year or two. I liked their strong, clear-cut faces, their method of speech, their imperturbable good humour, their ready wit and strong sense, but I did not again make the mistake of attributing to them any responsibility in the course of the colony's events. The governor himself was rather silent, and even abstracted, yet he had that peculiar alertness in his abstraction which I have since frequently noticed in men of intellect. All that did not concern or interest him passed unheard, but a witticism, an apposite remark, a little item of news, perhaps, was sufficient to disperse the mist from his blue eyes, to call up a smile of amusement or a quietly spoken question of remark. On the conclusion of the meal, Lady Wilde took me to her own sitting-room. I have only a very hazy recollection of what passed between us, and that I attribute to the confused and conflicting character of my emotions. She wished me to say that I would return with her to England, when, or perhaps even before, Sir George Grey's term of office expired. She painted my grandfather and my uncle in the attractive light of her long and intimate friendship. She attempted to arouse in me motives of ambition and cupidity, and no doubt to some extent she succeeded. And the strongest argument of all, my love for Eleanor, enforced and lent a glamour to every plea she used. But if I can boast of any virtue strong in my childhood, and of whose tenacity the reader may judge in the sequel, is that of loyalty to faiths once formed. Unable as I was to explain or excuse the apparently heartless conduct of my father, I could not admit or believe that no satisfactory explanation or excuse existed. Call it a mental squint if you will. It persists with me to this hour. But that was not all. Even if the conduct of my father and mother be allowed to be dishonourable on high moral counts, it stood absolved in the courts of love, for that they too dearly loved one another there could be no doubt, and it could in no case relieve from responsibility the man who refused to accept the inevitable, who kept the fire of his anger bright for a whole 12-month, and only suffered it to die out before the cold blast of death, when it may be said that his vengeance had achieved consummation. I do not know that this or any of it was evident in my replies to Lady Wilde, nor do I say that I had reached any fixity of determination. I could not gladly contemplate the idea of leaving New Zealand forever, and the thought of a final abandonment of my foster father and sister raised a mist in my eyes. But Lord Tregarthen is your own flesh and blood, Cedric. Yes, I know. But, you see, if it were not for my foster father, I should not even be alive. But you would like to go home? You would like to see England and the great places you have read about? Yes, he taught me to read about them. He spent a great deal of pains on me. There was nothing in it for him except care and trouble. Nothing? What could there be? She stared at me for a long time from under her brows. I shall write to him, she said. You must give me his address. I do not know why this bit should stand out while the rest is nebulous and unresolvable, unless it be because Helenora had come in a moment or two before, and was seated on a rug, her head thrown back on her mother's knees, her eyes fixed on my face. "Has he told you about Puhihuya, mother?" I was surprised that Helenora, who had hitherto found a difficulty with the simplest Māori words, should enunciate my foster sister's name so correctly. I hastened to reply to her mother's mute look of interrogation with an inventory of the charms and virtues of my life's playmate. She also provided a bond I could not lightly sever. But you must remember, Cedric, that your whole career is at stake. Then, if these people have been kind to you, it may be in your power to recompense them. Your grandfather is extremely wealthy. Nothing could recompense them. You see, they love me. If they love you, child, and of course they do, they can wish nothing better for you than such an opportunity as this. I am not saying I will not go, Lady Wilde. I must have time to think, and I must learn what my foster father wishes. Yes, she agreed. You must write to him, and I will write also. There, we will talk no more about it at present. I offered to take my leave, but to this Lady Wilde would not listen. I am sorry I have no boys to entertain you, she said, but Helenora will do her best. Come to the house as often as you please, every day if you will. Fancying some reluctance in Heleonora's manner as she accompanied me from the room, I paused outside the closed door and spoke of it. Would you sooner I went? I asked directly. Not if you don't speak about stupid things, she replied uneasily. Stupid? Sweethearts and all that. But it is such a great thing. When may I speak to your mother? She came to a dead stop and regarded me with startled, angry eyes. "If you say one word to my mother, I will never speak to you again," she declared. "But," I objected, crestfallen, "she ought to know that you have promised to become my wife." "I never promised anything of the kind. Didn't you say that you would be my sweetheart?" "I may have said that," she temporized, "but that's nothing. Besides," triumphantly, "your father and my mother were sweethearts, and they never got married." "Oh, Helenora!" "Well, did you not speak contemptuously of boy and girl love?" "I could not possibly love you any more if I were 100. By this time we had arrived at the schoolroom. A cheerful log fire was burning brightly on the hearth, but it caused no relaxing of Heleonora's countenance as she seated herself beside it. "I did not propose that we should be married immediately," I continued gravely, as I took up a position opposite to her. "I think you really are stupid," she said with a sniff. "Whoever was married at 12 years old?" "I know of at least 2, I replied. "Oh, what are your Maoris, I suppose?" "Yes, Maori girls." "Now I understand. Don't you know that the custom of the white people was quite different?" "Yes, I do know that. I only want you to say that some day you will be my wife." "Why should I?" she asked rebelliously. "I don't know why you should," I replied humbly. "I don't know why you consented to be my sweetheart, but the one reason will do for both." "Will it?" she asked, and fell to musing, her eyes on the fire. 10 years is a long time," she continued presently. "Long before then you will love someone else, as your father did. I will wait all my life for you, if you say so." "No, no, you will grow tired." "Try me then." "If you dare me, I will." "I do dare you." "If I say yes, will you help me with my German exercise?" It is due to Helenora to say that she denies that she surrendered on any such terms. Yet the German exercise is an improbable invention, and there is no dispute as to our being engaged upon it immediately afterwards. Schiller's Song of the Bell. "We are just starting it," said Helenora, cutting short my eager reply with a multiplicity of words. "And of all the flat, unpoetical things ever written in a foreign language, and that is to say a good deal, it is the flattest and unpoeticalest I mean to look at. Fancy so many pages about a bell. What is it all about?" "It is a sort of summary of human life. It is not so much the bell itself as the accompaniment it plays to the life of man. Marriage bells, death bells, and so on. Give me the book and let me see how far you have gone." Whatever Helenora might prove to be as a sweetheart, as a pupil she was humble and obedient, quick to grasp a meaning and apt to put it into clear words. It seemed to me that Miss Temple must have a delightful task, but later on I found that it was not so. There was a species of hidden war between them, never entirely emerging, but also never ceasing. With a less keen-witted child, the governess's pretence to finality in knowledge might have passed muster. She claimed to be, as it were, armed in knowledge, but Helenora, having once discovered a flaw in her armour, delighted in a subtle probing of it at all points, until, I fear, in the view of the pupil, it was but a thing of tatters. If she only wouldn't pretend! I hate pretence, don't you? She is really sound in the rudiments, and she speaks French beautifully, but beyond that I am always in doubt of her. Take German, for instance. I am quite sure she has only a very small vocabulary, but she never admits the need for consulting a dictionary on her own account. I know she does it on the sly, because I've caught her at it. And then, when we've got all the meanings of the words, they don't make sense. She pretends to understand them, and that makes me wicked. I suppress all my brains, and make my face look like a cow's. She explains over and over again,
and I become more cow-like with each repetition. Would you like to see me make a face like a cow? I record all this because it serves to explain the footing on which I stood with Helenora during the next 3 years. If I have never found cause to bless my foster father for the care he had taken in educating me, I did so now. It enabled me to establish a hold over my sweetheart, from which she was unwilling to free herself. By her greed for knowledge, far more than any depth of liking, I maintained my position as her acknowledged lover. It was that won me the right, on rare occasions, to hold her hand. To that I owe her frugal, furtive kisses, and the repetition of the promise that some day she would be my wife. End of chapter 13.